Chapter 1441, Uneven Distribution of the Spoils. Chapter 1441, Uneven Distribution of the Spoils. Crack. The gigantic pivotal snake coiled around the world tree and bit it. Although it was only an illusory virtual life form and could not harm physical objects, the pivotal snake's method of harming the world tree was an information form channel that only targeted the mother tree's will. The world tree's main body struggled frantically, trying to break free from the pivotal snake. However, the waving roots could not touch the pivotal snake's virtual body at all. Although the world tree was strong, the reason why the pivotal snake was its natural enemy was because of its unresolvable restraint. The will of the mother tree did not have the time to care about Xiao, and the mental shock was immediately silenced. It was held up by the pivotal snake and struggled non-stop, like a young girl anxiously grabbing her clothes and not letting anyone strip her naked. An endless stream of machinery poured out from the godly stronghold and fused into the supreme heavenly venerate, causing Xiao's body to expand rapidly. His arms could gradually wrap around the trunk as though he was going to uproot the world tree. While the mother tree's will was in chaos, Xiao did not hesitate to use his energy to infiltrate the world tree's body and attempt to form a soul connection, dyeing the other party with his own color and turning it into his own shape. To the members of the world tree family, this feeling was akin to having their faith insulted. Countless people charged toward Xiao with bloodshot eyes, and batches of them were destroyed midway. Because of Xiao's actions, the World Tree Fleet was inevitably thrown into chaos. The Galactic Alliance army naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. The fleet quickly penetrated the defensive perimeter and reached the fourth layer very quickly, suffering an even more intense counterattack. The troops at the front were not far from Xiao, and they all provided firepower support to help him intercept the World Tree's troops. Energy beams shot everywhere, detonating a series of battleships on the battlefield. On the other side, seeing that Black Star had successfully arrived beside the World Tree's main body, the commanders in the Strategic Command Center were excited. Good. Black Star has already stepped on the World Tree Civilization's weakness. We'll have to rely on him to destroy the World Tree's main body. We have to protect him and let him focus on dealing with the World Tree. Even at a conservative estimate, our chances of winning are more than 95%. The World Tree has no chance of turning the tables. The officers were excited. The goal of the three universal civilizations in starting this battle was to eliminate the enemy in one fell swoop, hoping to finish everything. Thus, they had gathered most of the forces of the explored universe. Although it could not be said that it was to the extent of win or die trying, if they lost this war, the three universal civilizations would also suffer heavy losses, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, before going out to war, many officers had made a military pledge that they would only win and not lose. However, the officers did not want to lie to themselves. Their confidence came from Black Star and the Pivotal Snake. If they did not have such a trump card, they would not have dared to say they would definitely win. Seeing that Black Star had killed the tree god, broken through the encirclement, and was uprooting the mother tree, almost single-handedly pushing the battle forward, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They felt that they trusted the right person. As expected, this war was still being carried by Black Star. However, the leaders of the three universal civilizations were not happy at all. Instead, their expressions were solemn, as though they had some concerns. The Pope hesitated for a moment before speaking. Why do I feel like Black Star isn't destroying the main body of the World Tree? Hearing this, the officers were stunned. They suppressed the joy in their hearts and carefully observed Xiao's actions toward the World Tree. The more they looked, the stranger they felt. That does seem to be the case. He is not continuing to attack. More like he is subduing the World Tree's main body. Is he trying to control the World Tree? Everyone was shocked and understood that the situation had become complicated. The officers turned around, and as expected, the expressions of the three leaders became extremely ugly. What a great Black Star! I knew he had other plans. Isn't he afraid of dying from overeating? Lewis was furious. Our worries were right. He used us to defeat the World Tree's troops and create an opportunity for him to subdue the World Tree's main body. We can't let him achieve his goal. The Pope was furious. The World Tree was too powerful. No matter where it landed, it was a threat to the three universal civilizations. The three universal civilizations only wanted to destroy it, and they did not even dare to take the risk of capturing it. Black Star was already an existence beyond the norm, and the three universal civilizations could no longer control him. If Black Star was to obtain the World Tree, he would be a threat to them. It would be equivalent to him obtaining a universal civilization, and he would be able to rival the entire explored universe. In fact, he might even surpass them to a certain extent. It would be enough to shake the foundation of their rule. Although the internal conflicts were temporarily suppressed by the invasion of the enemy, the three universal civilizations did not forget the fear of losing control over the individual strengths. They still had conflicts with Black Star that were difficult to reconcile. Once the war ended, these problems would surface again, so the three of them would not watch the Beyond Grade as control the World Tree. Furthermore, the war had been going on for more than 10 years, and the three universal civilizations were the main victims. They had wasted so much time in the war and lost countless resources. Now that they were finally going to reap the fruits of their labor, they naturally did not want to let Xiao steal their fruits. We were the ones who mobilized the army to resist the World Tree, and we suffered the most losses. However, we created an opportunity for the other in the end. Who can tolerate this? Even if Black Star's contribution was high, they could not allow him. In the eyes of the three of them, Black Star was showing his true intentions. Fighting against the enemy together was just an excuse on the surface. Black Star's real goal was to use the Galactic Society's troops to obtain the World Tree for himself. The three of them actually had some guesses about Xiao's selfishness, but it was useless. The war still depended on Black Star, and it was almost certain that they would reach this stage. We can't let Black Star succeed. Then what should we do? Are we going to fire at Black Star? Are you crazy? We haven't even won yet. And you still dare to have internal strife in front of such a powerful enemy? What are you thinking? The officers were agitated and started arguing. Simon made a prompt decision and shouted, "Inform the direct troops of the three universal civilizations to stop providing cover fire to Black Star and attack the World Tree's main body. We must blow it up before Black Star succeeds." They had to stop Xiao, but they could not turn against him. Thus, they could only change their tactics temporarily and race Black Star for time to destroy the target. However, everyone knew that the World Tree Fleet would definitely protect the Mother Tree and stop their firepower. Furthermore, it was impossible for Black Star to not be prepared, so he had definitely taken some measures to stop them. It all depends on human effort. This thought flashed through the minds of many of the officers. Their faces were stiff, and their attitudes were not optimistic. The order was quickly passed down. The direct troops of the three universal civilizations did not think too much about it and immediately fired at the World Tree itself. However, most of the attacks were stopped by the World Tree Fleet halfway. Just as the three universal civilizations fleets did this, the Black Star Army and all the other Beyond Grade A organizations also reacted. They immediately started to slack off and moved around to block the attacks of the three universal civilizations. The members of the Beyond Grade A Association also started to move. Some of them deliberately guided the World Tree Fleet to attack the direct troops of the three universal civilizations through various positions, while others activated their AoE fighting style that did not differentiate between friend and foe. They attacked the enemy and the three universal civilizations together, indirectly disrupting the three universal civilizations' formation. Because many of their allies were causing trouble, the coordination of the Galactic Alliance army was disrupted. Their attacks suddenly slowed down, and their advancement became stagnant. They were dragged into the chaotic battle by the Berserk World Tree Fleet and could not withdraw for a while. Damn it! The Pope was furious. He wanted to punch the table, but the remote projection could not touch the real thing. His fist passed through the table. I told you Black Star was prepared. Bruce also had an unfriendly expression. The World Tree's main body struggled frantically, trying to break free from the pivotal snake. However, the waving roots could not touch the pivotal snake's virtual body at all. Although the World Tree was strong, the reason why the pivotal snake was its natural enemy was because of its unresolvable restraint. The will of the Mother Tree did not have the time to care about Xiao, and the mental shock was immediately silenced. It was held up by the pivotal snake and struggled non-stop, like a young girl anxiously grabbing her clothes and not letting anyone strip her naked. An endless stream of machinery poured out from the godly stronghold and fused into the supreme heavenly venerate, causing Han Zhao's body to expand rapidly. His arms could gradually wrap around the trunk as though he was going to uproot the world tree. While the mother tree's will was in chaos, Han Xiao did not hesitate to use his energy to infiltrate the world tree's body and attempt to form a soul connection, dyeing the other party with his own color and turning it into his own shape. To the members of the world tree family, this feeling was akin to having their faith insulted. Countless people charged toward Han Xiao with bloodshot eyes, and batches of them were destroyed midway. Because of Han Zhao's actions, the World Tree Fleet was inevitably thrown into chaos. The Galactic Alliance army naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. The fleet quickly penetrated the defensive perimeter and reached the fourth layer very quickly, suffering an even more intense counterattack. The troops at the front were not far from Han Xiao, and they all provided firepower support to help him intercept the World Tree's troops. Energy beams shot everywhere, detonating a series of battleships on the battlefield. On the other side, seeing that Black Star had successfully arrived beside the World Tree's main body, the commanders in the Strategic Command Center were excited. Good. Black Star has already stepped on the World Tree Civilization's weakness. We'll have to rely on him to destroy the World Tree's main body. We have to protect him and let him focus on dealing with the World Tree. Even at a conservative estimate, our chances of winning are more than 95%. The World Tree has no chance of turning the tables. The officers were excited. The goal of the three universal civilizations in starting this battle was to eliminate the enemy in one fell swoop, hoping to finish everything. Thus, they had gathered most of the forces of the explored universe. Although it could not be said that it was to the extent of win or die trying, if they lost this war, the three universal civilizations would also suffer heavy losses, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, before going out to war, many officers had made a military pledge that they would only win and not lose. However, the officers did not want to lie to themselves. Their confidence came from Black Star and the pivotal snake. If they did not have such a trump card, they would not have dared to say they would definitely win. Seeing that Black Star had killed the tree god, broken through the encirclement, and was uprooting the mother tree, almost single-handedly pushing the battle forward, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They felt that they trusted the right person. As expected, this war was still being carried by Black Star. However, the leaders of the three universal civilizations were not happy at all. Instead, their expressions were solemn, as though they had some concerns. The Pope hesitated for a moment before speaking. Why do I feel like Black Star isn't destroying the main body of the World Tree? Hearing this, the officers were stunned. They suppressed the joy in their hearts and carefully observed Han Zhao's actions toward the World Tree. The more they looked, the stranger they felt. That does seem to be the case. He is not continuing to attack, more like he is subduing the World Tree's main body. Is he trying to control the World Tree P? Everyone was shocked and understood that the situation had become complicated. The officers turned around, and as expected, the expressions of the three leaders became extremely ugly. What a great Black Star! I knew he had other plans. Isn't he afraid of dying from overeating? Lewis was furious. Our worries were right. He used us to defeat the World Tree's troops and create an opportunity for him to subdue the World Tree's main body. We can't let him achieve his goal. The Pope was furious. The World Tree was too powerful. No matter where it landed, it was a threat to the three universal civilizations. The three universal civilizations only wanted to destroy it, and they did not even dare to take the risk of capturing it. Black Star was already an existence beyond the norm, and the three universal civilizations could no longer control him. If Black Star was to obtain the World Tree, he would be a threat to them. It would be equivalent to him obtaining a universal civilization, and he would be able to rival the entire explored universe. In fact, he might even surpass them to a certain extent. It would be enough to shake the foundation of their rule. Although the internal conflicts were temporarily suppressed by the invasion of the enemy, the three universal civilizations did not forget the fear of losing control over the individual strengths. They still had conflicts with Black Star that were difficult to reconcile. Once the war ended, these problems would surface again, so the three of them would not watch the Beyond Grade as control the world tree. Furthermore, the war had been going on for more than 10 years, and the three universal civilizations were the main victims. They had wasted so much time in the war and lost countless resources. Now that they were finally going to reap the fruits of their labor, they naturally did not want to let Han Xiao steal their fruits. We were the ones who mobilized the army to resist the world tree, and we suffered the most losses. However, we created an opportunity for the other in the end. Who can tolerate this? Even if Black Star's contribution was high, they could not allow him. In the eyes of the three of them, Black Star was showing his true intentions. Fighting against the enemy together was just an excuse on the surface. Black Star's real goal was to use the Galactic Society's troops to obtain the World Tree for himself. The three of them actually had some guesses about Han Zhao's selfishness, but it was useless. The war still depended on Black Star, and it was almost certain that they would reach this stage. We can't let Black Star succeed. Then what should we do? Are we going to fire at Black Star? Are you crazy? We haven't even won yet, and you still dare to have internal strife in front of such a powerful enemy? What are you thinking? The officers were agitated and started arguing. Simon made a prompt decision and shouted, "Inform the direct troops of the three universal civilizations to stop providing cover fire to Black Star and attack the World Tree's main body. We must blow it up before Black Star succeeds." They had to stop Han Xiao, but they could not turn against him. Thus, they could only change their tactics temporarily and race Black Star for time to destroy the target. However, everyone knew that the World Tree Fleet would definitely protect the Mother Tree and stop their firepower. Furthermore, it was impossible for Black Star to not be prepared, so he had definitely taken some measures to stop them. It all depends on human effort. This thought flashed through the minds of many of the officers. Their faces were stiff, and their attitudes were not optimistic. The order was quickly passed down. The direct troops of the three universal civilizations did not think too much about it and immediately fired at the World Tree itself. However, most of the attacks were stopped by the World Tree Fleet halfway. Just as the three universal civilizations fleets did this, the Black Star Army and all the other Beyond Grade A organizations also reacted. They immediately started to slack off and moved around to block the attacks of the three universal civilizations. The members of the Beyond Grade A Association also started to move. Some of them deliberately guided the World Tree Fleet to attack the direct troops of the three universal civilizations through various positions, while others activated their AoE fighting style that did not differentiate between friend and foe. They attacked the enemy and the three universal civilizations together, indirectly disrupting the three universal civilizations' formation. Because many of their allies were causing trouble, the coordination of the Galactic Alliance Army was disrupted. Their attacks suddenly slowed down, and their advancement became stagnant. They were dragged into the chaotic battle by the Berserk World Tree Fleet and could not withdraw for a while. Damn it! The Pope was furious. He wanted to punch the table, but the remote projection could not touch the real thing. His fist passed through the table. "I told you Black Star was prepared." Marbruce also had an unfriendly expression. Both parties were aware of their respective goals and were obstructing each other, but on the surface, they still had to pretend to fight together as if all their actions were focused on attacking the World Tree. This situation could be said to be hiding different purposes behind the semblance of the accord. The three leaders did not want to go against the others and affect the war, but they felt that they had no choice. Due to the conflict between the two sides, the Galactic Alliance Army had split into three parties. One was the three universal civilizations' direct troops that wanted to destroy World Tree's main body, and the other was the Beyond Grade A forces who provided cover for Black Star and obstructed the three universal civilizations. The final party was the remaining allied forces who were fighting seriously and were shocked by the chaos on the two sides. They did not know what was going on. Why did the other two suddenly drag each other down? The Galactic Alliance Army was in chaos, but the conflict between the three universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A organizations did not affect Han Zhao's process of subduing the World Tree. Han Zhao's energy continued to seep into the depths of the World Tree's main body. The will of the Mother Tree had already been completely destroyed by the pivotal snake, and there was no way to stop his assault. Amidst the spiritual entanglement, illusions flashed past Han Zhao's eyes, and he saw the history of the world tree's growth. When it was weak, it was worshipped by certain races and was offered all kinds of sacrifices. The will of the mother tree slowly took shape during this process, providing convenience to the races under them while guiding them to expand outward. After completing the accumulation, the world tree then embarked on the bloody path of rising up, becoming a universal predator. One race after another became vassals, and civilizations became food. Gradually, it started to grow, and its abilities became richer and richer. Countless memories appeared before Han Zhao's eyes. In a daze, he seemed to see a small tree sprout growing rapidly, eventually covering the sun and standing on top of the starry sky. Countless wormholes appeared between the tree branches, each leading to a different world. Endless cosmic radiation storms swept past, but it was like a breeze, only able to make the lush leaves sway slightly. Trillions of blessed race and believers were spread out on the roots, worshipping sincerely. This scene gave off a majestic and mysterious feeling. Buzz! Suddenly, Han Zhao's eyes cleared, and he stepped out of the illusion. A new existence had appeared in his senses. It was the world tree that had successfully formed the soul connection. At this moment, the will of the mother tree finally reached its limit, and it was completely devoured by the pivotal snake. The next moment, the world tree's main body stopped struggling and lost any ability to move independently, turning into a dead object. Han Zhao's body trembled, and a stream of information flowed into his mind. It contained the various abilities of the world tree, as well as the control rights. Although the authority of the Tree Kings was high, they were still the subordinates of the world tree, while Han Zhao's authority was above the mother tree and was not under any restrictions. The surging new energy flowed into Han Zhao's body through the soul connection, providing him with a new enhancement, pushing his energy level up. Han Zhao could not help but take a deep breath. His entire body was filled with energy. Just as he was about to take back the pivotal snake, he realized that the pivotal snake did not stop. Instead, it dived into the world tree and merged into it. Han Zhao looked at the interface and saw a new suffix in the name of the world tree. World tree, complete form. Could it be that the pivotal snake was not only a natural enemy, but it could also fuse with the world tree and complete it? Han Zhao was shocked. This ability did not appear on the attribute panel of the pivotal snake. He had only seen it now. Just as the pivotal snake fused into the world tree, Han Zhao noticed a change. He had just formed a soul connection with the world tree, and it was only the shallowest layer. It was still very weak, but at this moment the soul connection was suddenly strengthened, and it became many times stronger. If his previous invasion progress on the world tree was 10%, it was now more than 80%. Could it be that the pivotal snake can help the controller better control the world tree? Han Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, Han Zhao felt the power of the world tree. He could not be more satisfied. The world tree's independent will had been cleared, and it had become a tool without any thoughts. It was completely controlled by him and could be used at ease. Due to the devouring and conversion characteristics, the world tree could be regarded as a growth type of universal treasure. However, he did not need to start from zero because the world tree had already matured. Controlling it was equivalent to gaining the loyalty of the entire world tree civilization. The power of this thing was countless times more terrifying than the inheritance of the underworld that Gila and Aurora had. Cannot blame the three universal civilizations for wanting to destroy my goal. Han Zhao turned to look at the battlefield. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly activated the authority of the World Tree to recall all the World Tree fleets. The World Tree fleet, which had been fighting back fearlessly a second ago, suddenly stopped fighting. Without saying a word, they turned around and flew into the roots, turning back into their information form and entering the Mother Tree world. For a moment, the battlefield was much emptier, and only the Galactic Alliance army was left. Originally, the members of the World Tree were all filled with the desire to fight to the death. However, the moment the will of the Mother Tree disappeared and Han Zhao replaced the control, everyone's hostility disappeared. Just as they were feeling lost, a new mission arrived. They would not disobey the orders of the World Tree and immediately ceased fire and retreated. No matter how tragic the counterattack was, they were just a bunch of puppets. With the owner changed, they have to listen obediently. Seeing this, Han Xiao sighed. However, sympathy was sympathy, and he would not foolishly let the World Tree civilization go free. This was the World Tree's own foundation. Seeing that the enemies had left, the Galactic Alliance army was stunned. They then looked at Han Xiao beside the tree and were overjoyed. We won! We're still alive! Ha 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 ha! I knew I could trust Black Star! Countless soldiers were overjoyed, and the atmosphere of excitement and surprise quickly spread throughout the entire army. Every combat channel was filled with wild cheers, and even many players who had yet to spend all their revivals were affected and cheered along. However, when most of the fleet stopped firing, the direct troops of the three universal civilizations still did not stop firing at the World Tree itself. Without the obstruction of the World Tree fleet, the direct troops of the three universal civilizations had a clear way. This scene immediately caused the cheers to stop, attracting the shocked gazes of countless comrades. Oh, you still haven't given up. Do you want to pretend you know nothing and try to destroy the World Tree one last time while I haven't notified you? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He knew what the three universal civilizations were thinking. He suddenly waved his hand, and a thick psionic barrier surrounded the World Tree to block the attacks of the fleet. At the same time, Han Xiao shouted in the channel, "You can stop the fire. I've controlled the World Tree." After waiting for a few seconds, the Pope's solemn voice suddenly sounded in the channel. "Since that's the case, let's destroy it. It's still a threat to the world. There's no need. I've already subdued the World Tree. It's not enough. Only by destroying it will we be able to completely eliminate the hidden threat. Even if it's you, we won't be at ease. Do you want to cast us aside so soon?" Han Xiao said with a smile that was not a smile. "You're mistaken. We're only doing this to maintain the peace of the galaxy. No one in the galactic society wants to face such a disaster again," the Pope said with a deep voice. Han Xiao shook his head. "Stop it. Don't make the situation too ugly. We just won. Do you want the other allies to see our internal strife?" Before the Pope could reply, Marbruce interrupted. "Black Star, this is the only thing we can't compromise on. You're the one who should stop. You've already made enough contributions. Don't be stubborn. Let go. You're still the universe's hero of the final war. Looks like you won't regret it until things are too late." Han Xiao shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the three leaders and the officers turned grave. They knew that Black Star would not give up so easily, and they were already prepared for a conflict to break out. However, their goal was only to get rid of the World Tree's main body. Although they were suspected of burning the bridge after crossing it, their goal to get rid of the hidden threat could be accepted by others. In their opinion, if Black Star went on a killing spree against them, it would definitely incur the wrath of the masses. The reputation that he had accumulated during the war would immediately collapse, and the allies of the other civilizations present would also stand on their side to resist Black Star together. Thus, despite being nervous, the three of them were not afraid of Black Star fighting back. In fact, they were even looking forward to this development. However, the next moment, the three of them widened their eyes. Han Xiao did not make a move. Instead, he raised his hand and patted the World Tree. The huge World Tree shrank rapidly and turned into a green stream of light that flew into Han Xiao's palm, disappearing in front of everyone. Marbruce and the other two were stunned. The battle with the World Tree fleet previously had given them the impression that the Mother Tree could not move, so they felt that they had the upper hand. Thus, the three of them would rather take the risk of angering Black Star and gather their forces to destroy the World Tree. However, the three of them did not expect Black Star to be able to store the World Tree and do something that the World Tree-blessed race could not. They could not react in time. What was there to destroy now? In fact, Han Xiao could not do this in the beginning. It was all due to the pivotal snake strengthening his soul connection exponentially, crossing many stages. This allowed him to unlock more functions, including putting the World Tree into the Transcendence inner space. Strictly speaking, the inner space was also a type of secondary dimension. It could also allow the World Tree to take root in it. This way, the inner space would receive a huge enhancement and become extremely tough. Furthermore, there was no need to care about the weakness of the enemy targeting the World Tree's main body. It was equivalent to carrying the Mother Tree with him. It was very convenient. Han Xiao had originally planned to use other methods to force the three universal civilizations to stop, but the direct conflict was unavoidable, and it would damage his reputation more or less. However, with this new ability, he changed his plan at the last minute and made the three universal civilizations lose their target. This would save him a lot of effort. Just as the three leaders were at a loss, Han Zhao's remote projection appeared in the strategic command center. "What do the three of you say now?" The faces of Marbruce and the other two flickered. They did not respond. Only when the World Tree's main body was exposed in front of the army would they have a chance. There was no chance now. As for letting Black Star take the initiative to hand it over, the three of them knew it. No matter how arrogant they were, they did not think that they had that much face. "Black Star, you've succeeded. You must be very happy now." Marbruce had a complicated expression on his face. His tone was bitter, and there was a hint of unwillingness and mockery. "Yes, I am indeed very happy. The war has finally ended, and everyone is cheering. Are you not happy about this?" Han Xiao raised his brows. The three of them had solemn expressions. "It would be weird if we were happy. Who knows if we have just left the tiger's den but entered the wolf's den again." Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled and did not continue teasing them. Since he had already taken advantage of them, there was no need for him to pretend to be innocent. There would be plenty of time for him to settle scores in the future. He did not plan to argue with the three of them about what had happened just now. This was not the right time. This time, Han Xiao changed the topic and said, "All right, let's not talk anymore. Let's get down to business. I have a plan, and I hope you guys can cooperate." "What plan?" The three of them were surprised. "We just won. What is Black Star planning?" "Don't leak the news of us defeating the World Tree civilization. This Galactic Alliance army's composition is complicated. It's best to control them for the time being." What are you planning?" Marbruce was confused. Han Xiao smiled and said, "Haven't you guys been trying to find out who leaked the information? I said it was a third party, but you guys just don't believe me. I just happened to obtain the information form warning network technology from the World Tree. I don't have to explain the effects. You guys have already experienced it. This way, you might be able to find traces of a third party. What do you guys think?" The eyes of the trio lit up. Chapter 1442, Further Scheme. The things are still there, but men are no more the same ones. Chapter 1442, Further Scheme. The things are still there, but men are no more the same ones. This proposal was very constructive, and the three leaders immediately took it seriously. After pondering for a while, they quickly came to a conclusion with Han Xiao and told the Strategic Command Center to call back the three universal civilizations' direct troops. Their goal was to destroy the World Tree, not to fall out with Black Star. Although they were not willing to let Han Xiao subdue the World Tree, there was nothing they could do. Marbruce and the others could only suppress the fear in their hearts and wait for a targeted plan to be discussed in the future. In any case, there was nothing they could do now. They could not really start the second round of the war with Black Star. Who wins and who loses was secondary. There was a third party who might still be eyeing them from the dark. Even if they were going to fall out with each other, they should at least wait until they had a direct descendant of the transcendent grade. Wernos was their greatest hope, and he might advance one day. The direct troops of the three universal civilizations stopped firing and silently withdrew from the encirclement. The tension on the battlefield quickly dissipated. The brief confrontation between Han Xiao and the three universal civilizations had stunned the soldiers of the Galactic Alliance army. They realized that the conflict between the two sides had reemerged, and they were extremely nervous. They were afraid that an internal conflict would break out as soon as they won. Seeing that both sides had stopped fighting, countless people heaved a sigh of relief. They only felt that their emotions were in turmoil, and their entire bodies felt a little weak. No matter what kind of conflict there was, the three universal civilizations were the main force in resisting the World Tree, and Black Star was the hero who changed the battle. They were all heroes in the war. They had just joined forces to defeat the foreign enemy, and now they were turning against each other in front of everyone. It was hard to accept. No one wished for their joy to turn into sorrow. However, the World Tree was not destroyed but subdued by Black Star. This reality made many people feel strange. Although Black Star had contributed too much to the war, this last wave made them feel like Black Star was using them to achieve his goal. Of course, there might be a reason for Black Star's actions, but the impression he gave everyone was still rather complicated. However, they did not think too much about it and quickly threw this thought into the back of their minds. The conflict between Black Star and the three universal civilizations was a conflict between the big shots, and it was not their place to worry. At this moment, these frontline combatants only wanted to enjoy the joy of victory and the joy of surviving the calamity. We won! Long live the dynasty! For a moment, the cheers of countless soldiers echoed in the combat channels. The officers did not stop them and allowed their soldiers to vent their emotions. In reality, they were also excited and could not help but celebrate with their subordinates. On the other side, Han Xiao deactivated the Supreme Heavenly Venerate and retracted his troops. He passed through the direct troops of the three universal civilizations that had given up on stopping him and returned to the army formation of the Beyond Grade A organizations. Many Beyond Grade A's immediately surrounded him. That was close. I thought the three universal civilizations were going to act arbitrarily and start a civil war. Sun Hunter wiped his non-existent cold sweat. Kasui casually analyzed, that won't happen. They still have a very good understanding of the situation. We're clearly on Black Star's side, and Black Star has the World Tree Civilization's troops. The three universal civilizations won't dare act recklessly. They know what the outcome will be, and they won't seek their own death. Speaking of which, Your Excellency Black Star took too big of a risk this time. We didn't know about your plans before this. Some of them mumbled softly, and many of the association members looked at Han Xiao with strange looks. These people did not know about this beforehand. Because there were spies from the Superstar Cluster in the association, Han Xiao did not want to leak the news in advance. Therefore, he only told Kasui and his confidants about his plan to subdue the World Tree, and he told the entire association to prevent the three universal civilizations from trying to get the World Tree. Therefore, not long ago, a portion of the association members was still in the dark. Even if they had doubts, they did not confirm it. They could only follow the original plan and work together with their teammates to create obstacles for the direct troops of the three universal civilizations, giving Han Xiao time and creating opportunities. To be honest, if Han Xiao had stated his goal of subduing the World Tree from the start, many Beyond Grade As would not have been willing to help him. They would have been like the three universal civilizations, more inclined to completely destroy the World Tree. After all, the World Tree was quite similar to the underworld, but its power was much higher. Could control an individual's thoughts. Even if Black Star was one of them for the time being, who knew what the future would be like? If one day, Black Star's ambition reached its peak, and he wished to use the World Tree to devour everyone, what would they do? They did not think this was improbable. Killing intent would rise when one held a sharp knife. Black Star had no such thoughts in the past because he did not have the World Tree. Many Beyond Grade As had to consider their own safety and were secretly afraid. Seeing the complicated expressions of many Beyond Grade As, Han Xiao did not mind. He smiled and said, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. I subdued the World Tree because of other considerations. One of my intentions is to make use of the World Tree's power to make the three universal civilizations hesitate and consolidate the safety of our Beyond Grade A association after the war. This way, we can completely make the three universal civilizations give up on suppressing us. Only then can we put down all our worries." Manison nodded slowly and agreed. "This is similar to my original plan. However, we were not strong enough back then, and it was not the right time. My idea was too far ahead. Now that our forces are expanding rapidly through the war, the time is ripe. The strategic significance of the World Tree is actually the same as the virtual mutiny virus, but it is more suitable as a strategic deterrence weapon so that the three universal civilizations will no longer dare to attack us." Manison then gave Han Xiao an appreciative look, as though saying, "We are indeed the same type of people." He was also afraid of Han Xiao's threat after obtaining the World Tree, But if he was in that position, Madison would have made the same choice. The situation now was similar to when he snatched the virtual mutiny virus. However, he had failed and Black Star had succeeded. Upon hearing this, some of the association members could not say anything no matter how unhappy they were. It was mainly because what was done was done. There was no point in objecting. Seeing this, Aurora changed the topic and said with a smile, "We won this war. Everyone, be happy." Hearing this, everyone relaxed and smiled. No matter what, now was the time to enjoy the victory. They still had to give face to the healer. We've finally dealt with this powerful enemy. We can take a break now. Heh! I've been exhausted all these years. Don't wake me up until I've slept for a month. After enduring the tough times, a beautiful tomorrow is waiting for us. The Beyond Grade as were relieved of their burdens and chatted with each other. At this moment, someone thought of something. By the way, Black Star, when do you plan to revive the recently killed Beyond Grade as? In the past year of the war, a few more Beyond Grade as had died in battle. Xiao had yet to revive them, and their names were still on the Soul Comfort Monument. After some time, I still have some things to do, so I can't leave for the time being, especially when it comes to the establishment of a civilization. The timing, location, and people are all in our hands. I've convinced the 3 universal civilizations to temporarily track down a third party. Taking advantage of this buffer time, we'll let our people complete the final preparations for the transformation of the association. When the time comes, everything will be in place. freewenville.com. Xiao replied casually. He took out the technology of the Information Form Warning Network and convinced the 3 universal civilizations to search for a third party. On one hand, he did not want the enemy to continue hiding and benefit from it. On the other hand, he also temporarily shifted the focus of the 3 universal civilizations and bought time for the final stage of preparations for the transformation of the association into a civilization. The 2 plans were carried out side by side, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This way he would be busy, and he had to hurry up. For the time being, he did not have the time to study how to complete the virtual creation. However, when talking about the Sanctum revival, Xiao thought about the problem of the iteration. He had once planned to reveal the information about the Sanctum to the 3 universal civilizations when the time was right, and they would work together to figure out how to survive the iteration. In the past, the time was not ripe, but now that the world tree was in his hands, he truly had the foundation to work together as an equal. This plan could also be officially put on the agenda. If he remembered correctly, there should still be a related mission in his interface. Because of the world tree's alchemy-like material transformation ability, he did not have to bother collecting the materials for the Sanctum key in the future and could create a new key at any time. To him, most of the Sanctums were a backyard that he could enter as he wished, so he was not afraid of the 3 universal civilizations studying the Sanctum together. The other party did not have such a unique condition. This is really the case of overwhelming advantage. Xiao was secretly overjoyed. With the world tree mechanism working together with the Sanctum, the benefits were unimaginable. He inwardly decided that once the situation stabilized after the war, he would show his cards to the 3 universal civilizations and pull them to study the Sanctum together. Rather than letting these people spend their energy on how to deal with them, it would be better to let them figure out how to deal with the problem of iteration, lest they waste resources for internal conflicts. My actions will definitely move the galaxy. Xiao shook his head. For the sake of the peace of the universe, I am really giving it my all. It's not right for me not to receive a few tons of metals. This time, Ames came over with a strange expression. You've made a huge profit this time. The entire galactic society suffered heavy losses in the war, and trillions died in the war. In the end, you became the biggest beneficiary. What do you think? What? Are you trying to wake up my sense of shame? You found the wrong person. Xiao shrugged and said calmly, I ended the war early and saved countless lives. The dead are gone, and the living are still alive. What do I think? I have a clear conscience. Ames spread out her hands. All right, there's nothing wrong with thinking this way. After this war, you will be extremely respected, so you won't be as busy as before, right? How about it? Make some time to accompany me. Xiao was tempted, But at this time, Jadaina suddenly appeared and interrupted. Lord Dragon Emperor, the army commander doesn't have that much free time. Don't keep pestering him. It will only make him troubled. Hearing this, Ames raised her brows and looked over. Jadaina did not back down and glared back. Their gazes met in midair, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Han Xiao felt a wave of killing intent, and his mouth could not help but twitch. He quickly flew to the side, not wanting to be involved in the battle between the two women. The two of them glared at each other. One side was calm and dignified, while the other side was aggressive. There was a clear provocation in their eyes, and neither side backed down. No one cared about Han Xiao running away. Sigh, it's all my fault for being too outstanding. Han Xiao sighed helplessly. He flew to the side alone and thought for a while before taking out the Heart Tree King's spacetime amber. After obtaining the World Tree, Han Xiao had completely understood the mechanisms of the Tree King and the Tree God. He realized that the ancestral Tree King had left him a mess. The Beyonders vestiges were completely burned, the crowns were completely destroyed, and their military strength was greatly depleted. The high-level combatants were almost completely wiped out, and the World Tree civilization had suffered great losses. It would take many years for them to recover. However, Han Xiao did not mind. After all, if he had not beaten the enemy into such a miserable state, he would not have had the chance to subdue the World Tree. However, Han Xiao originally had an idea. If the timing and price were suitable, it was not impossible to sell Wernos a Beyonders vestige in the future. Now, he had no way to give it to Wernos even if he wanted to. Wernos had once again missed the opportunity to advance to the transcendent grade. Han Xiao could only say that it was destiny. Right now, the only undamaged Tree King crown is on the Heart Tree King. This guy has become my only heir. Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. Although the members of the World Tree were brainwashed and loyal, they were not puppets without self-awareness. They had independent thoughts and had their own lives. His entry into the World Tree civilization did not affect these things. In a way that was easy to understand, his control of the World Tree was equivalent to using his own will to replace the will of the Mother Tree. To the World Tree civilization, the two had similar meanings. Therefore, Han Xiao also needed to find someone to manage the World Tree civilization. Due to the waste of the ancestral Tree King, for a very long time, the World Tree would only have one Tree King qualification. The Heart Tree King was the best choice. With this in mind, Han Xiao did not hesitate and unsealed the amber. Pop! The Heart Tree King broke free from the seal and retreated without another word. His body glowed, and he was about to self-destruct. After being trapped in the spacetime amber for so many years, the Heart Tree King had always regretted not being decisive enough. He had told himself countless times that as long as there was a chance to unseal it, he would immediately free himself. However, just as he was about to self-destruct, the mental network of the World Tree connected to him again. The message that came made the Heart Tree King suddenly stop moving, and his expression became extremely shocked. The World Tree civilization. Lost. He quickly received the information in his mental network and finally understood how the war had progressed while he had been sealed for all these years. The Ancestral Tree King, the Secret Tree King, the Fortitude Tree King, and the Subduing Tree King. They all died, along with the Tree King crowns. I became the Tree King that survived in the end. Just like that, the World Tree Army, which was at its peak, was wiped out. His familiar comrades were all wiped out, and even the entire civilization belonged to someone else. They had a new master. After more than 10 years, everything had changed. For a moment, the Heart Tree King was stunned on the spot. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. Han Xiao did not interfere with the Heart Tree King's acceptance of reality. I'm sure you already understand why I let you out. I need you to help me manage the World Tree civilization. It might not be a bad thing for you. As long as you do a good job, you will be the only Tree King for a long period of time. I will not interfere too much with your management. You will only be below me and above all others. The Heart Tree King looked at Han Xiao with a complicated expression. He did not expect that the moment he woke up, the culprit who had sealed him back then would become his boss. Due to the mind control of the World Tree, The Heart Tree King could not show any hostility toward Han Xiao. I understand. As you wish. The Heart Tree King sighed and lowered his head to agree. He had no right to refuse. Han Xiao nodded and clapped his hands. The Heart Tree King turned into a green stream of light and entered his body, returning to the Mother Tree world. After doing this, Han Xiao looked back at the excited crowd and smiled. He did not participate but changed into king and disappeared. Chapter 1443, New Situation and Relief. Chapter 1443, New Situation and Relief. While the Galactic Alliance army was celebrating, the upper echelons of the Superstar Cluster Alliance were discussing the short confrontation between Han Xiao and the three universal civilizations, which gave them some excitement. External pressure was the adhesive for internal cracks. Now that the adhesive is gone, the rift between Black Star and the three universal civilizations will only grow larger. The conflict will happen sooner or later. However, unlike back then, the beyond grade A organizations are now like the sun in the sky, and they have also obtained the inheritance of the World Tree. The three universal civilizations can no longer restrain them. The leader of the Star Arc knocked on the table. The upper echelons of the Superstar Cluster felt the same. They were gloating yet, at the same time, a little worried. The Galactic Society might have won the war, but all the real benefits fell into Black Star's hands. Although the war has ended, it is only the beginning of the reshuffling of the galactic structure. The new structure will be formed in the chaos. A character like Black Star will not miss this opportunity. He has the reputation of a war hero, and the three universal civilizations cannot stop him at all. This will be the trend. Now that Black Star has the World Tree, his organization will rapidly expand. He doesn't even need to form an alliance with us, and he can fight on par with the three universal civilizations. Will he still value our agreement? It should still be the case. The World Tree has suffered a huge loss, and Black Star might not be willing to turn hostile in the short term. It's definitely better to pull in external help than to do it alone. Furthermore, from his past actions, Black Star actually does not have the ambition to steal the ruling rights, nor does he have the intention to unite the entire galaxy under him. Of course, the hearts of people are hard to predict, and this judgment might not be correct. Can only be used as a reference. On the other hand, the three universal civilizations have also suffered a huge loss, and they don't want to fall out with Black Star. I feel a little pessimistic. If there are no new external conflicts, Black Star and the three universal civilizations might have a battle in the future. From the perspective of the entire galactic society, we defeated the World Tree and obtained the spoils of war. This is our strongest period in history, but internal conflicts cannot be resolved. Are we going to die by our own strength? Don't talk nonsense. The three universal civilizations aren't really headstrong. As long as Black Star doesn't have the intention to rule alone, the three universal civilizations will still give up their opposition under the threat of absolute strategic deterrence and accept Black Star as a member of the ruling circle. Having two supreme factions might be the new normal in the future. They carefully analyzed the possibilities of the future. The leader of the Star Arc listened for a while and said, "Under such circumstances, we should find a new way to deal with ourselves. The original agreement was for us to work together with Black Star to fight against the three universal civilizations, but things are different now. The three universal civilizations need to rope us in to fight Black Star. It's not suitable for us to side with Black Star." You mean to cooperate with the three universal civilizations? Of course not. What I mean is that we have to work together with both sides. The three universal civilizations will fight Black Star, and we will be a huge bargaining chip. The three universal civilizations won't treat us the way they did in the past, so the suppression will naturally be nullified. The tables have turned, and they will lower their heads and beg us to work together. This time, we can really use the proper way to obtain a chance to develop freely. Maybe the three universal civilizations still wish for us to become stronger. However, we have to make the situation into a new balance, so we can't easily side with either. Only competition can bring benefits. Monopolizing or dictatorship is not possible. That's true. Not to mention the three universal civilizations, Black Star is also a dangerous individual who represents individualism. If he ascends, he will definitely give the supers more privileges, which will allow him to lead the galactic society. He might not even be as good as the 3 universal civilizations. Furthermore, he has the world tree, so he's also a time bomb. Suddenly, someone sighed and muttered, "Black Star, oh Black Star. Such a person is really too difficult to deal with. He's always seeking greater benefits and never relaxes. He's really someone who does big things." If the person leading the Beyond grade as was not the way he is, the 3 universal civilizations might have suppressed them long ago. How could they have developed to this stage? Hearing this, everyone sighed. The image that Black Star had left for them was strong and ruthless, able to seize every opportunity to expand. Even if they did not consider his individual strength, they were still afraid of such a person. They could trust each other when they were teammates, but turning back into competitors was torture. The news of the Galactic Alliance army defeating the World Tree civilization was temporarily locked down by the 3 universal civilizations and Xiao. They controlled the quantum network base station to filter out any information that might leak. Since they were worried that it would be difficult to control the troops once they were disbanded, the victorious Galactic Alliance army temporarily stayed in the secondary dimension to recuperate. Regarding this order, the various troops were still rather cooperative, but they could not stay on standby all the time. Thus, the plan to find the third-party infiltrator required to be performed as quickly as possible. The players were not restricted at all. The Galactic Alliance army ending the war and Black Star subduing the World Tree incident had already been recorded in Galaxy Chronicles and was extremely popular. Xiao's heroic act of uprooting the World Tree spread across all the forums. Although many players could not help but complain that they had watched another round of CG, they were still very happy to be able to participate in such a large event. However, the players were only active on the forums, and the news that was occasionally spread through the communicator had been intercepted. Therefore, the Galactic Society was completely unaware of the Galactic Alliance Army's victory. The situation that countless galactic residents were aware of was the moment when the World Tree evacuated the invaders. They were still uncertain about this, and there were many different opinions online. As for the Star Alliance spies who could only gather intelligence from the public network, they naturally did not know about the World Tree Civilization's defeat. They were still patiently waiting for the World Tree Civilization's big move, completely unaware of the impending disaster. In the central galaxy, somewhere in the desolate universe belt, the secret base of the Star Alliance lurkers. I wonder what the World Tree is planning. It's been a long time since there's been any movement. I see that the Galactic Alliance army is gathering in the central galaxy. The World Tree civilization is probably going to attack the central galaxy. Fruinovel.com. By the way, we are also in the central galaxy. Will we be affected? Should we evacuate? Inside the base, a group of observers gathered together and whispered. The observer captain was a little hesitant and said, "The probability of the desolate universe belt being targeted by the World Tree is very low. No one has visited this place for many years, so it should be safe. However, the World Tree might also send people to infiltrate and build some strongholds. That way, we will also have the risk of being discovered by others. If we act rashly, we might get exposed. Other places might be more dangerous. Let's stay," one of the team members suggested. "All right then. If our base is really discovered, we'll start the self-destruct sequence and sacrifice ourselves." The observer captain's tone became solemn. These observers who had infiltrated the territories of the 3 universal civilizations were all carefully selected death warriors. In order to prevent any information leak about the Star Alliance if they got captured, they had long been prepared to commit suicide. The self-destruct device they buried was enough to blow up the entire planet and erase all traces. You guys continue to pay attention to the news. I'll go sort out the intelligence for this week and send it to my hometown in a few days. The observer captain stood up and was about to leave the room. Ding! However, all of a sudden, everyone's movements froze, as if time had stopped. A certain area in the room rippled, and Xiao walked out. It's the lorries. It's exactly the same as the visions given in the Explorer. Looks like I found the right one. Xiao looked at the observer captain, and his eyes sparkled. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, after he returned to the main universe, He directly consumed the materials and used the virtual world to create a temporary information form warning network. He quickly completed the installation and set the parameters before activating it. If he had not used that, he would still have been left in the dark. Once he used it, he received a shock. The information state alert network gave him a lot of abnormal signals. He had the impression that the entire explored universe was like a sieve being spied on by countless enemies, and he was shocked. After some adjustments, he finally understood that this technology was used in a normal civilization, and it was very easy to churn out false reports. Since the World Tree civilization existed as a single entity, there was no such problem. This was the difference in technology. The World Tree Special Express was a perfect match for this information form warning network. Although the three universal civilizations did not have such mobility, the multidimensional sky opening transportation device could be used as a replacement, so Xiao did not waste too much time traveling. After some selection and adjustments, he removed most of the false reports and confirmed some real external signals, most of which were from secondary dimension life forms. Xiao visited a few signal areas and only now arrived at the base of the Star Alliance's infiltrators. He immediately confirmed that this was the real mastermind. The process was much smoother than he had expected. He had controlled the entire base and all the enemies before he even appeared. "Let me see your background." Xiao's eyes lit up, and the shadow of the World Tree appeared behind him. As the World Tree merged into the space, it was stained with Xiao's energy, and the entire tree turned into a bright blue electric arc. A few translucent roots shot out like electric whips and penetrated everyone's chests. The next moment, the figures of these observers turned illusory at a speed visible to the naked eye, and waves of energy entered Xiao's body through the roots. With the World Tree in his hands, Xiao had no intention of interrogating these people. As long as he could turn these spies into members of the World Tree, he would be able to obtain all the intelligence from their memories and turn them into guides, imitating the methods of the World Tree. Not long after, these Star Alliance observers fused into the roots. Xiao snapped his fingers, and a few roots arched their bodies like snakes. With a puff, they spewed out a large number of lightning sparks, reforming their bodies. Xiao narrowed his eyes and received the memories of these people. There was a lot of information about the Star Alliance inside. So that's what happened. The Star Alliance has been hiding for many years. This civilization doesn't seem to be that strong. Xiao pondered. The third party had already been found, but they still had to discuss with the three universal civilizations how to deal with it. They had to see if they could destroy the Star Alliance or merge them into the explored universe. After all, although the Star Alliance was not strong, they had reached the standard of a universal civilization. The three universal civilizations had already suffered heavy losses, and they still had to consider the cost of starting another war. The three universal civilizations had been the targets of the invasion before, but now that they had the chance, they definitely did not mind changing their roles seamlessly and turning into the invaders. After all, the Star Alliance was the one who had plotted against them, so they could not be considered innocent. The damage caused by the World Tree's full invasion could naturally be blamed on the Star Alliance. Xiao withdrew his thoughts and sized up a Planetary Alliance spy. Continue hiding and maintain contact with the Star Alliance. Don't do anything without my orders. Understood. We will do our best to help you steal the intelligence of the Star Alliance. Many of the lurkers turned into fanatics. With the World Tree mechanism, who would believe that the user is not a villain? Seeing how passionate these former Star Alliance loyalists were about dealing with the Star Alliance, Xiao felt strange. He shook his head and disappeared. Not long after, in the joint office of the three universal civilizations, Xiao brought the news of the third party being captured. You're right. There really is a third party interfering, and they've been hiding for so long. If not for the information form warning network, we wouldn't have found them. As Bruce and the other two looked at the information that Xiao had brought, their expressions kept changing. Sometimes they were angry and sometimes they were glad. With the evidence before them, they basically believed that the mole was not from the superstar cluster or any other ally. After browsing through the information of the Star Alliance, the three of them discussed for a while and came to a consensus. The Star Alliance is very far away from us, But once we obtain the spatial coordinates, we can use the multidimensional sky opening transportation device to send our troops over, just like how the World Tree Civilization was dealing with us. Therefore, we have the initiative. We are inclined to destroy the Star Alliance and take it as our vassal. However, we should hold back for now. We have just experienced war, and we still need some time to recuperate. Han Xiao raised his brows. How long are you planning to rest? Louis pondered and said, It depends on the situation. However, time is on our side. Although the news of defeating the World Tree Civilization can't be sealed forever, you have already controlled the spies of the Star Alliance. You can make use of them to send fake intelligence and fabricate the battle situation, making the Star Alliance think that we are still fighting the World Tree Civilization. The prerequisite is that the Star Alliance does not have any other methods to monitor the Galactic Society. Han Xiao paused for a moment and spread out his hands. However, with the Information Form Warning Network, this possibility can be eliminated. In any case, try not to alert the enemy, Marbruce said with a deep voice. Han Xiao nodded and suddenly commented, The Association and I will not accompany you in the battle of invading the Star Alliance. You can deal with them yourselves. I'm only responsible for these spies. The eyes of the three of them flashed, but they did not say anything immediately. They quickly analyzed the situation in their minds and felt that there were pros and cons. In this World Tree War, the three universal civilizations did not gain anything in the first place. The World Tree Civilization had been taken away by Black Star, and they did not even have the slightest bit of technology or resources. If they could swallow the Star Alliance, they would be able to reap some benefits. Since Black Star was not participating in the battle, he would not share the spoils of war. Han Xiao had the World Tree, and he was the best at snatching resources. The three of them had to be wary of him. Without the help of the Beyond Grade A Association, the war would be a little more troublesome. However, the three universal civilizations were not to be trifled with. They could not defeat the World Tree, but the same could not be said for the Star Alliance. However, the three of them were worried that Black Star or the Superstar Cluster would try to assassinate them while they were at war with the Star Alliance. It was very risky. Who knew if Black Star had such plans? For a moment, the three of them were caught in a dilemma and did not know if this was a trap. Han Xiao glanced at them and guessed their thoughts. He pursed his lips. He had only helped the three universal civilizations because he had been thinking about the calamities in his previous life and wanted to resist the World Tree. Do you still expect me to help the three universal civilizations expand their territory? It's already good enough that I didn't replace you. Be content, little brother. Now that the threat was finally resolved, the Galactic Society could enjoy many years of peace. Han Xiao was satisfied. Ever since his arrival, the World Tree had been the sword of Damocles in Han Xiao's eyes. It was the biggest psychological shadow and the source of his anxiety. For a very long time, he could only keep this secret alone and work hard to get rid of it. He did not dare relax, and the pressure was difficult to speak of to others. After persevering for more than 100 years, he had finally removed the threat of the Galactic Society. He no longer had to worry about the safety of his friends. He was relieved and wanted to retire and truly relax for some time. Chapter 1444 Abyss of Misery. Chapter 1444 Abyss of Misery. The three universal civilizations were finally relieved after the Star Alliance's infiltrators were captured. They quickly returned to the fleet and no longer blocked the news. Very soon, the explosive news of the Galactic Alliance army destroying the World Tree Civilization spread throughout the entire Galactic Society in the shortest time possible. Countless galactic residents on the refugee planets were shocked. Not long ago, we were still in a passive state, enduring the full invasion of the enemy. Our future was filled with pessimism, and we were in a constant state of panic. However, before we were even mentally prepared, the tables turned in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, they told us that the war had ended, and everyone was safe. Brother, we just woke up. We haven't even brushed our teeth. The galactic residents were stunned. However, as the official media of the three universal civilizations revealed the entire process of the war and confirmed that this was not a rumor, the entire Galactic Society finally recovered from the shock and only felt endless joy. Under the shadow of the World Tree Civilization, the entire galactic society had been forced to change its way of operation, disrupting everyone's lives. Countless people turned from free and casual galactic residents into refugees avoiding the flames of war. The wartime policies had tightened the resource supply and livelihood rights of the people, and the difference was huge. This change had lasted for almost 20 years. From the perspective of a civilization or a high-level super, 20 years was just a short time. It was just a small wave in the river of time, but to ordinary galactic residents, this was almost a generation. Any change in the era would be amplified on the individual. In the past, the three universal civilizations and the World Tree civilization were in a stalemate, and no one could see the bright future of the war. Countless galactic residents pessimistically thought that this kind of life would continue forever, and tomorrow would not be any better. At least 2 or 3 more generations would have to suffer in the flames of war. However, at this moment, the light of dawn tore through the dense fog and shone into everyone's lives. This beam of light came from the countless soldiers who had sacrificed themselves at the front line, from Black Star, who had single-handedly turned the situation around. On the 17th of April, year 799 of the galaxy calendar, different races on countless planets were cheering in different languages. Countless galactic residents called this day the turning point of time, representing the end of the war and the destruction of the World Tree. As the victors, the three universal civilizations received the praise of the entire galactic society. In the promotion, the three universal civilizations did not cover up Black Star's achievements. Before the war broke out, he had been maintaining internal checks and balances to reduce internal conflicts. In the early stages of the war, he had led a group of beyond grade as to defend against the foreign enemies without any hesitation, and he had also personally taken the risk to gather crucial intelligence about the World Tree. During the preparation stage, he had been training the seeds of potential and nurtured a new batch of beyond grade as one man stood alone in the shallow layer dimension, preventing the World Tree civilization from advancing and forcing them to give up the battlefront that was the most dangerous to the three universal civilizations. He had found the World Tree's main body first, forcing the World Tree to give up the invasion, and single-handedly lifted the curtains of the final battle, turning the long-term war into the final battle. With so many achievements, Black Star's glory in the war could not be concealed at all. His presence was extremely strong, and countless galactic residents recounted Black Star's contributions in detail. The reverence that gushed out from their hearts was like a warm current that warmed the hearts, and it was like an uncontrollable soul trembling, penetrating every bone and nerve. Although this was a little unfair to the normal soldiers who had sacrificed themselves at the front line, after seeing Black Star's deeds from start to finish, many galactic residents felt that the pace of the entire war was controlled by Black Star. He adjusted the general direction of the war, and the Galactic Alliance army was more like a tool that only carried out his will. Because of the huge contributions, Black Star became the recognized chief war hero of the Galactic Society. His reputation skyrocketed, exceeding all the previous records. He was truly like the sun in the sky, gaining the respect of the entire Galactic Society and receiving fanatical support. As for the Beyond Grade, as they also received a large amount of reputation and received countless praises. This was especially so for the sacrificed victims on the Soul Comfort Monument, who received more respect and became more popular. Before the World Tree War broke out, Beyond Grade as were regarded as the privileged class of the Galactic Society, and they had been hated by many galactic residents. However, these Beyond Grade as fought a bloody battle and protected their safety, and the galactic residents were sincerely grateful. Due to the wartime policies, most of the population of the various star fields had been concentrated on different planets. Now that the flames of war had been extinguished, the three universal civilizations had also begun to relocate batches of refugees, slowly leaving the wartime state and returning to normal society. Central Galaxy, Planet Aquamarine. In the huge open-air landing field, teams of spaceships with the Black Star Army insignia were parked neatly. The doors of the spaceships opened, and the people of Planet Aquamarine lined up in a long line. Following the orders of the Army members, they stepped onto the starships that were returning home one after another. The constant fear and anxiety made everyone look haggard and tired, but it could not hide the smiles and relaxation on their faces. They were full of hope for a beautiful tomorrow. In the office of the government building, the white-haired and wrinkly Bennett stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked down at the dense crowd in the square and saw the tired and excited expressions of the planet Aquamarine citizens. Only time can heal the wounds of war. As he spoke, Bennett turned around and looked at the statue of Black Star, which was the city's landmark, with a gratified look in his eyes. Black Star, you really did it. I knew I could always trust you. Bennett smiled as though he was relieved of a burden. He was already indifferent to many things, but he was still proud of having an old friend like Black Star. At the same time, in the floating dragon island above this planet, a spaceship slowly entered the dock, and the hatch slowly opened. Harrison walked out of the spaceship and stepped onto the platform. His eyes immediately locked onto Jenny, who was waiting for him. As their gazes met, everything around them seemed to turn into nothingness. They only had each other in their eyes, as if a lifetime had passed since they met. Harrison strode forward and kissed Jenny's shiny forehead before pulling her into his arms. Jenny only struggled for a moment before hugging Harrison's back and whispering, "You still know to come back?" "Sorry, I had a reason to leave." All right, I'm not blaming you." Jenny interrupted him and said, "I'm just thanking Black Star. If he had not found the World Tree's main body and completed what you wanted to do, you would never have returned." "Indeed." Harrison released Jenny and scratched his head in embarrassment. Jenny glared at him and said, "Speaking of which, you've also reached the top in a single step. Now that you've got me, you're in-laws with Black Star. Although I don't get along with Black Star, I can't deny that he's already standing at the top of the universe. With him as your backer, you can do whatever you want in the future." Harrison was a little embarrassed. Jenny snorted, lowered her head, and touched her lower abdomen. Then, she raised her fist and pretended to be fierce. "You have to treat me better in the future, okay? Otherwise, my sister and my brother-in-law will find you and beat you up. See if you can take it." Harrison shuddered. Although he was not dating Jenny because of her identity, he could not help but break out in cold sweat at the thought of the two gods in Jenny's family. Harrison felt that the more he talked about this, the more dangerous it became. He quickly changed the topic, coughed, and asked, "I'll be staying on Floating Dragon Island from now on." However, Jenny rejected it and shook her head. "There's no need to stay on Floating Dragon Island. I plan to resign from the chief supervisor position of the Floating Dragon." Harrison was shocked. "What's the matter? I've worked overtime for so many years, and I'm already tired. Ames won't manage it, and I was worried before. Now that she's together with Black Star, she doesn't need my help anymore." Jenny's tone was complicated. She was still dissatisfied with Han Xiao, who snatched her sister away, but it was not her turn to object. As she spoke, Jenny paused for a moment, looked directly at Harrison, and said in a soft and shy tone, "Plus, I know that you like to explore. I hope that you and I will be happy together. I can't stop you from pursuing your hobbies just because we're together. So, can you take me out to explore in the future?" Harrison was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. "You're so good to me." He looked at Jenny's face, and his heart palpitated. He could not help but slowly move closer to her. Jenny's face turned red, and she slowly closed her eyes. Just as the two of them were about to touch each other, a deliberate cough sounded beside them. Ahem! Like a sudden clap of thunder, the ambiguous atmosphere was instantly broken. The two of them snapped out of it as if they had just woken up from a dream. Both their faces turned red, and they quickly looked in the direction of the sound. Aesop had appeared beside them at some point in time, and his eyes were on them. "When did you arrive? You're already so old. Don't you know not to disturb others?" Jenny was furious and embarrassed, so she fired first. Aesop could not be bothered with her. He walked over to Harrison, sized him up, and smiled. He patted Harrison's shoulder with great force, feeling extremely gratified. "Good lad, you're much more reliable than that bastard Black Star." Harrison, however, knew Aesop. He smiled bitterly and said, "Don't make fun of me. How can I be compared to Lord Black Star? Hey, why can't you compete?" At least in terms of reproduction, you've already beaten him by one step. If he had half your skills, I would have gotten a grandson a long time ago. Black Star is clearly a greenhorn himself, but he still acts like he's very strong. I wanted to impart him some experience out of kindness, but he actually shunned me. Aesop was furious when he said this. Harrison did not know what to say, so he said helplessly, "Stop fooling around. Black Star is someone who does big things. Why would he waste his energy on such a small matter?" Small matter? Jenny's ears twitched and she caught the keyword. "Oh no, that's not what I meant. Before Harrison could finish, Aesop grabbed his neck and pulled him down. "I think you're much more pleasing to the eye than Black Star. Let's go, I'll teach you a few moves. I guarantee that you'll be able to subdue Jenny. Get out of here. Don't disgust me." Jenny gave Aesop a kick and dragged Harrison away. In the unexplored universe, Star Alliance capital. In the office, the leader of the Lore civilization and the other leaders of the Star Alliance gathered together. A virtual screen was suspended in front of each of them, showing the same information. "The observer team has sent this period's battle report. Have you all read it?" The leader of the Star Alliance looked at everyone and asked. Savines nodded and said with a smile, "I finished reading it right away. It seems like the three universal civilizations won't be able to hold on under our influence." Hearing this, many people smiled. The leader of the Star Alliance smiled and lowered his head to read the information. thwart.com. The World Tree Army attacked the central galaxy and focused on destroying the refugee planets, causing all the refugees on the 1,783 planets to be sacrificed. The civilian casualties are estimated to be between 15 trillion and 25 trillion. The Federation of Light's mother planet was attacked by a large force of the World Tree, and the defense forces managed to repel the invaders. However, the mother planet was severely damaged. Although the upper echelons were unharmed, many of the middle-ranked officials and important people died. The Galactic Alliance Army and the World Tree invaders fought a battle at Silver Arm but were ambushed. 8 beyond grade as died on the spot. Due to the disadvantage of the battle and the suspicion of being spies, the Superstar Cluster Alliance carried out the evacuation plan and did not want to participate in the battle. The three universal civilizations strongly opposed it, causing internal unrest in the Galactic Alliance Army. It seems like they have broken up. Although he had already read it once, after listening to the leader of the Star Alliance read it, he could not help but smile with joy, his heart filled with the joy of revenge. Finally, the leader of the Star Alliance read through the intense battle that Xiao had made up. He paused for a moment and said with a relaxed tone, "It can be seen that the battle between the three universal civilizations and the World Tree civilization is extremely tragic. Furthermore, the Superstar Cluster Alliance was plotted against by us and was mistaken as a traitor who leaked the information. With both internal and external threats, the three universal civilizations will definitely lose if this continues." As soon as he said that, many of the people present smiled gloatingly. Some of the Star Alliance members who did not support the plan were silent. After reading this report, everyone came to a conclusion. The three universal civilizations were definitely living in the depths of hell and were heading to their end. This was a sure win. Chapter 1445, Establishment of the Super's Holy Land. Chapter 1445, Establishment of the Super's Holy Land. Somewhere in the explored universe, the Avengers fleet was slowly moving. Inside the cabin, Pangan and the others were watching the news of the three universal civilizations' victory on the virtual screen. Looking at the countless galactic races in the image, the beyond grade as present had complicated expressions. Humph, the three universal civilizations became the winners, and the Galactic Society escaped the calamity. Pangan, are you satisfied now? A beyond grade as stood with his arms crossed, his tone dissatisfied. Pangan was expressionless. There's nothing to be happy about. Is that so? But why do I feel like you don't mean what you say? Don't forget what our goal is. To be honest, if you have given up on revenge, you'd better disband early, another person said coldly. This group of people had been planning to take revenge on the three universal civilizations, and the Galactic Society was celebrating their victory. Of course, they could not be happy. They only felt frustrated. Facing Pangan, who did not have a firm stand, everyone naturally did not have a good expression. Pangan remained unmoved and said calmly, "If you have the time to talk nonsense, you might as well think about our next move. You still have the face to say that? This war was clearly a very good opportunity for revenge. If not for you not allowing us to cause trouble, we would have long. We were beaten to death by Black Star long ago." Pangan cut him off and slowly said, "Judging from the current situation, the conclusion is that even if we had caused trouble, we wouldn't have been able to change the outcome of the three universal civilizations' victory. This is because the key factor that determined the war wouldn't have been affected by us at all. Therefore, if we had taken advantage of the war, the outcome now would have been our annihilation. You all should be glad that I saved our lives." Hearing this, everyone was frustrated. Every time they talked about this topic, Pangan would use similar reasons to convince them, and it was not easy to refute. Right at this moment, Pangan suddenly changed the topic and said, "Don't you guys think that this new internal conflict is the best environment for us to develop? The reason why I didn't agree to create trouble in the war is because of this. If the three universal civilizations lose, we won't have to do anything. But since they won, they will form a new balance with the Beyond Grade A Association and the Superstar Cluster Alliance, and we will have more room to maneuver. That's why I've always emphasized that we have to have the foresight to foresee the changes in the future. We can't just look for a chance." Pangan spoke calmly. Everyone had strange expressions. Freebnovel.com. This sentence sounded right, but coming from a pugilist, it felt weird. After taking one last look at the galactic refugees on the news, Pangan turned around and left the room. When he turned around, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly but then disappeared. He said calmly, "Stop looking. Let's go. Their joy has nothing to do with us." The migration of refugees from the various star fields was going on like wildfire, but one day, explosive news once again caused a huge shock in the galactic society. On this day, the Beyond Grade A Association officially announced the establishment of a civilization regime called the Super's Holy Land. The Civil Nature Association was promoted to be the Civilization's Elders Association. All the Beyond Grade as in the association were members of the Elders Association, and some of them with Black Star as the leader were the main decision-makers. The nature of the civilization was the nation of immigrants that was common in the galactic society. It expressed that it would publicly accept all supers with good credibility as citizens of the Super's Holy Land, regardless of race. Its slogan was, "Building a resplendent nation exclusively for supers." The Beyond Grade as were the leaders of the supers, and like the wind vane, it was enough to guide a portion of the supers to join the alliance. Furthermore, Black Star, the only transcendent, had even more appeal to the supers. Of course, there were more substantial benefits. As long as one became a citizen of the Super's Holy Land, they could obtain the super knowledge of the various classes through official channels and apply for customized training programs to help raise their level. In addition, official citizens could also choose to enjoy the protection of the underworld. If they were unlucky and died of old age, they could choose to continue living as hero spirits. If they advanced to Beyond Grade A, they could directly enter the Elders Association and enjoy the Sanctum Revival for free. Other than that, there were also various detailed rules and regulations, as well as terms of civil rights. They were jointly created by the professionals of the various Beyond Grade A organizations, and they referenced the systems of many galactic civilizations and made adaptive changes. The location of the Super's Holy Land was in the Flickering World, occupying almost half of the territory. There were also some star clusters that had yet to be explored, located at the outermost edge of the explored universe. However, this was not the only territory. The desolate universe belt outside the Flickering World border was also included in the Super's Holy Land's territory. The World Tree's regurgitation mechanism had to be mentioned here. Could transform countless planets, and the barren area could also be transformed into a prosperous star field. Therefore, the Super's Holy Land could be said to have obtained a territory that could continuously expand outward and was not restricted. The first batch of citizens was from the various Beyond Grade A races or civilizations under their jurisdiction. They were currently migrating over, and the members of the various Beyond Grade A organizations were the first to enjoy the benefits. As long as they were willing, they could obtain the identity of a Super's Holy Land citizen. If they were not willing, they would not be forced. These people built the framework of the Super's Holy Land. This was clearly taking advantage of the entire universe, and any civilization would face the risk of losing their supers. However, the three universal civilizations did not stand out to oppose it. Instead, they sent a congratulatory message, congratulating the establishment of the Super's Holy Land in the name of the Galaxy Central Civilization Court and accepting the Super's Holy Land as a new member of the Civilization Council. Both sides had reached an agreement a long time ago. The Beyond Grade A Association would obtain the status of civilization after the war. The three universal civilizations had already contacted Han Xiao during this period of time, and even if they were unwilling, they had no choice but to fulfill the agreement. Among them, half of the flickering world and many Beyond Grade A races had successfully migrated, which was all the benefits that Han Xiao had obtained. The three universal civilizations had many concerns, but they still agreed. Before the joy of winning the war faded, the galactic residents had a new topic. The birth of the Super's Holy Land attracted the heated discussion of the entire galactic society. Although many galactic residents had guessed that the Beyond Grade A Association would make a big move after the battle, due to the lack of information, they had not expected the Beyond Grade A Association to make a move so quickly. Not only the ordinary people, but the entire superclass was shocked. The attraction of the Super's Holy Land to the superclasses far exceeded that of any civilization. Just the benefits of the underworld and the sanctum revival alone were enough to move countless people. In addition, there was also free public knowledge and free training. After enjoying the taste of superpowers, it was basically impossible for them to be satisfied with the current situation. Most supers had the ambition to improve their own level. The treatment of the Super's Holy Land was enviable, and they did not have obligations like when joining a Beyond Grade A organization. Although the supers had special privileges in the galactic society, they also had all kinds of concerns. Under the tacit understanding of the advanced civilizations, many low and middle-grade supers had to sell their lives for all kinds of resources and knowledge. This was one of the ways for the advanced civilizations to maintain the balance so that the supers would not become unstable factors of galactic society. Now that the Super's Holy Land had shouted the slogan of "Building the Holy Land of Supers," it caused a huge commotion. The supers no longer hesitated and immediately joined the alliance. Before the World Tree War, they might have been afraid of the authority of the three universal civilizations, afraid that they would no longer be able to live in the galactic society. Just like how the three universal civilizations had suppressed the Beyond Grade A Association back then, many people did not dare join the Beyond Grade A organizations. Now that the political position of the Beyond Grade A Super's Holy Land had been recognized, Black Star was no longer the ordinary Beyond Grade A Super. Everyone could see that the Super's Holy Land and the three universal civilizations had reached the same level, and it was impossible for the same thing to happen again. Therefore, many supers no longer had any concerns. Even if the Galactic Society banned them, they could just live in the Super's Holy Land in the future. What was there to be afraid of? At the border of the flickering world, Han Xiao was floating in the desolate universe belt, and the power of the world tree was flickering with electric arcs all over his body. Facing the dark space, he waved his hands rhythmically, as if he was playing a symphony. Under his command, roots tore through space and slowly took root. At the same time, the ends of the roots seemed to spout bubbles as they scattered the transformed planets in the galaxy to expand the territory of the Super's Holy Land. Behind him, a group of Beyond Grade as were watching the scene of changing stars with shock. No matter how many times they watched this scene, they were still shocked and awed. After a while, Han Xiao finally finished modifying this area. He retrieved the power of the world tree, turned around, and flew in front of everyone. Maintain this large territory for now. It should be enough. As long as you're happy. Everyone had mixed feelings and did not know what to say. Han Xiao turned to look at Aurora and asked, "What does the Galactic Society think of the Super's Holy Land?" About 120 billion supers have applied to become a Super's Holy Land citizen, and this number is still rising rapidly, Aurora said. It's a little small, but it's just the beginning. Many people are still hesitating. When we completely stabilize, the population will skyrocket. Han Xiao nodded casually. During this period of time, he had been going everywhere, meeting with the leaders of the various organizations, reaching a consensus and finally establishing the Super's Holy Land. Establishing a civilization was very cumbersome, and all kinds of structures needed to be perfected. However, Han Xiao only needed to control the general direction and simple diplomacy. The details were filled in by the professional subordinates of the various beyond grade A organizations. Because of the general trend, even the three universal civilizations did not make things difficult for him anymore. The creation of the Super's Holy Land was even smoother than Han Xiao had expected. From now on, the beyond grade as were officially united, and they would be able to move around in the universe under the banner of the Super's Holy Land. The structure of the Galactic Society had truly become three-way. Han Xiao had fulfilled his promise to the Beyond Grade A Association. Many Beyond Grade As became the upper echelons of the Elders Association in the Super's Holy Land. Among them, Aurora was promoted to be Han Xiao's assistant and replaced Kasui's position. This personnel change received everyone's approval. In the entire Beyond Grade A group, only Aurora could convince the masses. This was also Kasui's intention. He had originally planned to explore the unknown universe after the battle, and Han Xiao had also changed his position according to his request. Because Oathkeeper was traveling with Kasui, the Holy Accord was also empty, so Han Xiao made Baiger the acting leader of the Holy Accord and took over the job from Oathkeeper. Baiger, on the other hand, did not mind being a mascot-like acting leader. However, Han Xiao did not really care about the Holy Accord anymore. Now that he had obtained the World Tree that could convert resources, he no longer needed the Holy Accord organization to help him collect the Sanctum Keys. His main goal was to fulfill his previous promise and leave a place for the Beyond Grade As who wanted to retire. Han Xiao turned around and looked at Psyker, who was hiding in the crowd. The one with 7 eyes. Haven't you always wanted to relocate your race? Move your star pupil civilization to the Super's Holy Land. No one will suppress you here. Really? I don't believe it. Psyker had strong doubts. Even today, his Black Star PTSD had yet to be cured, and he felt that Han Xiao was up to no good. Han Xiao rolled his eyes and ignored him. At this moment, Hilbert walked out of the crowd with a group of revivers and said with a smile, "Black Star, I wonder if the Super's Holy Land Realm welcomes our joining?" Hilbert had always had the thought of leaving the three universal civilizations to join the Beyond Grade A Association. Now that the war was over and the Beyond Grade A civilization was established, he had finally made up his mind. He brought along some of the direct descent revivers who also felt that they did not owe the three universal civilizations anything. Their motive was naturally the unlimited Sanctum revival guarantee. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled. The three universal civilizations are even more furious now. If you make such a choice, it might invalidate the retirement benefits that you gave up your lives for. Are you sure you want to do that? It doesn't matter. We've all died for the three universal civilizations. We don't owe them anything anymore. It's time to live for ourselves. Hilbert smiled. In that case, the Super's Holy Land welcomes all of you. Han Xiao nodded. According to this trend, the future Super's Holy Land might really be able to get all the individual strengths in the universe. At that time, the Super's Holy Land would become the sanctuary that all the superclasses yearned for. Almost all the civilian supers who had awakened naturally would gather there, and the other civilizations would only have the supers that were cultivated by the direct descendants. From another perspective, this would also increase the security of the Galactic Society, helping the various civilizations to consolidate their rule, and creating a more stable environment for the galactic residents. As expected, I still have peace in my heart. The three universal civilizations don't understand me. Han Xiao shook his head and sighed. Chapter 1446. Handing over positions and farming authority. Chapter 1446. Handing over positions and farming authority. There were only a few direct descent revivers who chose to join the Super's Holy Land, and most of them chose to stay in the three universal civilizations. Even so, the difference between the high-level combatants on both sides was still quite large. However, Han Xiao was no longer afraid of openly poaching from the three universal civilizations. Ever since he subdued the World Tree to end the war, many problems that he had been facing had been solved. For example, the three universal civilizations had never given in to the ultimate knowledge transmission right. The three universal civilizations knew that they would not be able to stop the Super's holy land from becoming a sanctuary of individual strength. So they compromised with me in the end. Han Zhao's eyes swept past everyone and suddenly locked onto Carlet, Evans, and the other new beyond grade as Carlet and Evans' potential did not need to be strengthened, and their futures were naturally limitless. However, because the World Tree War broke out many years earlier than in his previous life, they did not have enough time to grow. Even with his nurturing, it was not easy to make up for the lost time, and they were far from reaching the theoretical peak of their ability. Therefore, in this war, the two of them did not perform too well, but it was undeniable that they would still be extremely valuable in the future. In Han Zhao's opinion, since the Beyond Grade as had shouted the slogan of Holy Land of the Supers, they had to have new injections of supers, and they could not let the production of supers stop. Although the current peak Beyond Grade as had a long lifespan and were distinguished, it would not do if there were no new generations of experts. They had to let the Galactic Society see the individual strength nurturing ability of the Super's holy land that exceeded any organization. Although there might not be any chance for Han Xiao to make a move in the future, he still needed a new generation to hold the fort for the Super's holy land. Han Xiao had already treated Carlet and Evans as his right-hand men and the future pillars of the Super's holy land. The construction of the territory was completed. Secret Master and the other mages summoned the transportation door and sent everyone back to the main planet of the Super's holy land. The main planet of the Super's holy land was called Planet of the Deities. It was located at the back of the flickering world and had statues of all the Beyond Grade as of the Civilization's Elders Association. Black Star's statue was the most eye-catching and was the landmark of the entire planet. Countless spaceships gathered on this planet from all directions, leaving behind streams of light like a bright galaxy. These were the various supers who had chosen to join the Super's holy land and came to pay their respects to the statues of the various Beyond Grade as. This area was originally a defensive area built by the Galactic Alliance Army, but after the war all the troops stationed here left, and this area had a new owner. Every Beyond Grade A had their own residence here. After returning, they left to do their own things. Now was the time to migrate their forces to the Super's holy land, and most Beyond Grade as were very busy. Han Xiao returned to his office. Aurora, Gila, Phaidon, and the others from the Black Star Army followed him for a small meeting. The framework of the Super's holy land has already been built. All that's left is to fill it up. There are some personnel changes that I need to explain to everyone. As he spoke, Han Xiao looked at everyone, his gaze landing on Nero. As the highest leader of the Super's holy land, it's not suitable for me to continue leading the Black Star Army. Nero, I'll leave the army to you for the time being. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Nero with different expressions. This isn't appropriate. I'm not mentally prepared. Nero was shocked, stammering, You built this organization from scratch, and now you're handing it over to me. I'm afraid I can't bear such a responsibility. Han Xiao raised his brows and scolded. What are you thinking? I only want you to be the acting army commander. I will be the army commander in name only and will not interfere with the daily affairs of the army. But you still have to report to me. Now that he had become the supreme leader of the Super's holy land, he needed to avoid the outside world. If he continued to lead the Black Star Army, it would be easy for others to have ideas, and it would also increase the army's ego. Although Han Xiao was not afraid, he would avoid it if he could. It just so happened that he also wanted to relieve some of his burdens and make himself more relaxed. After all, with his transcendent grade and the power of the World Tree, he no longer needed external organizations to support his position. Then I'm relieved. Nero heaved a sigh of relief. He could not be blamed for being cowardly. There were too many Beyond Grade as in the army. Although he was Black Star's godson, he still could not hold on. Furthermore, the name Black Star Army was already renowned throughout the universe. Nero was afraid that he would ruin its reputation if he stood too high. However, it would be much easier if he only worked. Han Xiao turned to look at Aurora and said, "The same goes for you. Now that you're the second in command of the Super's Holy Land, you don't have to continue being the deputy army commander of the Black Star Army. You can hand over your position later." Aurora was unwilling. What happened to the promise of staying in the army as long as I'm willing to stay? Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. Your identity is no longer suitable. You don't have to carry everything on your shoulders. Even if you're not in the army, our relationship won't change. As the saying goes, a person will always strive for greater things. The Black Star Army was just a phase of your life. It's already over. Humph? Big liar. Aurora turned her head to the side. Helpless. Han Xiao turned to look at Gila and asked, What about you? Have you thought about what I told you? Do you want to take on the position of the Super's Holy Lands Esper Department's chief? Sure. Gila nodded. All right. Then hand over your positions in the army with Aurora. Han Xiao nodded as he spoke out. The Super's Holy Land was divided into 5 important departments, led by the corresponding beyond grade as Gila's performance in this war was clear to all. Coupled with the characteristics of the underworld, no one had any objections to her taking over the Esper department. Originally, Han Xiao wanted Manison to be in charge of the mechanic department, but since Manison had rejected him, he had no choice but to give up and let Comp manage the mechanic department. The mage department was managed by Milizaus, and the assistant was Secret Master. The head of the pugilist department was Sieran, and Han Xiao planned to replace him with Carlet in the future. The best candidate for the psychic department was Kasui, but he was traveling far away, so he replaced him with a peak beyond grade A psychic who had been following the association for a long time, with Phaidon as the assistant. After a series of changes, the high positions of the Super's Holy Land were given to the various contributors. Many of them were former members of the Black Star Army. Han Xiao told them to hand over their positions in the army and did not force them to be tied up with the army. Although these people did not mind following him, he still had to give them face. As upper echelons of the Super's Holy Land, it would not be good to keep the title of deputy army commanders. It would also make it seem like the Black Star Army controlled the decision-making power of the civilization. Although he had the qualifications to be a dictator, he did not need to show it. On the surface, a batch of beyond grade as leaving would make it seem like the upper echelons of the Black Star Army had lost their strength, but in reality it was not much different to Han Xiao. In the past, he had wanted to gather a large number of experts to strengthen the Black Star Army, but now he had to do a reduction. His position had changed greatly, and just because these beyond grade as were not in the army did not mean that they would not listen to him. This time, Gila crossed her arms and said straightforwardly, You have to teach me how to enter the transcendent grade. I can't teach you now. Wait till you reach the bottleneck. Han Xiao waved his hands. He arranged many army beyond grade as positions. After dealing with the last person, he thought for a while and looked at Aurora. Freewabove.com. Right, let Sorokin out. I have something to talk to him about. Aurora curled her lips, but still did as she was told. Balls of gentle golden energy condensed into a physical body, gradually turning into Sorokin. Sorokin opened his eyes and looked around before looking at Han Xiao. Isn't the war over? Why did you call me out? Han Xiao rubbed his knuckles and said, I have a good deal for you. As long as you're willing to agree to a few rules and not cause trouble or mess around, I will allow you out of the underworld and to keep moving outside. Hearing this, Sorokin was suspicious. Since when do you treat me so well? Tell me, what do you want me to do? The Beyond Grade A Association has established a civilization called the Super's Holy Land. I'll tell you the details later. I hope you can be an upper echelon in terms of economy or business and display your strengths. How about it? Are you interested? There's such a good thing. Sorokin's eyes lit up. Just tell me if you're willing, Han Xiao said casually. Of course, there was no shortage of professionals in the Super's Holy Land, but Sorokin was the one who knew how to make money the best among the beyond grade as Han Xiao felt that throwing him in the underworld would be a waste of his talent, so he might as well get Sorokin out and make use of him. Anyway, with his current position, he was no longer afraid of Sorokin stirring up any trouble. No problem, you don't have to worry. With me around, I will definitely make this Super's Holy Land's economy flourish, become stronger, and create glory. Sorokin immediately agreed. Since he had nothing to do in the underworld, he naturally would not reject such a rare opportunity to relax. As for the enmity between him and Black Star, Sorokin had already accepted his fate over the years. He was a smart person and would not take it to heart. Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to say something, his communicator suddenly rang. Beep, beep, beep. He took a look. It was a call from the dynasty ruler, Marbruce. Han Xiao waved his hand and signaled for everyone to leave. After everyone left, he picked up the call. What have you called for? Black Star, we plan to hold a grand ceremony on January 1st of the 800th year of the galaxy calendar to celebrate this victory, to commemorate the lives sacrificed in the war, and to honor the heroes. Your super's holy land should participate as well, especially you. The entire galactic society sees you as a hero, so don't be absent. I'll be there. Han Xiao nodded in agreement. This war was indeed worthy for the three universal civilizations to hold a grand ceremony, and the date they chose was also very meaningful. The first day of the new era. It was probably not for the convenience of the students to memorize that they chose this date. After chatting casually for a while, Han Xiao told them about the choice of Hilbert and the others. However, Marbruce's reaction was very calm, as though he had expected it. It was a pity that Han Xiao did not see how furious he was. After hanging up, Han Xiao calculated the date. There's still half a year left before the ceremony. This period of time is enough for the super's holy land to gain a firm foothold. After the ceremony, I'll have a lot of free time. I'll then enter the sanctum and revive those unlucky people who died in battle. I'll also find out all the information on the message board. Because the world tree had solved the problem of the sanctum key, Han Xiao naturally thought of a plan, which was to use it to enter and exit the sanctum and unlock all the information on the message board. In theory, this was completely possible. However, this would require a lot of time, so Han Xiao decided to wait for the situation to stabilize before implementing it. Speaking of which, I wonder what the players have been doing recently. Han Xiao opened the interface and looked at the players' forums. Most of the topics discussed in the posts were related to the victory of the war and the super's holy land. Now that the war had ended, the players had nothing to do. Although Han Xiao had put up the dungeon crystals of the World Tree Warp series, most of them still had nothing to do. They had just experienced the end of a main storyline mission, so many of them could not be bothered to do side missions for the time being. In addition, the 5th Pro League was already in the preparation stage, attracting the attention of the players. Therefore, Han Xiao did not have to worry about the players having nothing better to do. The universe is peaceful and society is stable. Everything is improving. TSK. I haven't had such an easy time in a long time. Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and felt a sense of satisfaction. On the other side of the planet of the deities, Manason's mansion. Manason casually played with the pile of cards and looked at Kasui, who was deep in thought. You've already decided to travel far and found a new life goal. I haven't congratulated you yet. After living for so long, I have to find something to do. There are no secrets in the explored universe to me. Finding the unknown is more fun. Kasui casually threw out a card and smiled. Speaking of which, I didn't expect you to reject Black Star's invitation and give up this position. Aren't you the same? Manason did not comment. I don't want to work because I have to travel far away. But why don't you want this authority if you are staying here? This isn't like you. Kasui raised his brows. I have other plans. Manason glanced at the cards, took out a card, and pretended to play it. However, after thinking for a while, he stuffed this card back in and changed to another card. He did not stop talking and said, I plan to study in seclusion for decades. I don't want to be distracted elsewhere. Furthermore, with Black Star around, I will never be able to surpass him in the eyes of mechanics. Indeed, Kasui sighed. Being in the same era as him is the misfortune of all mechanics. Manason looked up at him and knocked on the table. You're not a mechanic. Why are you so emotional? To be honest, if I were you, I would have directly taken Black Star as my teacher. Learning is not embarrassing. Kasui shrugged. You talk too much. Hurry up and play. Manason snorted. Although his relationship with Han Xiao had improved quite a bit, and he was willing to listen to the other party's orders to a certain extent, asking him to lower his head again? Impossible. Super's Holy Land established a new structure after the war. After preliminary observation, a large number of supers from different civilizations entered the territory of the Super's Holy Land from various star fields. After approval, they received official citizenship. The work efficiency of a beyond Grade A organization was known to be very high. As the various projects were quickly completed, the Super's Holy Land that had only been established for a few months started operating efficiently. On the other hand, the entire galactic society was still in a daze and needed a lot of time to adapt to the new situation. The Superstar Cluster Alliance also made use of the birth of the Super's Holy Land to get rid of the suppression they had always been in and finally enjoyed the treatment of normal advanced civilization, obtaining a certain degree of freedom to develop. After the war, the situation gradually stabilized. The entire galactic society was trying to adapt to the changes after the war, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the end of year 799 of the galaxy calendar. The three universal civilizations held a celebration ceremony as scheduled. Chapter 1447, Support and Entry. Chapter 1447, Support and Entry. Year 800 of the galaxy calendar, January 1st. Central Galaxy, New Era Planet. A few months ago, in order to hold this celebration, the three universal civilizations started manually modifying this planet, turning the desolate and dying planet into a celebration planet. They named it New Era Planet to commemorate their 100 years of experience, especially the victory of the World Tree War. Looking down from space, there was a huge building that looked like a tower on the New Era Planet. At the top was an open-air square platform. This was the venue of the celebration, and there were rows of floating seats around it. Countless spaceships were hovering in the air, covering the sky. Countless galactic media outlets had arrived to broadcast the scene. This time, it was also a full broadcast of the various star fields. However, the number of viewers could not create a new record. Because of the war, many people had lost their lives. However, the viewership ratings had reached a new high, and almost every family stayed in front of the television to watch the broadcast. Anti-gravity hovering cars rose from the ground and flew to the venue. The invited guests took their seats one after another. The representatives of the various civilizations, the military, the beyond grade as, and so on were all important people in the galactic society. As the guests entered and waited for the ceremony to start, the venue quickly became lively. The beyond grade as beside him chatted casually, but Xiao did not participate in the conversation. He took out his communicator and looked at it. The galactic media had already started broadcasting, and the cameras swept across the venue. It seemed like they knew what the audience wanted to see, and they would pull it to his face from time to time, capturing every masculine detail. Tisk always taking pictures of me. Am I that pleasing to the eye? Xiao smacked his lips without any shame. Kasui, who was sitting at the side, nudged his waist with his elbow and chuckled. It's a pity that you haven't revived those beyond grade as who died in battle. They're going to miss this celebration. I did it on purpose. In a while, when we pay our respects to the dead, if we see those victims alive, it would spoil the atmosphere. Xiao paused for a moment, and with a strange expression, he added, besides, you don't want to see Dylan speak on such an occasion, right? That's true. Kasui shivered. Xiao shook his head and stopped talking. In the past half a year, his Super's Holy Land had stabilized, and he had a rare holiday. His mental state was pretty good, and he was enjoying himself. Although the ceremony this time was just a formality for Xiao, it was quite meaningful for the galactic society. They wanted to comfort the wounds left by the galactic residents in the war so that they would have the courage to look forward to the future. After all, a normal person's life required a sense of ceremony. Not long after, the leaders of the three universal civilizations personally arrived. The venue gradually quietened down, and the audience watching the broadcast held their breath. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bruce slowly walked up to the podium. His expression was solemn as he scanned the audience. The universe is vast and boundless. Countless unknown civilizations are like stars in the sky, bringing life to this world that should have been dead. We are also one of them, living in a corner of the universe, constantly reproducing. In the past 100 years, we have experienced many hardships, internal conflicts, technological disasters, and foreign enemies. Marbruce explained everything in detail, including the Crimson Tide, the Flickering World, the Intelligent Plague, the World Tree War, and so on. The past 100 years could be said to have been like a storm, and Black Star is a character that could not be avoided talking about. He had an extremely strong presence on the galactic stage as he was part of most galactic events. The past 100 years were like the history of Black Star's rise. Many players who were watching the broadcast listened with great interest. When they thought of Bunhit Dog's Black Star Army series, they could not help but feel honored. It was as if they were there on scene the whole time. No matter how great Black Star's achievements were, the image of Black Phantom still lingered in the minds of many of the hardcore players. With their support and witness, he grew up step by step like a child. We've survived through all the tough times in the past. Today, we've finally entered a peaceful new era. This can't do without the contributions and sacrifices of the pioneers. They used their lives to exchange for a stable new life for us. Marbruce's expression was solemn. He took out a speech and slowly read it. The 31st Galactic Alliance Army Fleet Number 31, the original Iron Flag fleet of the Crimson Dynasty, blocked the World Tree civilization. A total of 8.8 million people were wiped out. Galactic Alliance Army Fleet Number 477, former Federation of Light, Glimmer, Fleet, met the World Tree Vanguard troops at the Flickering World's defense frontline. They had 11.2 million people, and only 403 are left. Galactic Alliance Army. Marbruce's tone was solemn as he read the shocking death statistics. As the numbers of the sacrificed troops appeared one after another, everyone present and the galactic residents in front of the screen became solemn. Many people only knew that there were many casualties in this war, but they did not know the details. Only now did they get a clear idea. Everyone mourned for a few minutes before Marbruce continued to speak. The atmosphere was solemn as he conferred the honors to the victims who died in battle. After all the sacrifices were conferred, it was time to reward the surviving war heroes. Only then did the atmosphere become more relaxed and lively. One by one, the war contributors took to the stage, and the leaders of the three universal civilizations consecutively awarded honors. Most of them were military officers, and all the beyond grade as had a share. The previous revivers who had transferred to the Super's Holy Land also received different medals of honor. Even the Superstar Cluster Alliance, which normally could only be bystanders, also received different medals. The three universal civilizations had expressed their sincerity. They did not talk about factions today, only about merits. Loggy actually wanted to express himself freely, but when he felt Han Zhao's gaze on him from where the latter sat, he obediently followed the speech prepared for him. This segment lasted for a long time, and it was finally Han Zhao's turn. Marbruce coughed and said brightly, "In the World Tree War, Black Star made too many contributions and provided us with a large amount of intelligence. In the end, he turned the tables and gave us the opportunity to end the war in advance. His contributions are irreplaceable." All the members of the Galaxy Civilization General Council unanimously decided to award Black Star the Galaxy Medal. Pa pa pa. Everyone applauded loudly. Black Star's reputation in the lawful faction was already off the charts, and almost everyone was sincerely congratulating him. When dealing with the Intelligent Plague, Black Star had already received a Galaxy Medal, and now he had received a second Galaxy Medal. The Galaxy Medal was the highest honor in the Galactic Society, and it would not be given a second time. However, Black Star was the only person who had received it twice, and he had already created history. However, they were not surprised at all. Black Star deserved this honor. Other than the Galaxy Medal, there was no other award that could match his contribution. Amidst the applause, Han Xiao stood up calmly and walked onto the stage. "Thank you for your contribution to the Galactic Society," Marbruce said sincerely. Frubnov.com. On the other hand, Louis and the Pope patted Han Xiao's arms to show their closeness. Han Xiao would not refuse to give them face in such a situation. He nodded and received the Galaxy Medal from the three Universal Civilizations leaders. According to the usual practice, the person who was awarded the award had to give a speech. Han Xiao had prepared a speech long ago, and it was all just for show. He walked to the podium and was about to speak when he suddenly paused. Countless lights flashed in front of his eyes, and countless galactic residents were looking at him from behind the screen. The guests around him quietened down and stretched their necks. The faces of the different races were filled with the same anticipation and hope. They held their breaths and waited for him to give a long speech. Seeing this, Xiao was a little dazed. He looked down at the metal on his chest and subconsciously rubbed it. He hesitated for a few seconds and gave up on the long speech. He shook his head and said in a solemn voice, "I hope that there will be no more wars in this universe. I hope for universal peace." The venue hesitated for a moment, waiting for Xiao to continue. However, Xiao nodded at the crowd after he finished speaking. Seeing this, the people present all applauded. The process was carried out step by step. After Marbru's impassioned speech about looking to the future, the ceremony finally ended smoothly. The entire galactic society was jubilant. It was as if their souls had been baptized, and they were filled with new motivation for the future. A few days later, in the conference room of the three universal civilizations, the Star Alliance is still the same as before. According to the spies that were instigated by Black Star, the upper echelons of the Star Alliance believe in their intelligence and are very excited. However, we still have to be careful in case the Star Alliance sends out new spies. If that happens, we'll be exposed. That's right. Black Star has already informed us. He said that he will disappear for a period of time to revive a batch of beyond grade, as in the Sanctum. We have to be careful during this period. Don't let the Star Alliance see through our trick. The three of them discussed softly. Black Star would not be able to helm the Super's Holy Land for the time being if he went to the Sanctum, but the three of them did not have any other thoughts about him. They were only worried that the Star Alliance would see through their plan if Black Star was not around. After more than half a year of recuperation, the army has recovered a little, but the loss of supers is quite severe. There's no way to compete with the Super's Holy Land. However, Black Star said a few days ago that he was willing to develop the Sanctum with us in the future. I wonder if he's lying. The three of them were confused. Now that Black Star had the upper hand and his position was stable, there was no need for him to share the information about the Sanctum with them. They did not know what Black Star was planning. I don't think so, Marbru said hesitantly. The Sanctum revival is an important trump card of Black Star's, so how can he share it with us? If he really did that, he definitely has a bigger plan. Lewis shook his head. Let's not talk about him for now. It's more important to deal with the Star Alliance. Although they have fallen into our trap, we can't hide it forever. The more time passes, the more suspicious they will be. When do you think it's better to take action? The Pope pondered for a moment before saying, the Galactic Society can't take another round of war. If we act rashly, the praise we have now might turn into criticism. I think we should at least wait for the Galactic Society to stabilize for 3 to 5 years before we act. Anyway, time is on our side, so there's no need to rush. Let's wait until we recover. The three of them discussed plans on when to start a new war. Half a month later, somewhere in the Super's Holy Land, Xiao floated in the universe without anyone around him. He had already spoken to the three universal civilizations and the Super's Holy Land. He would enter the Sanctum today and begin his plan to increase his authority. In the inner space, the world tree moved slightly, materializing a Sanctum key and quickly burning it. The next moment, a ray of light shot out from his palm and turned into the light door of the Sanctum in the universe before him. I hope this plan works. Xiao calmed himself down and flew in. His body was gradually engulfed by the light. Chapter 1448 New Secret and Different Paths. Chapter 1448 New Secret and Different Paths. It was the familiar tunnel of light again, and the familiar blur. After some time, Xiao regained clarity. Xiao's vision suddenly became clear. Looking around, he could still see the familiar scene of the first Sanctum. The white world was endless, and countless light spheres floated in it. These were the information form collective body that recorded information of iterations. It's still blurry, but it's a little lighter than before. Xiao was no stranger to this feeling. After all, he had been here many times and was already a frequent visitor. He looked down at the back of his hand. The Sanctum mark was shining brightly, one level higher than last time. Let's revive those unlucky fools first. Han Xiao did not waste any time. He skillfully sacrificed the mediums of the Beyond grade as that died and activated the Sanctum revival function. Very soon, rays of light appeared out of nowhere and gathered from all directions, forming a Sanctum revival mark that floated in front of Han Xiao. Han Xiao pointed with his finger, and the Sanctum revival mark seemed to turn into liquid. It flowed along with his finger and stopped on the back of his hand, turning into a complicated tattoo. He extended his consciousness into it and checked on the reviving targets. He confirmed that all the people on the Soul Comfort Monument were inside. After doing this, Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief. He calmed himself down, brought out the Sanctum's message board, and looked at it. His authority in the first Sanctum had increased once again, and more content appeared on the message board compared to the last time. Han Xiao compared it according to his memory and saw the records of Celestial Star Alliance in the fifth last paragraph. Only then did he focus and look at the last paragraphs carefully. The last 4 paragraphs were the ones with the most empty content. He had read them twice in the past, but he had only obtained 2 pieces of valuable information. One was the information form stripping plan mentioned in the 4th last paragraph, and the other was the last paragraph which indicated the continuation of the previous iteration's plan. It mentioned some unknown device and control terminal. This time, Han Xiao realized that some of the content in the last 4 messages had been filled up. There were some messages that he was concerned about in the second last and last paragraph. Transformation plan failed, but the principle has been proved to be feasible. The reason for the failure is that there is no crucial true state medium to establish connection with. Needs to be improved next time. The information form materialization device has been manufactured and loaded into the template, which may cause information alienation in the process of and present in the following in the form of distorted, unknown. Was the message in the second last paragraph. The existing true state mediums are not enough to complete the transformation plan of the previous iteration. We need deeper connection to build a stable bridge. We decided to add a control terminal in the information form materialization device to reduce the processing cost of the information form materialization device. Was the message in the last paragraph. This. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. The second last message was from the previous iteration, written in the last message. Looking at the content, the latter had inherited the former's plan. The unknown device and control terminal mentioned in the last paragraph had also been unlocked. They were the information form materialization device created by the iteration who left the second last message. In addition, these 2 pieces of information threw out a new concept, true state. Han Xiao was secretly surprised. With his current level, there were very few things that he did not understand at the technological level. It was actually his first time seeing this term. Han Xiao tried to use the term, index function, with the Sanctum authority, but the Sanctum mark did not respond. Generally speaking, the index function could only be activated by a precise search of a single iteration or the civilization's name. Looks like I have to continue to farm for more authority and unlock the civilization names of the last 4 messages. Han Xiao nodded to himself. The name of the civilization mentioned in the last 4 messages was still empty, and he did not have the authority to check it. After memorizing this information, Han Xiao closed the message board and began to search for technological information in the first sanctum. Although he had yet to finish researching his gathered resources and was not lacking in technology, he was already here. After his clearance to the sanctum increased, the upper limit of his memory capacity also increased. After quite some time, Han Xiao finally filled up the capacity and returned with a full load. He did not stay any longer and opened the sanctum channel to leave. After passing through the tunnel of light again, Han Zhao's body suddenly felt lighter, and he had already returned to the main universe. The sanctum's light gate behind him disappeared. Han Xiao opened his communicator. Only 30 days had passed. The flow of time is getting closer. The next time will probably only take 20 days. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. The message board of the sanctum seemed to be universal, and it was the same no matter which sanctum it was. Therefore, he only needed to focus his firepower on gaining authority in one sanctum. If he increased authority in all the sanctums together, it would take many years. Han Xiao thought about it, changed into king, and teleported to the main planet of the Super's Holy Land. He flew to the huge square where all the Beyond Grade A statues were placed. At this time, the square was bustling with activity, and there was an endless stream of people. They were all supers from all over the world. Upon seeing Han Xiao arrive, they were stunned for a moment before being pleasantly surprised. "Look, it's Black Star. It's the real deal. I'm your admirer. Can you give me an autograph?" The pedestrians were excited, and they swarmed over like crazy fans. Among the supers, Black Star was almost everyone's idol. At least 8 out of 10 supers were his worshippers, no different from a great personage. Han Xiao smiled at them and waved his hand. A gentle breeze blew, and an invisible force field spread out, covering an area like a transparent barrier, blocking all the pedestrians. The pedestrians who were further away also heard the commotion and came over. There was a sea of people outside the barrier, and very soon they formed layers after layers. They looked at Han Xiao curiously and guessed the reason for his appearance. Han Xiao did not explain anything and activated the Sanctum Revival mark. Rays of light surged and condensed into balls of light, gradually turning into the bodies of the Beyond Grade as that had died. The reason why he displayed it in front of the public was to let the public see the actual scene of the Sanctum Revival and increase the attractiveness of the Super's Holy Land. This was a plan that he had come up with during the meeting a few months ago. In the future, the Sanctum Revival would be carried out publicly. Before farming the Sanctum Authority, Han Xiao planned to revive these unlucky fools first. On one hand, he wanted them to return as soon as possible, fulfilling his promise. On the other hand, he wanted the 3 universal civilizations and the other organizations to see that his time in the Sanctum was shortened, telling them that he could return at any time. Although those annoying people might not have other intentions, Han Xiao felt that it was best to avoid this possibility, lest these advanced civilizations felt that he had disappeared for too long and wanted to cause trouble again. Very soon, the light in the square solidified, and under everyone's gaze, this batch of dead Beyond Grade as revived with confusion on their faces. "Haha! I'm alive again. Praise Black Star. Where is this? Why haven't I seen it before? What era is it now? Has the World Tree War ended?" The group of revivers looked around curiously before their eyes landed on Han Xiao. "All right, the war is over. We won. Ask Aurora and others about the details." Han Xiao waved his hands casually. This was not the first time these people had revived. The advantage was that he did not have to explain the situation from the start. He turned to look at Dylan and said, "I've fulfilled my promise and allowed you to regain your freedom. You'd better keep a low profile in the future. Otherwise, if others want to kill you again, I won't stop them." Dylan's face twitched. Restoring his freedom should have been a happy thing, but Dylan felt a little weak. When he was the hero spirit of the underworld, he did not have to worry about anything, so he was even more unrestrained in his words. He let himself loose and scolded whoever he wanted, and he offended many people. Other people could not be bothered to argue with a dead person like him, but now that he was alive, if they came to settle the score, he would suffer heavy losses. For some reason, Dylan felt a little reluctant to part with the feeling of being an underworld spirit. Han Xiao did not say much to the others. He turned around, teleported, and disappeared. Without the force field barrier, countless pedestrians swarmed over. These revivers did not understand the situation and almost drowned in the sea of people. They quickly rose into the sky and left. Halfway through the flight, Aurora, who had already noticed the commotion, arrived with a group of Beyond Grade as on the main planet to welcome the revivers. "Congratulations on reviving. Come with us to understand the situation," Aurora said. Ever since she was elected as the second-in-command of the Super's Holy Land, she had been maintaining a big sister attitude, as if this would give her some prestige bonuses. However, in the eyes of the Beyond Grade as who had the first impression of her, she was still cute and adorable. Even if Aurora deliberately put on an elegant and dignified appearance, it did not have any deterrence at all. The revivers nodded and followed Aurora toward the core building of the Super's Holy Land. Just as Dylan was about to follow, he suddenly felt a hot and vigorous bloody intent coming from the side. 2 thick, firm, and flexible muscles clamped his arm like a huge mouth. At the same time, his shoulder was grabbed by someone, and waves of enormous strength were transmitted, grabbing him tightly and not letting him move. Dylan turned around and saw Ciaran appearing beside him. Ciaran put his arm around his shoulders and leaned over with a wicked smile on his face. "Yo, you're finally alive. Come over here. We have a bunch of guys who want to have a good chat with you." Dylan turned around stiffly, only to see a group of beyond grade as staring at him with a teasing look in their eyes. Gulp. Dylan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and cold sweat appeared on his back. As the saying went, it was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but it was difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. At this moment, Dylan realized that being a hero spirit was indeed more comfortable. Han Xiao only appeared for a short period of time. After completing the Sanctum revival, he immediately opened the Sanctum again and started the process of farming his authority. Currently, the matters of the Super's Holy Land were all being managed by Aurora and the Elders Association. The external environment was very stable, so his disappearance did not have much of an impact. As the days passed, it was finally time for Kasui to set off. Most of the Beyond Grade as respected this comrade of theirs, and they all came to see him off on the day he left. After the battle with the World Tree, most of them had become comrades and their relationship was much better than before. As for Kasui, who was kind to others, he was quite popular. At the dock of the Super's Holy Land, a long-distance spaceship with the highest technologies was docked. The hatch opened. Kasui and Oathkeeper had already packed their things. They stood in front of the gangway and said their goodbyes. "The unexplored universe is filled with unknown dangers. The two of you must be careful," Aurora said on behalf of everyone. Kasui smiled and said, "It's all right, we have Black Star to back us up anyway. Haha, it's just a joke. With our abilities, we won't fall into danger so easily. If you guys go, you probably won't come back for a long time. There will be no news of you. Sigh. I won't be able to find you to play cards anymore." Kant was a little sad. "It's fine. Our Super's Holy Land may not have much of anything else, but we do have many card players." Kasui shook his head and smiled. At this moment, Manison walked forward and patted Kasui's shoulder. He did not say much and simply said, "Goodbye, old friend. Have a good journey. Thanks. I also wish you success in your seclusion." Kasui stopped smiling and nodded. Not counting Black Star, his relationship with Manison was actually the best among everyone. The two of them had known each other for hundreds of years, and they were old acquaintances. Most of the people who saw off Kasui were beyond grade as of the current era. On the other side, Oathkeeper was surrounded by the first batch of revived primordial ones of the Holy Accord. "Back then, we made the Holy Accord together, and our comrades died one after another. You are the only one who has lasted till now. None of us expected you to really complete this work. It's been hard on you all these years. If not for you, we would still be sleeping. Although you did not reveal yourself in our active era, we now know that you might be the best among us." Many primordial ones sighed. Oathkeeper was expressionless. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about the past. I'm just fulfilling the promise I made back then. There's nothing worthy of praise. Unfortunately, although we've really achieved our wish and successfully revived in the future, the era no longer belongs to us." Biger sighed and said with a reluctant tone, "Sigh. No matter what, we are still grateful for your actions. When you miss us, take a look at the Primordial Ones card set that we gave you. This is the first-generation discontinued card set that we kindly requested from the Wayne Card Distribution Group headquarters. I will keep it well." Oathkeeper was speechless, but his usually serious face still revealed a smile that was hard to notice. After bidding farewell for a while, Kasui and Oathkeeper looked at each other. "Let's go." The two of them nodded at everyone before boarding the spaceship. Buzz. Everyone watched as the spaceship slowly began to move. It glided along the orbit and took off into space. With a sudden acceleration, it disappeared into the depths of space, leaving only a trail of flames behind. Manison retracted his gaze and left without saying goodbye. He decided to enter a long period of seclusion from today onwards. He would isolate himself from the rest of the world and focus on his research. Compared to taking shortcuts, he preferred to rely on his own intelligence, and this had never changed. At the same time, in the Temple of 10,000 Gods, a fleet was already ready. Your Excellency Wernos, have you decided? Are you really going to the unexplored universe? The priests surrounded him with complicated expressions. I've already discovered that the key to the path ahead is hidden in the depths of space. Wernos looked at the galaxy with deep eyes. Just a few months ago, he finally dug out his hidden perception and sensed the location of the Beyonders vestige in the galaxy. Like the bright Venus, it guided him from afar. In the end, he decided to follow his intuition and leave the explored universe, heading to the unknown area to search for the opportunity to enter the transcendent grade. In that case, we will respect your choice. The Pope told us to specially send a message. He said that he hopes when you return, you can become the first direct descendant to become a transcendent. Tell him that he will get what he wants. Wernos replied calmly and walked into the spaceship. The next moment, the Arcane Church fleet slowly set off, heading toward the unknown. Chapter 1449, We are people who have experienced tumultuous times. Chapter 1449, We are people who have experienced tumultuous times. Super's holy land in a certain lifeless sector. A ball of colorful energy floated in space, its shape changing unpredictably, like a cloud being kneaded by an invisible force. All kinds of high-energy particles flowed through it like electrical signals being released during neuron activity. The entire energy ball was like a small nebula-shaped energy field brain. Evans floated in the middle with a serious expression, carefully controlling all kinds of energy to perfect this nebula brain. However, all of a sudden, the energy nebula started to expand uncontrollably, and the neural bridge that was built from all kinds of energy collapsed. Just as the energy nebula was about to explode, Evans' Esper ability domain opened up. The violent energy suddenly stabilized and quickly shrank, turning into a dazzling light sphere the size of a human head before being absorbed into Evans' body. Sigh, I failed again. Evans sighed in helplessness. Ever since he witnessed the battle between transcendent-grade supers, he had always felt that his strength was insufficient. He had been driven ever since to pursue that unbelievable power. Originally, after the war ended, everyone had started to take a break, but Evans was one of the few people who did not relax and had been busy developing his Esper abilities. On one hand, his motivation was his own pursuit, and on the other hand, Evans still remembered Black Star's high hopes for him. He was not willing to waste his hard-earned potential and wanted to reach Black Star's level. On the other hand, Iasgod was very glad about this. He thought that Evans was keeping his promise to help him beat Black Star up and always taught him things to guide Evans in his cultivation. I hope to increase my strength as soon as possible. His Excellency Black Star told me that he hopes I will be the main pillar of the Super's Holy Land in the future. I cannot disappoint him. Evans clenched his fists and encouraged himself. Just as he was about to give it another try, he suddenly sensed something and looked in a direction. The stream of light approached, and a spaceship arrived in hyperdrive, hovering not far away. A burly figure flew out. It was Carlet. So it's you. I was wondering why there was another high-energy reaction zone in our territory. Carlet was surprised to see Evans and took the initiative to talk to him. Hello? Evans hesitated for a moment before nodding. Although the two of them were both members of the Black Star Army, they did not interact much with each other. They only knew each other's basic situation and could only be considered as colleagues. What are you doing here? Evans was curious. I was looking for an extreme environment to temper my body. The spaceship sensed a high-energy reaction, so I came over. So you were training. No wonder. Oh, I see. The two of them were not familiar with each other, so they bit the bullet and chatted for a while. When they realized that there was nothing to talk about, they gradually fell silent. However, neither of them left. The atmosphere slowly became strange. When the two of them were in seclusion, they had always thought that they were the only seated players who had received special treatment from Black Star. However, after leaving the mountain, they were surprised to find out that they were not the only ones. Such a relationship made the two of them have strange thoughts about each other. On one hand, they were curious about the other party's background, and on the other hand, they were curious about what Black Star saw in the other party. This mentality was akin to two top students in a class receiving special treatment from their teacher, and they subconsciously felt competitive. After a long time, Carlet coughed and broke the silence. "How about we spar?" "Sounds good." Evans and Carlet's eyes met in midair, and sparks seemed to fly. Black Star Army Headquarters, Fleet Commander's office. Herluz sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. He looked at the Sunilian in front of him and pushed the wine glass on the table. "Drink some." "No need, Your Excellency Herluz." Herluz did not mind. He sized up the Sunilian and nodded. "You must be the Sunil leader of this generation." "Not bad, not bad. The previous leader mentioned you to me before. He said you're very smart and capable." "You flatter me." The leader nodded. The Sunilians were Herluz's race. Ever since the rise of the Black Star Army, Herluz, as the earliest elder, had a lot of authority, and he provided many resources to the race. Therefore, every generation of Sunil leaders would come to visit him. This generation was no different. "Since you've become the leader, do your best." Herluz encouraged and looked at the young Sunilians behind him. He raised his brows. "These are, Your Excellency Herluz, these are a few young men with potential among my immediate family. They wish to enter the Black Star Army to train. Please take care of them," the Sunil leader said respectfully. Herluz sized up the few of them, and the youths immediately stuck out their chests and raised their heads nervously. Seeing this, Herluz shook his head and said, "The army has changed its leader, and Nero is now in charge. However, the standards are still as strict as ever. I can make them official members, but whether they can climb up will depend on their own abilities." "Thank you, Your Excellency." The Sunil leader bowed. Herluz waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities. After a pause, he suddenly changed the topic. "From now on, leaders of your generation should stop visiting me. You should be more independent. You should leave me out from now." The Sunil leader's body trembled slightly, and his expression was complicated. However, he did not say anything, lowered his head, and left with his men. After the group left, another person walked in. It was Sylvia. She had been eavesdropping outside for quite some time. "Not bad. You finally decided not to use your position for personal gain," Sylvia teased. "Nonsense. I've always been thinking about the army." Herluz rolled his eyes. "I was just joking. However, I'm very curious. Why aren't you helping the race anymore?" Sylvia blinked. "They can't always rely on me, or else they will become dependent sooner or later. After close to 100 years, the habits that have been cultivated from generation to generation have already started to show signs of this. I can't just ignore it." Herluz shook his head and said with a deep voice, "Furthermore, Black Star was able to tolerate me in the past. But now that the authority has changed hands, I have to be sensible in the future." Sylvia curled her lips and did not speak. She stood in front of the window with her hands behind her back and looked at the bright galaxy outside. Suddenly, she sighed and muttered, "In the blink of an eye, it's been 100 years." Herluz also turned to look out the window and sighed. "That's right, it's been 100 years. We actually followed Black Star to this point. Sometimes it feels like a dream. If Black Star had not invited me back then, I might have spent the rest of my life in my own little pub. If I hadn't met him." Sylvia's tone paused, and she shook her head. "Maybe I would have died in some corner of the universe long ago. The life we have now is not something we can hope for." The two of them looked out of the window quietly and did not speak anymore. They quietly savored their memories. In this peaceful era, time passed even more silently. In the blink of an eye, another few months passed. On this day, in the conference room of the three universal civilizations. Recently, the direct beyond grade as have been restless. The expansion of the beyond grade as is too shocking. Thankfully, Claudi, Ulu, and the others have stabilized the situation. Otherwise, the direct line of descent might have turned to the Super's Holy Land. The leaders of the three universal civilizations side. The Super's Holy Land had broken the old structure. As the original beneficiaries of Supers, they naturally could not feel comfortable, but they could only silently endure the waves of impact. Speaking of which, Black Star did not appear during this period of time. Hasn't he already completed the Sanctum revival? What has he been busy with recently? The Pope was curious. Who knows? Anyway, I can't get any information. Marbruce was helpless. It's not a good idea for him to disappear for so long. If the Star Alliance sends in a new infiltrator, and Black Star happens to not be around, we might get exposed. Speaking of which, if Black Star is willing to help, as long as he controls the leader of the Star Alliance, we will be able to win easily. It's a pity that he doesn't want to help. With Black Star's personality, there's no such thing as an absolute deal. I think the price is not enough. As long as some conditions are made, he should still agree. That makes sense, but he has a huge appetite now. We have to think of a way to convince him. Just as the three of them were discussing how to pull Han Xiao to help with the Star Alliance, a remote projection suddenly appeared in the room. It was Han Xiao. The three of them were shocked. Black Star? You're back. Why didn't you inform me? Marbruce was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized something. He frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Hey, did you hack into the Dynasty's database again?" Han Xiao ignored Marbruce's dissatisfaction and looked at the three of them with a strange gaze. "I'm here to share the information of the Sanctum. We can develop it together. If you're not happy, I'll leave." The three of them were stunned. "Are you serious? Are you really taking us to develop the Sanctum?" Lewis's tone was filled with doubt and disbelief. He had thought that Black Star was joking. Han Xiao nodded but suddenly changed the topic. "But before we work together, I have something to tell you. Don't be afraid of what I'm about to say." Afraid? The Pope found it funny and did not think much of it. "We've even experienced an enemy like the World Tree. What else can we be afraid of? Just tell us. We've seen all kinds of storms. We won't be scared." Han Xiao raised his brows with a playful expression. Chapter 1450. I gradually understand everything. Chapter 1450. I gradually understand everything. Alright, what I'm going to say next is the truth about the transition of the entire universe. It's more important than anything you've experienced in the past and present. I'll say this in advance. If you have any schedule later, clear it all. Han Xiao saw the look of disapproval on their faces and shook his head. The truth of the universe? The three of them looked at each other. Seeing that Han Xiao did not seem to be joking, they could not help but be skeptical. Han Xiao snapped his fingers and summoned a virtual screen that was playing the virtual image of the birth and death of the universe. He then explained, "When the universe comes to an end, everything will return to nothingness. The phenomena like the heat death of the universe and the Big Crunch are the result of many scientists' guesses or foreseeing of the universe. All kinds of signs and experiments show that these are all very likely to be the correct doomsday models, but this is only under normal circumstances. The direction of our universe does not follow the most primitive laws of nature. Long ago, our universe was modified by a final civilization, and the fundamental laws of the information form changed. On the day of the end of our universe, what awaits us is not the heat death of the universe or the Big Crunch, but a phenomenon called the Great Reboot." The Great Reboot? The three of them were confused. It was not that the scientific research community did not have similar speculations, but it was not the mainstream theory. Without conclusive sources, most of the evidence came from unknown items created by the information state disturbance. For example, the virtual mutiny virus from back then was suspected to be from a civilization before the Great Reboot. However, it was not enough to be ironclad evidence, because it was not certain if it was an earlier civilization or a civilization from the unexplored universe. Thus, Marbruce and the other two were not unfamiliar with this term. They were only confused as to why Han Xiao was so certain of the existence of the Great Reboot. Han Xiao looked at the three of them and said slowly, "The Great Reboot I'm talking about is different from what you guys understand. The final civilization's modification of the underlying laws of the universe has caused the universe to deviate from the laws of the natural end. Therefore, the time of the end has been brought forward by a lot, and every Great Reboot is a brand new iteration. New civilizations reproduce in the universe that has returned to zero. However, due to the shortening of development time, The strength of each of the iteration civilizations is infinitely lower than the final civilization that had initially established the Great Reboot. So, this is bad news? Bruce pondered. If that's the case, all civilizations will develop from the beginning, and no one will be able to survive the end of the universe and reach the so-called. What did that popular phrase say? Transcend worldliness. Xiao shook his head and said, "This is the main point I want to talk about. Although the Great Reboot causes the universe to return to zero, things from different iterations will be passed down to the new iteration through special means. And this medium is the sanctum that all of you are longing for." The three of them were stunned. Xiao continued, "The initial goal of the final civilization to modify the universe was to continue their civilization through a reboot. They failed, but it was not a waste of effort. The sanctum was their legacy. It was originally a reserve storage for life tinders, but a special information form mutation appeared during the changes of the iterations and became the sanctum today. This is the only thing that is known to not disappear during the Great Reboot. The purpose of the sanctum is to store the information form state of the development of every iteration, and during each Great Reboot, a portion of information form will be randomly integrated into the new iteration of the universe. Therefore, when the universe is rebooted, it will not be completely zero. Instead, its underlying laws will constantly undergo changes in the iterations. In this way, the achievements of each iteration will be passed down to the later iterations. For example, the current secondary dimension world is the inheritance of a past iteration and not a natural phenomenon. So you're saying that the universe we're living in now is not the most primitive universe but a world that has been changed countless times? The sanctum is equivalent to a processor. Lewis probed. Xiao nodded. More or less, generations of civilizations treated the sanctum as a way to get through the Great Reboot, so the sanctum continued to develop all kinds of new functions. The sanctum revival is just one of them. The most important thing about the sanctum is that it stored all the information of the civilizations of the earlier iterations, as well as their last words before the end of the world, all for future generations to refer to. This is a long relay that spanned countless iterations, just for someone to break this cycle one day. Hearing this, the three of them were shocked. Although Xiao's tone was very calm, when they thought of the scene of generations of civilizations working together toward the same goal, they could not help but be stunned by such a grand undertaking. However, 2 seconds later, the three of them came to their senses, and their breathing suddenly became heavy. At this moment, they suddenly realized that if what Black Star said was true, the information stored in the sanctum would be an immeasurable amount of wealth. As for Black Star, he could have held onto this wealth alone. If he did not say it, they would never have been able to get a share of it. However, he chose to say it instead of developing it himself. Was he that selfless? It was precisely because they had thought this through that the three of them were even more shocked. For a moment, they fell silent, silently digesting the shock in their hearts. After a while, the Pope said hesitantly, "You want to work with us to develop the sanctum? Is it because you want to get through the Great Reboot? Although what you just said is indeed quite shocking, let me be direct. The so-called Great Reboot should be very far away from us, right? Isn't it too early to worry about this?" Hearing this, Xiao smiled faintly. "You think it's early?" Seeing this, the Pope could not help but widen his eyes in shock. Could it be that the end of our universe is coming, and the Great Reboot is here? The other two trembled in shock and disbelief. It wasn't easy for us to defeat the World Tree civilization, and we enjoyed a rare moment of relaxation. I didn't expect. Bruce had mixed feelings. However, Xiao shook his head and said, "You're mistaken. It's still too early for us to reach the end of this iteration." The three of them heaved a sigh of relief. However, before they could completely relax, Xiao suddenly said something shocking, stunning them. "But you've already been rebooted." As soon as he finished speaking, the Pope was stunned. "What do you mean?" "For times." Xiao raised 4 fingers and said slowly, "Our universe has been rebooted 4 times. In the previous iteration, you guys were the final civilizations. You guys used an information form stripping plan and successfully passed the Great Reboot, but you did not really enter the new universe of the next iteration. Instead, you guys became a sealed dark universe that cycled and restarted on its own. In other words, you guys have died a few times, but you don't know it yet. The three of them were dumbfounded. During this period of time, Xiao had been trying to gain access to the first sanctum. Every time he went in and out, the time he spent became shorter and shorter. When his access reached level 15, the flow of time finally converged. The time ratio of the main universe to the sanctum was 1:1, and the contents of the message board were finally unlocked. At this point, Xiao finally understood everything. The messages from the bottom fourth to the last paragraph of the sanctum were all left by the three universal civilizations. The Celestial Star Alliance was located in the fifth last paragraph, and it was the iteration just before the three universal civilizations. The fourth last section was the new iteration after the Great Reboot, and the three universal civilizations were the final civilizations developed by the new iteration. During that period, there was no such thing as the World Tree. The three universal civilizations slowly multiplied, and they finally discovered the sanctum and learned all the information about iteration. Because the previous Celestial Star Alliance's plan was very desirable, the three universal civilizations inherited it and improved it, forming the information form stripping plan. However, the three universal civilizations at that time knew very well that with their accumulation, they did not have the absolute confidence to survive the Great Reboot and did not want to risk it all. Therefore, the true goal of this plan was not to completely overcome the Great Reboot but to buy more time for themselves. They wanted to strip away the information form state of the entire universe and try to imitate the operation of the Celestial Star Alliance. They wanted to exist in the secondary dimensions and the dark side of the universe in the new iteration era and continuously reboot. However, the difference was that the three universal civilizations followed the mindset of the Celestial Star Alliance and made almost perfect improvements. Thus, they successfully peeled out the information form state of the entire iteration and formed a closed dark side universe in the next iteration. It existed based on the information form state and was like a virtual world, developing side by side at a faster time flow. It was like a parallel line, difficult to intersect with the real iteration's main universe and difficult to interfere with each other. After Xiao found out about the contents of the message board, he sorted out the time relationship. If the Celestial Star Alliance was the first iteration, then the three universal civilizations would be the final civilizations of the second iteration. They would activate the information form stripping plan and turn into the dark side universe of the third iteration, and the third iteration would be the true current iteration. It was also at this point that Xiao realized that the sanctum would not leave any information form empty shells for the current iteration, and there was no such thing as a tombstone. The three universal civilizations and the World Tree civilization that he saw in the sanctum were actually the second iteration remains. There was no content inside because they had been stripped and became the dark side universe of the third iteration. However, the cycle of the dark side universe was not the same as the Celestial Star Alliance. Instead, it formed a small reboot pattern. The three universal civilizations of the second iteration used the characteristics of the sanctum to add new patterns every time the universe was rebooted, allowing the dark side universe to be included in the influence of the sanctum. What was different from the Great Reboot was that every small reboot in the dark universe did not return to zero but was formed based on a fixed information form state template, which meant that there would definitely be organizations like the three universal civilizations. Before the three universal civilizations came into contact with the sanctum, their development trajectories were the same. Xiao called this situation dark side iteration. Therefore, every time the dark side universe went through a small reboot, there would be an improved version of the dark side iteration. It was just that there was a chance for information form mutation to occur. The three universal civilizations used this method to buy themselves more time, and they obtained more opportunities to test their luck. However, this plan could not bring about eternity. After some calculations, there was an upper limit to the information form stripping plan. Their dark side universe would only exist in the third iteration at most. If they were to go through the Great Reboot and enter the fourth iteration, then their dark side universe would disappear. Unless they could enter the real iteration main universe from the dark side universe and turn from virtual to real. Therefore, after the three universal civilizations successfully entered the dark side universe, their goal was to break the seal of the dark side universe and return to the real main universe of the third iteration. The third last to last messages on the Sanctum's message board represented the 3 dark side iterations of the dark side universe. Currently, Xiao was in the 4th dark side iteration, and these 4 dark side iterations had all happened during the 3rd iteration. Since the Sanctum was not affected by the iterations, the 3 universal civilizations used the message board of the Sanctum to record the experience of each trial and error. They made themselves of the next dark side iteration improve the path according to the previous experience, as well as create some key devices to improve the situation of the next dark side iteration. This was the origin of the world tree. The 3 universal civilizations had added an information form materialization device when they were in the 2nd dark side iteration, second last message. But in the 3rd dark side iteration, an information form mutation occurred. From a mechanical device, it turned into the world tree with life force and went berserk. This was what Xiao experienced when he was a player in his previous life. In the end, the 3 universal civilizations of the 3rd dark side iteration still opened the Sanctum and understood everything. Thus, they left behind the control terminal of the information form materialization device. In the current 4th dark side iteration, the information form mutation occurred and inherited the nature of restraint. But there was a change in its manifestation which became the world tree's natural enemy, which was also the pivotal snake. On the other hand, in the 2nd dark side iteration, the 3 universal civilizations had used the information form materialization device that had yet to mutate and failed in the end. They had discovered that the reason was that there was a bridge that lacked the true state. Xiao had also figured out the concept of the true state, which was actually the information form carrier that existed in the true universe. In other words, the dark side universe had to form an information form connection with the true universe. Only by being able to interfere with each other would the information form materialization device work. Therefore, the 3 universal civilizations of the 2nd dark side iteration launched a plan, trying to change the underlying laws of the next dark side iteration, causing the 2 parallel lines of the dark side universe and the true universe to deviate and finally intersect. In the end, when the 3rd dark side iteration arrived, the underlying laws of the dark side universe changed, and they successfully projected themselves into reality. They successfully obtained a part of the information form carrier of the true universe, which was the existence of players. Through login, these individuals who lived in the true universe turned their true state into information form state and were pulled into the dark side universe to form the information form interface. This was everything that Xiao and countless players had experienced in his previous life. However, the world tree went berserk in the 3rd dark side iteration. After the world tree war in his previous life, the 3 universal civilizations obtained the Sanctum pathway from the Holy Accord organization and learned everything. They inherited the heritage of countless civilizations, and their technology improved by leaps and bounds. At a level that the players could not come into contact with, the 3 universal civilizations came up with a new plan. They gathered the power of civilizations and built the control terminal of the world tree. At the same time, they lowered the cost of the world tree going berserk in the 4th dark side iteration. Other than that, due to the player's version updates, the 3 universal civilizations of the 3rd dark side iteration felt that the true state bridge was not stable enough, so they decided to spend a lot of resources strengthening the true state connection with the next dark side iteration. Because the dark side universe and the true universe had already formed a preliminary information form interference, the 3 universal civilizations decided to build a stable interference bridge instead of intermittent bridge-like logins. The only targets they could choose were these individual information form records that had already been logged into the dark side universe, so they randomly selected a target to enter the dark side universe completely, forming a stable connection. As long as this idea was correct, the dark side universe would be able to reverse transform the information form state to the true state through this interference bridge, break free from the seal, and return to the true universe. In a more understandable way, it would be like installing a carrier bag for the so-called reality, which contained the entire dark side universe and the entire galaxy world. This was the truth that Xiao had learned from the Sanctum, and what happened after that was not recorded on the message board. After knowing all of this, he had a rough guess about what happened after that. He suspected that the reason why he had transmigrated was actually because he had been randomly selected as the stable interference bridge that strengthened the information form entanglement between the dark side universe and the true universe. His own information form state had been completely captured, and he had come to this dark universe from the reality. Therefore, his real self had disappeared, and he no longer had any information about himself. He had never seen his other self, who should be a player, all these years. Han Xiao suspected that this was the reason. As for the dark side universe of the fourth dark side iteration, it caused the time of the true universe to regress by 10 years. Han Xiao did not know the reason, but he guessed that it was because the third dark side iteration had more information form interference with the true universe when it was capturing him, which affected the other party's time. However, he did not know if this was a reversal of time across the entire universe or only across a small area. However, from another point of view, this was also proof that the dark side universe used the true state to create information form entanglements that could already cause a substantial change to the true universe. Now, Han Xiao had roughly pieced together all the reasons from the Sanctum records and his own guesses. In his opinion, this series of guesses was more than 70% reliable. Han Xiao hid part of his speculations and explained the secret. After hearing all of this, only shock and disbelief could be seen on the faces of Bruce, Lewis, and the Pope. They looked at Han Xiao with their mouths slightly open, completely dumbfounded. The Pope was dumbfounded. Although they were the rulers of the three universal civilizations and had seen countless storms, the information that Han Xiao had just given them had already exceeded their acceptance range. After a long time, Bruce turned to Lewis and said with hesitation, did you understand? I didn't either. Bruce replied blankly. Chapter 1451, Speculation and Conjecture. Chapter 1451, Speculation and Conjecture. The three of them took a while to digest the information that Han Xiao had given them. Lewis hesitated. Black Star, are you trying to trick us? Unfortunately, not this time. Han Xiao shrugged. Bruce had a strange expression on his face. In other words, we are all people who died and reincarnated a few times. This is equivalent to being trapped in a sealed secondary dimension. Our final goal is to break through this secondary dimension and return to the main universe. Although the difference is quite big, you can understand it that way. Han Xiao blinked. It means that everything our civilization has experienced from the beginning is a predestined development trajectory. It has already happened a few times, and it was personally built by us. Something like that. Han Xiao nodded. Let me recover. The Pope pressed his forehead and felt his blood pressure rising. All of a sudden, the three of them felt as though the values that they had formed in their lives had been shattered. In the face of such a situation, they realized that all the political and military problems that they usually considered became insignificant. So, we're that powerful? Bruce was still in shock. Han Xiao ruthlessly interrupted his imagination. It's not that you guys are strong, but the final three universal civilizations are. Compared to the you of the past, you guys are like three little brothers. Don't flatter the three universal civilizations of now. Without me, you guys would still not have known anything. The three of them felt a little hurt. Although this is the truth, can't you let us indulge a little? However, no matter what, the three of them still felt like they had been blessed by their ancestors after learning about these secrets. Black Star, you really gave us a scare. Bruce smiled bitterly. My mind is in a mess right now. I don't even know what to do. Han Xiao raised his brows and joked. Didn't you say you've seen all kinds of storms? Have you seen this before? Ahem, I think we should talk about how to break the seal of the dark side universe and return to the true universe. The Pope's face darkened, and he quickly changed the topic, not wanting to admit that he was too careless. However, Han Xiao did not give a direct answer. Instead, he slowly said, I know you guys still have some doubts in your hearts, thinking that I made this up. When you guys enter the sanctum and confirm that the information I'm talking about is correct, we'll talk about what to do next. By the way, let me remind you guys, the sanctum requires authorization to access the iteration messages. You guys will only know the basic information when you enter the sanctum for the first time, which is information like iteration and great reboot. As for information like dark side iteration and continuous reboot, you guys won't be able to see it for the time being. I only learned about these things after completely unlocking the authorization. Oh, so it was like that. The three of them had not witnessed the functions of the sanctum with their own eyes. so they could only listen to Han Zhao's explanation. However, they believed most of it because there was no need for Black Star to lie to them about something that could be so easily verified. However, Bruce and the other two felt an itch in their hearts. This feeling was like watching a suspense movie. They had only seen the beginning, but Black Star knew all the details and did not tell them who the killer was. This made them very curious. However, the three of them did have some concerns, and they did not dare completely believe what Han Xiao said. They would only be at ease if they entered the sanctum to take a look. I will send you the method to enter the sanctum in a while. Also, I will give you 3 more sets of sanctum keys. You can enter by yourselves. Lest you say that I did something, Han Xiao said casually. He was the only one who could quickly create the sanctum keys. Even the 3 universal civilizations, which had plenty of resources, needed time to collect materials. Therefore, without his help, the 3 universal civilizations could not enter the sanctum frequently. This was also the reason why he had the confidence to control the sanctum and did not mind letting the 3 universal civilizations enter the sanctum. That is the best. The 3 of them hurriedly nodded like obedient children. Alright, then you guys digest the truth of the universe and iterations. I won't disturb you guys any longer. I'll send you the materials later. Han Xiao nodded and hung up. The remote projection disappeared, and the 3 of them looked at each other with different expressions. I didn't expect Black Star to bring such intelligence. If what he said is true, then our future plans will have to be reorganized. That's right. If the situation is true, then there's no point in us developing peacefully here. We have to break through fate and fulfill the wishes of our past lives, entering the so-called true universe. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's start from the beginning. The 3 of them gathered their heads together and started discussing. Super's Holy Land, Leader's Office. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he returned to his room. Complicated emotions appeared in his eyes. He had pretended to be confident and calm in front of the 3 universal civilizations. In fact, when he found out about the truth from the sanctum, he was also shocked, but it also solved many of his doubts. In fact, Han Xiao still had many of his own secrets that he had not told the heads of the 3 universal civilizations just now. For example, the existence of the interface meant that there were 3 possibilities. The first was that the interface was a special product formed when the true state of the true universe was transformed into the information form state of the dark side universe. It was like when a high-dimensional object descended into a low dimension, it had a special advantage. It was like how a piece of paper hid no secrets to humans, providing information that low-dimensional objects could not contain. The second possibility was that it was the product of information form mutation. The third guess was that the 3 universal civilizations of the second dark side iteration had projected the information cluster of the dark side universe into the true universe through login, and the interface was the necessary medium to complete this step. It could be considered a special, retractor, or recorder. Therefore, it might have been specially created by the 3 universal civilizations to ensure that the true state would remain in the dark side universe for a long time. However, no matter which one it was, the interface was something unique to the dark side universe and could not enter the true universe. The evidence that made Han Xiao speculate this was that when he entered the sanctum, the interface would disappear. Because the sanctum did not only exist in the dark side universe, the interface lost its effect. As for his special interface, Han Xiao had a guess. In his opinion, this was either because the 3 universal civilizations of the third dark side iteration wanted to build a stable interference bridge and deliberately created life support for the information form individual who had completely entered the dark side universe, ensuring that he could live stably in the dark side universe and reduce the chances of him dying due to various accidents. Or it was the result of the information form mutation on the normal interface in the dark side iteration. According to the various performances of the interface, Han Xiao was more inclined toward the former. When the interface triggered a mission, more information would usually be revealed in the mission introduction. Because the development trajectory of the dark universe was almost fixed, the 3 universal civilizations of the third dark side iteration could modify the interface into something similar to a prophet. Of course, this did not exclude the fact that their interface had the hidden principle of monitoring the entire dark universe. In addition, When the players went online, the true state's interference, he would be able to enter the players' forums through the interface and spy on the communication between the true states. During the version update period, the forums were also frozen for him. From this perspective, the special interface on him was indeed like an important medium and channel to communicate with the true states. This reminded Xiao of the two information form threads he had seen on the interface when he used the information form obliteration vision. One was connected to him while the other extended infinitely. Now that he thought about it, the connection on this end probably represented the entire dark-side universe. This seemed to support the idea. On the other hand, Xiao also speculated about the theory behind the flow of time in the version update. In the mainstream scientific theories of the galaxy, time was relative, not absolute. From this point of view, based on the content of the message board in the sanctum, he felt that the time of the dark universe and the true universe did not have any connection, only the difference in relative speed. The true universe was the foundation of the third iteration. The dark side universe had to depend on it to exist, but the relative time flow of the dark side universe was faster and went through reboots again and again without affecting the other side. However, when the players came online and caused the dark side universe and the true universe to become entangled in information form, the flow of time between the two sides was locked. The time flow of the dark side universe and the true universe passed at a stable ratio, which was 1:6. The reason behind this was that the true universe still occupied the dominant position, and the players whose foundation existed in the true universe would not be affected. When the true state of the player's temporary logins disappeared, the level of information form interference plummeted, and the flow of time in the dark side universe would be disconnected from the true universe. This conjecture showed that the version update would only take 1 or 2 days for the players while many years would have passed in the galaxy world. Xiao felt that this was quite possible. He even suspected that starting from the second darkside iteration, the frequency of the information form mutation in the darkside universe was very likely the change brought about by the third darkside iteration's introduction of the true states. If the true universe and sanctum were seen as existences of a higher dimension, then the projected projection would produce distortions, and a surreal phenomenon would occur, causing the third darkside iteration's information form materialization device to become the world tree, and the fourth darkside iteration's control terminal to become the pivotal snake. Other than this reason, perhaps the darkside universe is the same as the Celestial Star Alliance dimension. Only an external information form carrier can greatly change its development trajectory, bringing new variables and accidents. Even if the darkside universe is not a rigid cycle, such variables might still be needed. Xiao's expression changed. Although many of these theories were speculations based on the truth revealed by the sanctum messages, he felt that they were very likely. Even if this is a relay across iterations, every civilization wants to be the last one. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, every civilization wants to continue surviving, and no one wants to go extinct. It's understandable for the 3 universal civilizations to do this, but Xiao shook his head with mixed feelings. If all his deductions were correct, then he would be the hope of the entire darkside universe. But to him, this was a multiple-choice question. Chapter 1452, Choice and Entry. Chapter 1452, Choice and Entry. Crack. Xiao opened the cabinet and took out a box of unopened cigarettes from it. He tore open the packaging and took out a black cigarette wrapped in gold patterns. He swiped at it with his finger, and an electric spark lit it up. He held it in his mouth and slowly took a puff. Green smoke rose and covered his complicated expression, and his disappointed eyes could be seen through the smoke. Ever since he entered the galaxy, Xiao had basically quit smoking. It had been almost 100 years since he had last tasted a smoke, but today he lit up a cigarette. This was not an easy choice. If his hometown was the real universe of the current dynasty, then once the dark side universe returned, it would be like a dove taking over a magpie's nest, and countless powerful civilizations would sweep through the galaxy. Xiao did not know if there were any advanced civilizations in the real universe of the current dynasty because his hometown was only a surface-level civilization and could not explore the entire universe. However, his hometown was an information interface, so it would definitely be the first to face a change. To his hometown, this was either a good thing or a bad thing. The only thing he was certain of was that his hometown would never develop freely again. It would definitely be interfered with by the advanced civilizations, just like the various small civilizations and surface civilizations in the galactic society. However, the 3 universal civilizations, which had already gone through 4 dark side changes, were already half a step into the real universe. They were only 1 step away from the real universe, and they had a chance to truly get through the reboot. This was the ultimate dream passed down by the final civilizations after countless generations. Now that he had the ability to help them succeed, should he watch the efforts of the 3 universal civilizations go to waste? Or should he give them the final push? SV. Although Han Xiao was conflicted, he knew that he already had an answer in his heart. Revealing the sanctum information to the 3 universal civilizations was to help him make up his mind not to turn back. This was a great achievement that was supported by countless generations. It was also a great honor for him to be one of them. Furthermore, it was also related to the survival of the universe. The time he had spent in the Galactic Society had long exceeded the length of his life in the real universe. It was impossible for him to not have any feelings for the Galactic Society. Furthermore, with Han Zhao's current experience, he felt that the possibility of his hometown becoming the current final civilization of this iteration was extremely low. Perhaps even becoming a star system civilization would be an extravagant hope. In the middle of the 21st century, before he entered the dark side universe, the societal problems in his hometown were already very acute. It was like a train that had been overloaded for many years, with all kinds of failures coming one after another. Due to the complex geopolitical situation, the entire civilization was wasting precious birthplace resources, and the efficiency of resources was low. There were many problems that could only be solved before entering the interstellar era, and only then would the cost be minimized. Their hometown did not have an efficient collective will when their technology was low, and once such an opportunity was missed, it would be difficult to see it again. As the saying goes, a small boat is easy to turn around. The larger the body, the harder it is to turn back, and it would be difficult to make any changes. Any slight movement might trigger an internal crisis that could destroy the entire civilization. Although his hometown might have a chance to turn around in the future, according to the trend before Han Xiao entered the dark side universe, the development of his hometown, if analyzed on the scale of civilization and the universe, was truly in a precarious situation. Therefore, after the birth of the virtual network in his previous life, it quickly became a haven for countless people to escape from reality. According to this trend, the final outcome of his hometown might be natural death or being destroyed or captured by an unknown foreign civilization. In his eyes, most of the areas around his hometown did not have the qualifications to become the overlord of the universe, unless there were no competitors. However, due to the existence of the sanctum, this was clearly impossible. Therefore, Han Xiao felt that since it would be difficult for his hometown to become the winner of a single era, when the conversion of the dark universe was completed, while it might bring about risks, it would also bring along the successful plan to get through the Great Reboot. This would mean unlimited resources and techniques. The current final civilizations might not have matured yet, and the 3 universal civilizations would most likely replace it and rule it for a long time. This would be somewhat unfair to the current iterated civilizations, but in this regard, no civilization would not give in to be the leader of the universe. It was very difficult for the weak to choose their own fate. Of course, there was also the possibility of a powerful civilization existing in the real universe, but the civilization level of their hometown was too low for him to be aware of it. In addition, Han Xiao felt that he had come to the dark side universe because of the 3 universal civilizations. Perhaps he should return the favor. In the end, I still have my own selfish motives. Feebnovel.com. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and suddenly shook his head. He had never thought of himself as a selfless person. Apart from these concerns that involved the big picture, there were also reasons for him to choose to convert the dark side universe. He seemed to have used up all his luck to become the stable interference bridge that was randomly selected. If he did not do anything, the dark side universe would only experience another round of reboot and might not have much of an impact on this place. However, in the next dark side universe would pull in a new true form carrier and become a new stable interference bridge to replace him. Due to the uniqueness of his identity, Han Xiao could not guarantee that he would become a member of the dark side universe's development trajectory after the dark side underwent another iteration. Becoming a transcendent might not mean that he could literally transcend an iteration. The small reboot of the dark side universe might still cause him to disappear. Rather than saying that his choice was to save the dark side universe, it would be more accurate to say that it was to save himself. Therefore, this might be his only chance. Han Xiao did not want to gamble. Phew, so this is an all-out invasion. With this in mind, Han Xiao calmed himself down and stopped smoking. He extinguished the cigarette roll that was only 1/3 burnt in the ashtray without hesitation. A few days later, in a certain military-restricted area in the central galaxy, 3 small spaceships hovered outside the space fortress, ready to go. In the military command tower on the side, the remote projection of the 3 universal civilizations ruler stood in front of the window, staring at the 3 spaceships outside with a nervous and expectant expression. The operators in the room were adjusting the parameters in front of the instruments. This time, Han Zhao's remote projection appeared in the room, attracting the attention of 3 people. "How's the preparation going?" "We have already filled up the sanctum key in the synthesis device according to the method you provided," Bruce replied immediately. Han Xiao nodded. "What about the candidates to enter the sanctum?" Lewis said with a deep voice. "We have all chosen a spaceship full of elites, and their loyalty is reliable. Our side will be led by Ulu, and the Crimson Dynasty will be led by Claudia." Han Xiao looked at the Pope and said, "What about you? Are you going to let Wernos take the lead?" "I originally planned to let Wernos enter the sanctum, but he happened to have left some time ago, so I found another direct descendant." The Pope shook his head. "Is that so? What a twist of events." Han Zhao's expression was complicated. Due to the fact that he needed to accumulate the authority of the sanctum, he did not know if the Arcane Church would allow Wernos to become the Sanctum Explorer even after he returned. Great, he had missed out on another huge benefit. He always felt that Wernos seemed to miss out on everything good. This guy was really unlucky. Seeing that Han Xiao did not speak, Lewis said, "If there's no problem, shall we begin?" "Go ahead. I'll watch from here." Han Xiao nodded. Bruce nodded and gave the order. Very soon, a few rays of light shot out from the military fortress and gathered in midair, slowly turning into 3 sanctums. The sanctum's key that Han Xiao had provided each led to different sanctums, and they were all opened at the same time. Han Xiao had seen this scene many times and did not have much of a reaction. However, the heads of the 3 universal civilizations stared with their eyes wide open, staring at the changes in the scenery outside the window. It was as though they wanted to memorize all the details of the sanctum passageway. The next moment, the 3 spaceships started moving and entered different passages of the sanctum. The sanctum's light then spun and contracted before disappearing from everyone's sight. Only at this moment did the 3 universal civilizations leaders relax. They heaved a sigh of relief and were filled with anticipation and anxiety. They were afraid that something would happen during their trip to the sanctum, or they might not bring back the information they wanted. This is their first time entering the sanctum. Their authority is very low, and the time flow is very different. It will take them a very long time to return, Han Xiao explained. Bruce nodded absent-mindedly. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to look at Han Xiao. "Since it will take a long time for them to return, let's not just blindly wait for them. We might as well use the time to solve some important problems." Han Xiao raised his brows. "What do you want?" "Initially, we wanted to wait until the Galactic Society recovered more than half of its strength before launching a military operation against the Star Alliance. However, the intelligence you brought disrupted our strategic plans, so I think it's better to solve this hidden danger as soon as possible. However, we alone cannot proceed with the highest efficiency, so, you want my help?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and continued. "That's what I meant." Bruce nodded quickly. Han Xiao turned to look at the other 2. "You guys have the same idea? I hope Your Excellency Black Star can help." Lewis and the Pope nodded as well. Ever since they knew the truth about the universe iterations, they had become more relaxed. They were all in the same boat now, so helping the other party meant helping themselves, and they were no longer as reserved as before. They were just short of hugging Han Zhao's thigh and calling him daddy. You guys are really impolite. Let me do some research, then. Looking at the three of them, Han Zhao's mouth twitched. Originally, he did not want to interfere in this matter. However, given the current situation, if he did not settle the Star Alliance as soon as possible, there would be more variables in the plan of converting the Dark Universe. It was indeed not good. Han Xiao thought about it and said slowly, "If I can solve this problem with less bloodshed, that would be the best. I hope that my interference will allow them to accept reality faster." Chapter 1453. What? The World Tree called. Chapter 1453. What? The World Tree called. What? Black Star and the three universal civilizations have privately agreed to open the sanctum. The surprised voice of the leader of the Star Arc sounded in the conference room of the Superstar Cluster Alliance. A civilization leader nodded with a solemn expression. I received some news. Black Star seems to have really shared the sanctum information with the three universal civilizations. Is the news accurate? The Star Arc leader's expression turned solemn. Very reliable. Hearing this, the expressions of all the Superstar Cluster leaders changed. The three universal civilizations did not cover up Black Star's actions of sharing the sanctum. This was not a secret that no one could not find out, but they did not disclose it to the outside world either. After knowing about their current situation, they did not have such thoughts for the time being. If not, they would have advertised it in the past to increase their reputation. The composition of the three sanctum keys that Han Xiao had given them, as well as the method of entering the sanctum, were the three universal civilizations' top-secret information. Outsiders would not be able to find out about it. So the Superstar Cluster Alliance only knew about the appearance of the two sides cooperating to open the sanctum. They did not know the exact reason and details. This is really strange. Now, the three universal civilizations, the Super's Holy Land, and we are already in a tripartite situation. The sanctum is the core strength of the Super's Holy Land. Isn't Black Star helping the enemy? What does he mean by this? The leader was confused. Indeed, I don't understand either. Why does Black Star need to share the sanctuary with the three universal civilizations? Another civilization leader was puzzled. In the past, when Beyond Grade as still existed as organizations, they did not share the sanctum's information even when facing the suppression of the three universal civilizations. Now, the Super's Holy Land is already a huge force, comparable to the three universal civilizations. Why did they give out the sanctum's information instead? Could it be that some chip has fallen into the hands of the three universal civilizations? I feel that it's impossible for Black Star to be threatened by the three universal civilizations. There must be other reasons. Black Star might have other plans. We can't even rule out the possibility of them forming deep strategic cooperation. The World Tree has already been dealt with. What other strategic cooperation can they have? Could it be that they are fighting that third-party infiltrator? But is there a need for that? Both the three universal civilizations and Black Star can deal with the Star Alliance alone. At this moment, one of the leaders hesitated for a moment and said carefully, freewebnovel.com. Have you ever thought that they might be working together against us? The room fell silent. After a long time, the leader of the Star Arc swallowed his saliva and said, I don't think that's possible. We're lubricants between them. They probably won't gang up on us. I don't think so. Someone was worriedly singing the opposite tune. Could it be that our attitude of waiting for a good price was too blatant and angered both sides? Hearing that, everyone panicked. After the structure of the war was established, they would circle around the three universal civilizations and the Super's Holy Land, jumping around to maintain balance. According to their initial analysis, the three universal civilizations needed to form an alliance with them to suppress the Super's Holy Land. Therefore, they would definitely change their ways and use a lot of benefits to rope them in. This was also the case in the early stages. Finally, they were no longer suppressed and had the space to develop freely. Using a different method, they achieved what they initially wanted to achieve through migration. Logically speaking, if not for the rise of the Super's Holy Land, the Superstar Cluster would not have been able to do as they wished. Black Star had contributed to this, but because of the balance, they could not stay as close as they wanted to the Super's Holy Land. Otherwise, the three universal civilizations would definitely explode. Thus, They could only temporarily put aside the alliance agreement with Black Star and turn it into superficial cooperation. The Super's Holy Land did not say anything about this. The Superstar Cluster Alliance had even specially called Black Star to apologize, and the other party did not seem to mind. Thus, the Superstar Cluster Alliance had always been at ease and felt that this route was not a problem. They hoped to maintain a good cooperative relationship with both sides. But now that Black Star and the three universal civilizations had played such a card, they immediately felt uncertain. It felt as if there were two enemies who were not on good terms with each other, and he had maintained a good relationship with both of them. Like a sticker for the three of them, he let everyone play together. However, one day the two enemies suddenly made up for no reason. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and did not bring him along to play. Instead, he became the third person, isolated. This was very uncomfortable. I think we need to analyze it, but we can't rule out the possibility that such a factor is involved. We need to consider our attitude towards the Super's Holy Land and the three universal civilizations. We can't be too cold, the leader of the Star Arc said with a heavy tone. The higher-ups of the Superstar Cluster felt their hearts turn weak the more they thought about it. They were too suspicious and scared themselves. In the unexplored universe, Star Alliance capital. Ever since the World Tree fully invaded, the three universal civilizations have been in an increasingly difficult situation. In the past 2 years, they have lost almost 6% of their territory. I thought that they would be able to hold on for a few decades, but it seems like I've overestimated them. The three universal civilizations will not be able to withstand the attack of the World Tree at all. At this rate, the three universal civilizations will definitely be defeated in 5 to 6 years, the longest in 13 to 14 years. In the meeting room, the leader of the Star Alliance and the leaders of the various civilizations had smiles on their faces. The room was filled with happiness. For more than a year since the World Tree invaded the Interstellar Society, they had been living a very happy life. Even their footsteps were light. Every time they read the battle report sent by the spies, they would look forward to the next episode because they were always full of surprises. The more miserable the Galactic Society was, the happier they would be. The leader of the Star Alliance knocked on the table and said with a smile, "Over the past year, the three universal civilizations were almost completely defeated by the World Tree. Black Star was heavily injured by the ambush and had exceeded the limits of his indestructible body. He had no choice but to fall into a deep sleep and slowly recuperate. Thus, the Sanctum Revival was temporarily terminated. The intel says that he is now the spiritual pillar of the Galactic Society to resist the external enemies. Once Black Star falls, the morale of the Galactic Alliance army will collapse, and they will be forced to retreat on the battlefield. Therefore, it is obvious that without Black Star, the Galactic Allied forces are just a motley crew. Hehe. Not bad. Not bad. The leader of the Lore Civilization, Savines, chuckled. Furthermore, the reports from the first 2 episodes said that the mother planets of the three universal civilizations were attacked frequently and had no choice but to let many of the upper echelons take refuge. During the voyage, the Crimson Dynasty spaceship was ambushed on a large scale, and the current leader, Marbruce, was cut in half at the waist, dying without a complete corpse. The previous dynasty ruler, Urenrel, was captured by the members of the World Tree, and it was said that the pillar of the nation, Claudia, went alone to save her. In the end, he was captured, but his will was firm. Thus, the World Tree gathered the members and violated Urenrel repeatedly in front of him, destroying Claudia's will before the World Tree devoured him and turned him into a slave. Speaking of which, the peak beyond grade as of the Galactic Society either died or were injured. Manison's true body was exposed, and he was turned into a slave by the World Tree. All of his assets were used to support the enemy. Kasui's mind was shattered, and he became a fool. Wernos was forced to participate in the battle, and the church's national treasure was almost shattered. These battle reports were all fabricated by Han Zhao's order to the lurkers who had already jumped out of hiding. He even added quite a number of personal gossips into them, which made it quite exciting. As for the people involved in the battle report, they did not know that Han Xiao was making things up about them. The members of the Star Alliance talked about the good news in the previous war reports with great interest. They wanted to see the suffering of the people of the Galactic Society and laugh. After chatting for a while, the leader of the Star Alliance calmed down and knocked on the table. Although the defeat of the 3 universal civilizations is set in stone, and we have finally gotten rid of a huge threat, the World Tree is a new threat. When the war ends, we still need to pay attention to the World Tree. That's right. The failure of the 3 universal civilizations has proven how terrifying they are. Even if we reach the height of the 3 universal civilizations, we still won't be their match. Yeah, but time stands with us. As long as we keep developing, sooner or later. The leader of the Star Alliance was about to look forward to the future to cheer everyone on when the meeting room was suddenly pushed open. Bang! A secretary rushed in anxiously with an anxious look on his face. His eyes were filled with fear. Leaders, something bad has happened. We found traces of the World Tree army. The World Tree is attacking. What? Crash. The expressions of all the Star Alliance's upper echelons changed drastically as they stood up. Chapter 1454. Give them a taste of their own medicine. Chapter 1454. Give them a taste of their own medicine. Within the Star Alliance, the Marga star system, a long and narrow spatial rift cut through the starry sky like a knife cutting open the belly of the universe, splattering out endless green tides. Countless World Tree battleships flew out from the wormhole and formed an army. They turned into dense streams of light and dispersed in all directions, attacking the planets on the star map. The World Tree fleet was traveling at an extremely fast speed. Before long, a prosperous planet was in sight. The defense troops of this planet had already taken off and were distributed in outer space, ready to fight against the invasion. Buzz! At this moment, there was a flash of light in the distance. A huge wave of starships covered in starlight approached rapidly. The outer armor of the starships was engraved with the Star Alliance's insignia. This was the military's Rapid Support Unit. They were stationed at the nearby military fortress and were in charge of the daily security in the area. In the main starship of the Star Alliance's Rapid Support Troops, the middle-aged commander with a strong temperament gripped the edge of the table tightly with both hands. He gritted his teeth and looked at the enemy troops outside the window, countless times more numerous than his own. His heart was in agony as he let out a hoarse roar. Units 17 and 18, fall down. Immediately organize the people to board the ship and escape. The rest, attack. Stall for time. As soon as the order was given, the Rapid Support Troops immediately charged towards the incoming World Tree. Facing an unrivaled opponent, the Star Alliance's fleet still chose to counterattack. This scene was very tragic. It was like an isolated and helpless troop enduring the endless encirclement of countless enemies. However, the difference in strength would not be reduced because of this. Their fearlessness could not stop the spreading of the green tide. The world-destroying green tide did not stop and easily drown the armed fleet. The Star Alliance fleet's counterattack only caused a small ripple before disappearing into the endless green tide. Roots tore through the sky and pierced into the flourishing planet like straws, devouring the matter and energy inside and turning them into their own nourishment. In the flagship of the World Tree Fleet, the Heart Tree King looked down at the planet with a glimmer in his eyes. Vast psychic energy had already covered the entire planet, hypnotizing all living beings to give up on escaping and voluntarily enter the roots to become a member of the World Tree. The Heart Tree King shook his head as he watched the last few Star Alliance battleships explode into pieces under the concentrated fire of the World Tree Fleet. It's just a futile struggle. He turned to look at the countless soldiers in the cabin and saw a feverish look on each of their faces. War was their specialty. Sensing the Heart Tree King's gaze, everyone raised their arms and shouted, "For the Mother Tree! For Father God!" After Black Star subdued the World Tree, he became the Father God in the hearts of all the members of the World Tree. His will was above the Mother Tree's. The Heart Tree King muttered to himself before retracting his gaze and looking at the starry sky. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the endless distance and lock onto the mother planet of the Star Alliance. In the conference room in the Star Alliance's capital, unlike the joyous atmosphere a few days ago, the room was filled with gloom, fear, despair, anxiety, and other negative emotions. In the past few days, news of the World Trees invasion broke out in various parts of their territory. It was as if the entire Star Alliance was in danger overnight and countless planets had fallen. The upper echelons of the Star Alliance were no longer as high-spirited as they were a few days ago. At this moment, they looked haggard and their clothes were in a mess. They had not slept or rested for the past few days as they argued intensely. Isn't the World Tree civilization still fighting with the three universal civilizations? Why did they invade us? The Star Alliance leader frowned and looked exhausted. His eyes were bloodshot and his voice was extremely hoarse. Savines trembled slightly and said with a shaking voice, "Could it be that the World Tree civilization feels that they have already crippled the three civilizations and wants to fight on two fronts? What should we do?" The upper echelons of the Star Alliance frowned. They thought that the three universal civilizations were still fighting the World Tree to the death, but because they had discovered their location, they had deployed a portion of their forces to fight with them. This feeling was like they were enjoying the sufferings of others, but the sufferings suddenly appeared on their own head. What else can we do? Since the World Tree is here, we can only resist. Someone slammed the table to hide the fear in his heart. Just as he said that, someone immediately objected and said loudly, "What fight? Even the three universal civilizations were no match for the World Tree. They were crippled in a few years. We can't defend our own territories at all. We should quickly migrate the refugees, preserve our tinders, and abandon our territories. How can we do that? At least we still have the strength to fight. The World Tree is wreaking havoc in my territory. As long as everyone sends out reinforcements, we will definitely be able to defeat the World Tree," someone else said in a low voice. "Bullsh *T. We don't even have enough troops. How can we help you?" Another person shouted. This argument instantly ignited the fuse. Everyone's emotions had been like a spring that had been pushed to the limit these past few days. With this, all the accumulated dissatisfaction in their hearts erupted. They directly split into two groups. One group was advocating war while the other was in favor of escaping. The argument was extremely intense. If not for the fact that most of them were projections, everyone would have rolled up their sleeves and started fighting. The Star Alliance was formed by the alliance of more than 40 civilizations. They were not united in the first place and each had their own standpoints for benefits. Usually, they could be gathered together, but when faced with the pressure of a powerful foreign invasion, internal conflicts immediately erupted. Some of the upper echelons of the civilizations who had been against causing trouble couldn't restrain themselves anymore and started complaining loudly. "Everyone, calm down, calm down. We still have other paths. We can't resist the World Tree on our own, but since the three universal civilizations are in the same situation as us, perhaps we can take the initiative to communicate with them and join forces against the enemy. As for our previous plans, we can put them aside for now. The most important thing is to defeat the World Tree together. They will definitely know the severity of the matter. We will settle the score with the three universal civilizations later in the future. We have to protect ourselves first before we can talk about the future." The Star Alliance leader raised his suggestion loudly and tried his best to ease the atmosphere. However, it was useless. Everyone was speechless at his suggestion and turned a deaf ear to it. They continued arguing and the situation was getting out of control. In the past, many members of the Star Alliance would not have been so disrespectful to him. However, now that their own civilizations were on the brink of death, no one cared about him anymore. Everyone had a big fight. Many people were furious. They stopped talking and directly went offline. They did not want to listen to the unified dispatch of the Star Alliance anymore. They decided to fly off on their own when disaster struck. Not long after, there was no one left in the meeting room. The Star Alliance leader sat alone in his seat, his heart filled with bitterness. After the quarrel, the leaders of a few civilizations gave out orders without any hesitation. They did not listen to the Star Alliance's orders at all and packed up their resources and population. They started to escape hurriedly, preparing to escape from the Star Alliance's territory and enter the unexplored universe. Initially, although most civilizations were angry and panicked, they had not decided to abandon their homes. However, when they saw someone running away decisively, They immediately became anxious. Since the others had already run away, if they did not keep up, wouldn't they be staying behind to help others cover their retreat? How could this do? The chain reaction happened very quickly. One after another, the members of the Star Alliance didn't dare to delay any longer. They also started to migrate and escape, no longer caring about the Star Alliance's agreement. When these member countries refused to listen to the orders, the Star Alliance's mechanism was quickly paralyzed. The huge Star Alliance seemed to have broken up overnight, and the fleets of various civilizations began to escape and part ways. In the past, many members would not easily go against the unified order of the Star Alliance, or else they would be isolated by others. But now they could not care so much. When the World Tree attacked, the Star Alliance immediately had a disagreement of opinion. This joint universal civilization was destined to fall apart. No one planned to wait for death in a group. They only wanted others to stall the enemy so they could escape. This was Han Zhao's intention. The weakness of the Star Alliance's structure was too obvious, which was that they had too many interests and did not have the strength of a dominant civilization. They could barely coalesce, and their opinions could not be completely unified. Usually, the members of the Star Alliance had their reservations, but once they were in a life-and-death crisis, it would definitely be difficult for them to unite. There was an 80% chance that they would split up. As long as this collective will was disassembled, the Star Alliance's small giant would be dismembered. Its resistance would drop by several levels, and it would lose most of its fighting spirit. Back then, the Star Alliance had secretly leaked the information, wanting to cause internal conflict in the galactic society. Han Zhao's action was also to give them a taste of their own medicine, using a different method to cause internal conflict. The port on the mother planet of the Lore civilization was already packed with people. Anti-gravity transport vehicles loaded the supplies onto the fleet one by one. Countless frightened citizens lined up to board the ships under the orders of armed soldiers. No matter how anxious they were, they could only suppress their emotions and listen to the orders obediently. Not long ago, there was a group of people who wanted to rebel, but they were suppressed cruelly, killed on the spot. Their blood had not even dried yet. That was why no one dared to act recklessly right now. Not long after, the first fleet was finally filled up. Without waiting for the subsequent spaceships, they took to the sky and fled into the depths of space. Savines was already in the main ship. As the leader of the civilization, he did not dare stay on the mother planet any longer. The fleets of refugees had split into several batches. In order to escort him, more than half of the armed forces were moving together with the first fleet with the least population load. We finally set off. Savines let out a small sigh of relief. He still remembered that, in the battle report, the two dynasty rulers were tortured to death by the World Tree. It could be seen that the World Tree civilization liked to carry out the tactic of killing the leader very much. He was worried that he would follow in their footsteps and be trampled to death. Therefore, he only wanted to run away quickly and did not dare to stay on the mother planet as a target. As far as he knew, the other heads of civilizations had the same idea and had all fled from the mother planet. As the spaceship slowly accelerated, Savines was no longer so worried. He muttered to himself, "It should be safe for now." However, before he could finish his sentence, the spaceship's radar suddenly exploded with an ear-piercing hum. It pointed straight at the front of the spaceship, and an energy reaction appeared out of nowhere, blocking the way. The next moment, a mechanical deity suddenly expanded in size, surpassing the size of the entire fleet stacked on each other. It covered the sun and the stars, and a huge hand suddenly came down. Hong long long. Psionic energy burst out like ripples, and the entire fleet began to explode like firecrackers. In the blink of an eye, the armed escort fleet was almost completely annihilated. They could not even make a splash and turned into a large patch of fireworks in the starry sky. It was very beautiful. "This is Black Star." Savines turned pale with fright and hastily shouted, "Run, run." However, before he could finish speaking, many of the spaceship operators were already sweating profusely. "This won't do. The fleet's intelligence matrix is completely locked. We can't control it at all. The spaceship is already paralyzed." "No." Savine's eyes widened in horror as his pupils reflected the enlarged palm of the supreme heavenly venerate. The mechanical lines on the palm became clearer. Crack! Han Xiao directly grabbed the flagship and sucked it into his body, capturing Savine's and the upper echelons of the ship. Immediately after, he suddenly raised his hand and punched. Energy burst out like a gamma-ray burst, spreading in a large area and instantly vaporizing a large group of warships that were about to counterattack. Fruobnov.com. The first. Han Xiao turned around and disappeared as though he had never been there. His goal was to capture the leaders of all the civilizations in the Star Alliance and display the advantage of individual strength. With his current combat strength, the success rate of the targeting the leader tactic was almost 100% against a civilization like the Star Alliance. No one could stop him. His Excellency Savine's has been captured by the enemy. Because Han Zhao's execution efficiency was too great, the remaining defense troops on the mother planet did not have the time to rush over to support Savine's when he was captured. The guards on the ground base stared blankly at the place where Han Xiao had disappeared. Listening to the busy tone in the command channel, they fell into a state of chaos. Chapter 1455 Crushing Dry Weeds and Smashing Rotten Wood. Chapter 1455 Crushing Dry Weeds and Smashing Rotten Wood. The Star Alliance also had individual strengths, but compared to the three universal civilizations, they had too few top-tier combatants and were too weak. With Han Zhao's abilities, he could do whatever he wanted here. In addition, the entire virtual network of the Star Alliance was under the surveillance of Han Xiao, a legendary mechanic. The whereabouts of the upper echelons of the Star Alliance could not be hidden at all. Han Xiao was like an eagle pouncing on a chicken, constantly teleporting and flashing, accurately intercepting the fleets of the upper echelons of the Star Alliance. Not once did he fail. Even the Star Alliance leader was captured by him. Within a few days, the leaders of the 46 civilizations and the upper echelons of the Star Alliance were all captured by Han Xiao. One civilization after another lost its command from the upper echelons. Some civilizations had a good system and continued to maintain the implementation of the migration plan through the base chain of command. Some civilizations were quite decisive, and there were some who took the position of the upper echelons, but most of them fell into different degrees of chaos. The intelligence of the world tree and the three universal civilizations was a secret of the upper echelons of the Star Alliance. The citizens and the officers did not know anything about it. They did not know what the World Tree Fleet represented, nor did they have the strong fear of the World Tree civilization like the upper echelons had developed over the years of war reports. Therefore, after the upper echelons of the various civilizations disappeared, many civilizations launched an intense counterattack. However, due to the collective vacancy of the upper echelons, the internal secrets were leaked out under the influence of a certain force, and it quickly spread throughout the Star Alliance base. Most people understood the source of the disaster and knew how terrifying the World Tree civilization was, as well as how the World Tree civilization was currently at war with the three universal civilizations. As for the actions of the upper echelons of the Star Alliance, trying to reap benefits but inviting trouble instead, they were not announced under Han Zhao's control. Because the World Tree's mechanism was too terrifying, the morale of many civilizations was immediately reduced by half. What completely destroyed the will of the Star Alliance civilizations was the invasion of another armed force. This time, it was the three universal civilizations' army that was supposed to fight the World Tree in the news. They had also become the attackers. The morale of the Star Alliance completely collapsed. Facing the pincer attack of two universal civilizations, they no longer had the courage to resist and could only flee in panic. The entire Star Alliance's battle situation slid into the abyss at lightning speed. All the resistance forces were paralyzed and wiped out by the three universal civilizations and the World Tree. Countless spaceships escaped from the Star Alliance's territory, and it was a complete mess. Only a month had passed since the World Tree civilization and the three universal civilizations invaded the Star Alliance. In reality, if the Star Alliance could unite all their forces, they would at least be at the universe grade and would not be so weak. They could still work together to resist for a period of time. However, the situation was too sudden, and there were too many internal conflicts, so they could not form an effective counterattack. The current situation of the Star Alliance was like the three universal civilizations that were attacked by the World Tree in his previous life, and the situation was even worse. They were caught completely off guard. If the Star Alliance was given some time, they might be able to recover from the chaos after suffering heavy losses and form various scattered civil resistance forces. However, they had no chance now. All the upper echelons of the Star Alliance civilization that were captured by Han Xiao were not executed, nor were they immediately devoured and transformed by the World Tree. Instead, they were locked in the same cage without any physical torture. There were only virtual screens floating in the cage, showing the tragic situation of their various civilizations under the attack of the World Tree all day long. All the upper echelons of the Star Alliance could not rest peacefully and were suffering from psychological torture. Every day, as they watched the World Tree fleet destroy the Star Alliance, they were furious, terrified, and desperate. After the scene of the three universal civilizations attacking the Star Alliance was shown on the screen, all the upper echelons of the Star Alliance were stunned. They had originally thought that the World Tree was fighting on two fronts, but they did not expect the three universal civilizations to attack them too. In an instant, their previous guesses were overturned, and everyone was horrified. Why would the three universal civilizations invade our territory together with the World Tree civilization? Aren't they still fighting? The Star Alliance leader said with a hoarse voice, unable to hide his shock and confusion. Could it be that they've stopped the war and reconciled? No, how is that possible? One should not have stopped until the other died. Isn't the World Tree unable to coexist with any civilization? Someone murmured in disbelief. Savine's eyes were bloodshot and his voice hoarse. There's only one possibility. The three universal civilizations have been devoured by the World Tree and turned into slaves of the World Tree. They have lost their freedom. In other words, their civilization has been destroyed. Ha ha ha. Woo-woo. As he said that, a twisted expression appeared on his face. It was as if he was laughing and crying at the same time. There was an indescribable sense of viciousness and joy. Among all the Star Alliance civilizations that were attacked, the Lore civilization was the most miserable. They were targeted by the World Tree and the three universal civilizations. Savines watched the tragic scenes of his race every day, and his mental state was on the verge of collapse. In his eyes, although he was about to die, at least the three universal civilizations were gone. His revenge had succeeded, and he had already dragged his enemies along with him to die, destroying the prosperous world of the three universal civilizations. Hearing this, everyone nodded silently. They all agreed that the three universal civilizations had become the World Tree civilization's vassal. However, unlike Savines, the other upper echelons of the Star Alliance did not feel any joy, only fear. Originally, one World Tree civilization was enough to destroy the Star Alliance. Now, they had even absorbed the forces of the three universal civilizations. It was equivalent to two universal civilizations attacking from both sides. No matter how they thought about it, they felt that there was no chance that the Star Alliance would survive. They had already lost all hope in their hearts. Their expressions were numb, and they were like walking corpses. Swoosh! At this time, the cell door opened, and everyone turned around to look. A figure walked in against the light from the corridor outside, revealing an expressionless face. It was Han Xiao. Everyone, how have you been? Han Xiao said emotionlessly. Black Star. Everyone subconsciously shrank back with fear on their faces. Savines was the only one who did not retreat. Instead, he took a few steps forward with a ferocious smile on his face. He stretched out his hands as though he wanted to grab Han Xiao's shoulders. Pa! Before he could even take a few steps, an invisible force sent him flying, and he slammed into the prison wall. However, Savines did not seem to feel any pain at all. Instead, he started laughing like a maniac. Ha ha ha! Black Star, your three universal civilizations have also suffered a crushing defeat and become the slaves of the World Tree. We will also become a member of the World Tree. We are equals with you, and we all have the same ending. Don't think that anyone has won. Ha ha! Cough! Ha ha! The upper echelons of the Star Alliance looked at the crazy Savines and remained silent. There was only disappointment on their faces, and they even looked at Han Xiao with sympathy. Although they were destined to become a member of the World Tree and would not die, they would lose their sense of self. In their eyes, it was no different from death. Seeing this, Han Xiao knew what they were thinking. He shook his head and laughed. Do you think the 3 universal civilizations have become the slaves of the World Tree? A reasonable deduction and interesting conjecture. Unfortunately, it's a completely wrong conclusion. Without waiting for the others to react, he raised his palm, and a small World Tree phantom appeared in his palm. It spun around and exuded an astonishing high-level pressure, causing everyone present to feel weak all over. They could not even stand, and collapsed onto the ground one after another. Our war has ended, but you guys guessed wrongly. The World Tree was captured by me and has now become my universal treasure. In other words, I'm the master of the World Tree civilization. As soon as he said that, Savine's crazy, hoarse laughter stopped, like a screaming chicken that had its throat pinched. He stared at Han Xiao with his eyes wide open. Impossible! I don't believe it. The intelligence said that the World Tree civilization had the upper hand and almost destroyed your side. Oh? You're talking about the intelligence sent back by the spies you left in the desolate universe belt. Han Xiao interrupted him and said with a teasing tone, I got someone to make up those battle reports. Isn't that great? As soon as he said that, it was as if he had pressed the mute button. Savine's anger froze on his face, and the other's eyes widened. The room fell silent. Han Xiao blinked and slowly said, Your spies have long been discovered by us and transformed into the servants of the World Tree. We have been sending fake intelligence to you all, making you think that we are still in the midst of war. In fact, we had already dealt with the World Tree more than a year ago. What you all saw was just an illusion we made. At this moment, everyone's expression was extremely interesting. Thinking about how they had been surprised every time they saw the battle report in the past year, everyone felt as if they had eaten a piece of incense. It turned out that they had been laughing at the fake intelligence that others had fabricated. They had been complacent, proud, and had been toyed with. At this moment, everyone wished they could tear off their faces and throw them somewhere they could no longer see. At the same time, an even deeper sense of despair rose in everyone's hearts. Knowing that this was a mixed attack, they had no hope at all. Their faces were extremely gloomy, knowing that the Star Alliance was finished. Seeing this, Han Xiao shook his head. In fact, he felt that the Star Alliance was quite unlucky. Even if these people did not take advantage of the situation to give trouble to the 3 universal civilizations, when he defeated the World Tree, he would still use the information form warning network to cover all the star fields in his territory. This way, the Star Alliance would still have nowhere to hide and would be exposed. At that time, the Star Alliance would still receive the attention and vigilance of the 3 universal civilizations, and their outcome would probably not be any better. Therefore, the moment the Star Alliance sent their spies to gather information about the Galactic Society, their outcome was almost certain. The Star Alliance leader clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. What are you going to do to us if you don't want to devour us? Han Xiao glanced at them and said, I need everyone's cooperation. As you can see, we have the ability to destroy all the civilizations in the Star Alliance, but I will give your race a chance. Stop resisting, choose to submit, and become our subsidiary. Only then will we give you the right to continue surviving. You could have swallowed us all. Why would you do this? The Star Alliance leader was furious. I want to. Han Xiao raised his brows, paused, looked at everyone, and continued, think about it first. You only have one chance. This time, Savine suddenly roared and interrupted him. We will never give up our freedom to become the World Tree's vassal. You will never be able to enslave us. However, before he could finish speaking, Han Xiao flicked his finger, and mechanical particles flew out, forming a sealed mechanical device that covered the lower half of Savine's face, blocking all of his roars. Han Xiao retracted his gaze and said with a calm expression, It seems like he has already made his choice. Before the destruction of the Lore civilization, he will not be executed. He will stand here and watch the outcome of his choice. Everyone, it's your turn. 'Cause I was interrupted just now, I will repeat myself. The 3 universal civilizations won't even need to put in the effort to destroy you all. If you reject me, You all won't even have the chance to reproduce under the jurisdiction of the World Tree. Destruction or continuation? Think carefully before you speak. Everyone's expression was uncertain, and they fell into a dilemma. They knew that this was a warning, but it was still very effective. They really wanted to say that they would never become slaves out of spite, but looking at the tragic state of their race on the virtual screen, they only felt the heavy burden on their shoulders become heavier, so heavy that they could not even speak. At this time, mechanical particles flowed out from under Han Xiao's robe and turned into a fixed cabin, locking Savines up. There's no need to hurry. You have plenty of time. Before our fleet destroys your civilization, you can hesitate as much as you want. After all, you're not the ones who are dying. Han Xiao then turned around and left. The cell door closed behind him, cutting off the sound of Savines struggling. Han Xiao did not stop, and the officers of the 3 universal civilizations were already waiting at the door. Seeing this, they quickly followed. Your Excellency Black Star, thank you. Tenny nodded. It's nothing. I'll leave the rest to you. Han Xiao waved his hands. He had already helped them to this extent, and the Star Alliance had already lost the ability to resist. The 3 universal civilizations would be more than enough to take care of the rest of the work. With the World Tree civilization cooperating, he did not need to do anything anymore. The 3 universal civilizations still had the ability to handle such a simple concluding job. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. A civilization that has stepped into the threshold of the universe grade was easily destroyed in such a short period of time. My force has already expanded to this level. Han Xiao sighed in his heart before walking away. Chapter 1456. Logging out and returning. Chapter 1456. Logging out and returning. After settling the upper echelons of the Star Alliance, Han Xiao had nothing to do and could focus on his own work. The 3 universal civilizations and the World Tree civilization were both in charge of cleaning up the Star Alliance. Because the resistance of the Star Alliance had collapsed, it was a piece of cake for the 3 universal civilizations to clean up the migrating troops within the Star Alliance. Originally, the Rare War mission was a large-scale event that the players were passionate about, but this time the 3 universal civilizations did not issue a large-scale gathering order. Only a few players were summoned to deal with the Star Alliance, and most of the players were focused on their own pro league. After a long period of preparation, the qualifiers had already begun, and it was already at its climax. Therefore, most of the players were not interested in the Star Alliance war at the moment. They only wanted to hurt each other and participate in the upcoming Pro League. As Han Xiao had been farming the Sanctum Authority for the truth of the universe and iterations, he did not pay much attention to the players' Pro League. He took some time to check it out, and he realized that the biggest special feature of this Pro League was a significant increase in the level of combat. The mainstream competitive level had gone from Grade B to Calamity Grade, and the destructive power had increased tremendously. It was now version 5.5. Compared to version 4.0, the level cap had increased from level 150 to level 200. The series of missions in the World Tree War had made the players extremely rich. Although they had watched CGs during the final battle, the results of the battle had brought them a shocking profit. In the 4th Pro League, the mainstream players were basically grade BS. Although they were considered the backbone of the universe, they were still considered weak in the eyes of the top combatants. However, in the 5th Pro League, the gap between the players had grown even wider. Now, the main players of the Pro League had to be at the Calamity Grade, in the Super's Holy Land on an uninhabited planet. Qualifiers Round, Arena 24. The battleships of the guilds floated in the air and watched the battle on the ground. They saw 2 yellow dragons that were covered in dust colliding with each other, creating shockwaves from time to time, creating spiderweb-like cracks on the ground. 2 players in heavy armor were moving rapidly on the surface of the planet, fighting each other continuously. They were like walking natural disasters, but their IDs were unfamiliar. They were not professional players from any guild but ordinary players. These were just 2 unknown players, but their destructive power was already very outstanding. The players in the sky could not take their eyes off them. As the players stepped into the Calamity Grade batch by batch, their strength increased collectively, and many of them experienced a qualitative change. In order to ensure the viewership ratings and prevent some professional players from the large guilds from really failing in the qualifiers, many large guilds obtained direct access cards to the official league, so they did not need to take risks in the qualifiers. Although this decreased the excitement of the qualifiers because there were many dark horses, the players were still very excited. The overall destructive power of the players is getting stronger. Outside the atmosphere, Han Zhao's virtual projection looked down at the planet and took in the scene of the players fighting. He was in stealth mode, and the other players could not see his projection. They were still looking down at the competition, not looking up at the sky. Let the players grow a few more versions, and the level cap will be unlocked more and more. They will definitely become the new source of chaos. Han Xiao pondered. Now that the Galactic Society had formed a new stable structure, it would be peaceful for a long time. It was good for the galactic residents but bad for the players. After experiencing several versions of events, the players had already eaten big fish and meat, and they had seen big scenes. If they were asked to go back and do the daily side missions, it would definitely be unbearable. If there were no new disasters or big events, the players who were unwilling to remain out of the limelight would definitely become big events. As their strength increased, they would definitely become more restless, and they would not be satisfied with a leisurely life, which would lead to chaos. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Han Zhao's mind. He took a deep look at the players' spaceships, turned around, and disappeared. On the other side, in the cabins of the players' spaceships, countless people were staring at the feedback of the competition on the ground on the satellite screen. The officers of the guilds and clubs were also paying attention to the situation of the qualifiers, noting down the dark horses and discussing softly. This year's competition is really amazing. There are too many strong players. I don't think it's good. I've already seen more than 30 top-notch non-professional players. If our team's players are really defeated by the normal players, we'll lose a lot of face. I really hope that the next version is released as soon as possible. The guild's plans can also be implemented then. Many guild officers were secretly excited. As the level cap was unlocked further, the calamity grade players of the various guilds experienced a huge increase in size, and the operational capability of the guild organizations also increased. Currently, many guilds had a large number of calamity grade players on their hands, and their strength was enough to dominate a region in the Galactic Society. In order to maintain the gap between their own pro players and ordinary players, many professional guilds privately created detailed plans for the guild's operations for the next version, deciding to expand in the universe in the next version. Although they were watching the Pro League, the thoughts of many guild officers had already drifted away. They could not wait to go all out in the next version. Han Xiao did not have the time to pay attention to the Pro League of the players. To him, this was just a distraction. He buried his head in the machinery factory and almost left all his chores behind. He checked over and over again the feasibility of the World Tree's information form materialization function breaking through the dark side universe. As the days flew by, the three universal civilizations' invasion of Star Alliance also gradually came to an end. They had long received the battle reports that Han Xiao had fabricated from the upper echelons of the Star Alliance, and they were speechless at Han Zhao's bad taste. This guy was King Irregular. However, the leaders of the three universal civilizations would not disturb Han Xiao, who was studying how to break the seal on the dark side universe, over such a small matter. They could only pretend that nothing had happened and silently order their people to destroy this dark history. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. The three universal civilizations had more or less completed dismantling and clearing the Star Alliance, digesting most of the spoils of war, and destroyed this enemy that was lurking behind them. The Fifth Pro League also came to an end during this period. This time, Dynasty Club finally returned to first place and won the championship of the Fifth Pro League. Second Prince inherited King Admiral's position and led the team to win the championship, instantly raising his historical status by a level. He was praised by the club as the cornerstone of the next dynasty. Dynasty was the only team that had won the championship twice in the past 5 Pro Leagues. Their popularity, which had originally fallen slightly, soared like a rocket. The former Dynasty champion Captain King Admiral, who was the team's coach, publicly congratulated Second Prince, expressing his relief. Bun Hit Dog called it King's Baton Pass, which was accepted by the players and spread on the forums. This time, the first and second runner-ups were America's Devil Team and Russia's White Vodka Team. Although the Chinese team was not as dominant as before and could not occupy 2 places in the top 3, their performance was still not bad. They had achieved outstanding results in the individual and group competitions. As the Pro League came to an end, version 5.5 also came to an end. In the guild bases of the players on the various planets of the Super's Holy Land, groups of players were gathered, waiting to go offline. They chatted casually, and it was as noisy as a market. It's finally going to be updated again. I wonder how many years it will be this time. It should be the main version update now. We should be able to unlock at least 20 levels. I wonder what will happen in the next version. Since even the world tree has been dealt with, I don't think anything will be able to shake the current situation of the galactic society. Didn't you see the galaxy times deduction? There's a high chance that internal conflicts will intensify, and Black Star might turn black and become a new boss, fighting against the 3 universal civilizations. Yo, does this mean that we can finally start a massacre? I'm going to turn the world upside down. It would feel so refreshing. I've been unhappy with those 3 old B** stars for a long time. When the time comes, I'll chop them up to vent my anger. You guys are so disappointing. Compared to this, shouldn't we be more concerned about whether we can repair the bug that we can't get naked in the next version? Yes, yes, yes. If I can't run around naked in the next version, I'll definitely complain. Hearing the players around her yelling, Maple Moon had a look of disgust on her face. She felt that these people were hopeless. As they chatted, time slowly passed. When they went offline, a large white light flashed, and batches of players disappeared one after another. The hall became empty. At the same time, in the private research room of the Super's Holy Land, Xiao, who was studying, paused and looked up. Has the version update started again? Xiao stopped what he was doing and opened the interface to take a look. The forums were closed once again. This meant that the time flow between the dark side universe and the true universe was disconnected once again, turning into 2 independent systems. He was the only stable information interference bridge left. During this period of time, he had repeatedly studied the feasibility of the conversion plan, and he was now more than 70% confident. Although he had made some technical contributions, most of it was thanks to the tests and improvements of the previous darkside iterations. Xiao shook his head and closed the interface. Just as he was about to enter the research again, Philip suddenly appeared. Master, Her Excellency Ames is in your office. She wants to see you, Oh, I got it. I'll be right there. Xiao rubbed the space between his brows. He had no choice but to put down his research and head to his office. The moment he entered, he saw Ames sitting in his seat with her back facing the door. Hearing the noise, Ames turned her chair around, and her long legs extended out from under her black dress. She sat down and looked at Xiao with a smile that was not a smile. Busy man, it's not easy to see you. I've been very busy recently. You know that? Xiao walked around the table and came to the back of the chair. He placed his hands on both sides of Ames' forehead and gently massaged it. Ames closed her eyes comfortably, but her mouth did not stop. She chuckled and said, "That's right. There's no time when you're not busy. If I didn't come to find you occasionally, I would have suspected that you had forgotten about me. What are you saying? You're just spouting nonsense. You deserve to be punished." Xiao curled his lips, and a faint electric current appeared on his finger, causing Ames' eyelashes to tremble. Ames avoided Xiao's finger and slapped his hand away. She then stood up and said seriously, "I don't understand. The world tree has been dealt with, and the 3 universal civilizations have given in. We don't have any safety concerns now, so why are you still so busy? Where did you get the pressure P? This is a secret that I can't tell you yet. In any case, it's very tricky." Xiao shook his head. It would be useless to tell the Beyond Grade as about the secrets of the iterations, so he did not tell anyone other than the heads of the 3 universal civilizations. Do you still remember what I said back then? Ambition is never ending. When are you willing to stop? Do you really want to replace the 3 universal civilizations? Ames frowned. What is it that you have to hide so closely? Can't you just say it out loud and let everyone bear the consequences? You can't help. Han Xiao hesitated for a moment before touching Aim's cheek. This should be the last time. I will keep us all alive. Hearing this, Aim's eyes changed. Although she did not know what Han Xiao was hiding, she could hear the seriousness in Han Xiao's tone. A situation which even a transcendent found difficult to deal with had to be some kind of problem that she could not imagine. Just as Ames was about to ask, the communicator in the room suddenly beeped. It was a message from Marbruce. There was only one content. The Sanctum exploration team was finally back. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll accompany you next time. Han Xiao quickly changed into king. Ames opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but the next moment, Han Xiao activated teleportation and disappeared from the room. Looking at the empty room, Ames clenched and unclenched her fists. She repeated this a few times before taking a deep breath and suppressing the complicated emotions in her heart. The subordinate that once needed her protection was now an existence that she could only look up to. She was increasingly feeling that it was harder for her to keep up with Han Xiao. Although Ames had a cold personality and rarely bothered herself with such matters, she would still feel a sense of loss after so many years. Even though Han Xiao's attitude toward her remained the same, Ames knew that she could no longer share Han Xiao's worries. Chapter 1457 Plan. Chapter 1457 Plan. In a certain military-restricted area in the central galaxy, the location of the Sanctum Channel that had once been summoned had already been tightly sealed. There were densely packed space-armed fortresses and large fleet troops scattered all around, and the security was tight. Suddenly, a beam of light lit up in the darkness and slowly expanded, turning into 3 Sanctum channels that led to the white world. They floated quietly in space like 3 miniature white holes. In the dazzling light door, 3 black shadows gradually grew larger and larger. They were the spaceships that the 3 universal civilizations had sent to explore the Sanctum. A group of soldiers immediately flew out from the military base and led the 3 spaceships back to the fortress. The members of the ship walked out under the support of their comrades. Most of them looked dazed, as though they were out of their mind. Their eyes were dull and their reactions slow. Only Claudia, Ulu, and the Beyond Grade A from the Arcane Church seemed to be in a better state. However, their faces were still filled with shock, and their legs were trembling. Right at this moment, a faint light flashed, and the remote projection of the 3 universal civilizations' rulers appeared. They immediately surrounded the group with a nervous expression. How's the situation? Did you guys get the information from the Sanctum? Claudia's eyes were focused, and he was stunned for a few seconds before he seemed to come back to his senses. He nodded with a serious expression. The scene in the Sanctum is exactly the same as what Black Star said. We have already seen the records on the Sanctum's message board. The truth about the alterations of the universe is indeed on it. In addition, we also obtained some information about the alterations of the past from the Sanctum. Although it's not much, it's still a piece of evidence. Hearing this, the heads of the 3 universal civilizations took a deep breath. Although they knew that Han Xiao was not lying, they were still shocked. At this moment, Lewis suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Has the Sanctum revival experiment succeeded?" "It's true." Claudia raised his palm and showed the Sanctum revival mark on the back of his hand. It was exactly the same as in the records. The 3 of them finally relaxed and nodded silently. In order to prove the authenticity of the Sanctum and prevent themselves from being tricked by Black Star again, the 3 universal civilizations took out a few mediums of their late direct descendants and gave them to Claudia and the others to test if the Sanctum revival was feasible. If it failed, it would mean that the Sanctum that they had entered was full of tricks. It could be that Black Star had deliberately built this alternate dimension to trick them. If they succeeded, they would be able to prove that it was the real Sanctum. Back then, when he asked Black Star to help revive the direct Beyond Grade, as the 3 universal civilizations ruler had said that he had taken out all the mediums of the late direct descendants, but he had actually hidden a small portion of the late direct descendants, claiming that he did not have these mediums so as to guard against Black Star and prevent any accidents. Even when Black Star proved that the Sanctum revival was reliable, the 3 universal civilizations did not reveal this. They planned to use it as test material when they researched the sanctum in the future, and it was now useful. Ta-ta-ta. At this time, the sound of footsteps could be heard from afar. Han Xiao, who had teleported over, walked over in large strides. Before anyone could say anything, he grabbed Claudi's hand and raised it in front of his eyes. "What are you doing?" Claudi was shocked. He subconsciously wanted to break free, but he realized that he could not move Han Xiao's fingers at all. The heads of the three universal civilizations thought that Han Xiao was concerned about the sanctum revival mark, and their hearts tightened. They were worried that Black Star would hold a grudge against them for trying the sanctum revival in private. However, they were wrong. Now that things had come to this, Han Xiao would not pay attention to these details. He revealed his sanctum authority mark, and Claudi's palm immediately produced feedback, showing his own sanctum authority mark as well. One of the symbols was complicated and exquisite, while the other was simple and plain. This was the difference between a max-level authority and a level 1 authority. Seeing this, Han Xiao then let go of Claudi and said, "How is it? How does it feel to enter and exit the sanctum? Does it feel like you were hallucinating?" Claudi rubbed his painful wrist and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Indeed, I feel like I'm sleepwalking. Although I can still control my body, my senses seem to be separated by a layer. It's not like I can move freely under normal circumstances. It's more like I'm controlling my body through a third-person perspective. My brain and body are no longer one. This was your first time in there, so it's normal for you to feel this way. Although I've never experienced the feeling of having a low authority." Han Xiao patted his shoulder. "Your authority is too low and you spent a lot of time. We've been waiting for you in the main universe for a long time." Claudi and the others looked at the time and were shocked. It had been a year or two since they left. They had only stayed in the sanctum for a few hours. Just get used to it. When your authority gets higher, the flow of time in the sanctum will slowly converge with the main universe. Han Xiao casually explained before turning to look at the heads of the three universal civilizations. "How is it? Did you guys get the information you wanted? Do you believe me now?" Bruce nodded. "We've confirmed the truth about the universe iterations. It's exactly as you said. At this time, the Pope said, it's just that our authority is too low, so we can't see all the information on the sanctum's message board. Therefore, we still can't investigate the secrets of the final three universal civilizations and the dark side universe that you mentioned." Hearing this, Han Xiao opened his eyes wide and found it funny. "Why? Don't tell me you want me to help you access the sanctum until you unlock all the messages on the boards. If you don't mind, we would be honored. Get lost. Ahem, we can understand why you're not willing." The three of them looked embarrassed. "It's true that I can help you complete the great deeds that you have done for many generations, but don't push your luck." Han Xiao crossed his arms and said with a frown, "I have already done enough for the Galactic Society. I have already given you enough sincerity, but you guys are still skeptical of me. It was like this when we dealt with the World Tree, and it is still the same now. To be honest, if you guys still doubt me, we can just dissolve this partnership. Don't. We just need to think about it because of the big picture. We don't suspect you. Let's go to the office and have a chat." The three of them quickly surrounded Han Xiao and explained, leading him to the private conference room. After closing the door and confirming that there were no outsiders, Bruce coughed and said, "Black Star, we believe in the intelligence of the dark side universe. Now that we've verified that the Sanctum's intelligence is not fake, let's talk about the topic we didn't finish last time. How do you plan to break the seal of the dark side universe and let us return to the real universe?" "2 ways. Han Xiao raised 2 fingers. "What are they?" The three of them perked up and listened carefully. Han Xiao paused to gather these thoughts before explaining slowly. "The first is to follow the route of the 3 universal civilizations in the first 2 dark sides and use the information form materialization device normally. Although the world tree has mutated and changed its nature, it still has the core function of being an information form materialization device. I've already dug it out. What about the second one?" "Secondly, I still have to use the information form materialization device, but it has to be combined with my virtual creation ability." The three of them looked at each other in confusion. Marbruce said with a puzzled tone. Aren't both of them using information form materialization devices? What's the difference? The difference is in my position. In the first plan, the success rate depends entirely on whether the information interference bridge has met the prerequisite requirement for conversion, which means that this predetermined route may still fail. As for the second plan, I can use my own abilities. The principle is, well, let's not talk about the principle. Anyway, none of you can understand it. In any case, I feel that it can increase the success rate of conversion. The only concern is that the two previous dark side iterations have never tried my new method before. So there might be some uncertain factors. Freebnol.com. Han Xiao shook his head. The first plan was to use him as a tool, a medium, to activate the information form materialization device. In the second plan, he was the executor of the device. The difference between the two was the leader. After fusing with the world tree, Han Xiao studied it carefully and finally allowed his virtual creation skill to transform. After removing the pseudo part, the effect of the skill had changed drastically. It had the same function as the core ability found in the information form materialization device and could resonate with each other. The three of them hesitated and discussed softly. Han Xiao did not rush them. After a few minutes, Marbruce looked up and asked, "What is the estimated success rate of these two plans?" Han Xiao shrugged. The first plan has a 50% success rate, and the second plan has a 70% success rate, but the risk is unknown. Lewis pondered and said, "Why don't we try the first plan? If it doesn't work, we can try the second one." It can be done, but the stable interference bridge might be damaged in the case of a failure. At that time, even if you want to regret it, you won't have the chance to do so. Therefore, I personally suggest that it's best to do it in one go. Han Xiao shrugged. We need to think about it. Alright, you have plenty of time, but the preparations for the two proposals are more or less the same. During this time, mobilize the Galactic Society and get ready. Okay. The three of them nodded and disconnected from the remote projection. They could not wait to go back and discuss it. Han Xiao was the only one left in the conference room. He looked at where the three of them disappeared and curled his lips. In fact, he had hidden a third plan, which was to use the world tree to swallow the entire universe and compress it in his body, forming a complete and independent information assembly. This way, it would reduce the difficulty of the actualization of information. In his opinion, the success rate of this plan could exceed 80%. However, even if he used his chest muscles to think, he knew that the three universal civilizations would definitely not agree to this plan. They might even start to doubt his motives for helping. In addition, this process was truly too long. Who knew how long it would take for the world tree to devour the entire dark side universe? Just the journey alone would take countless years, and he did not really want to utilize this plan. Therefore, Han Xiao decided not to say anything and kept it to himself. I hope the three universal civilizations choose the second plan. But even if they don't choose the second plan, I'll still do it. Han Xiao clicked his tongue. Letting the three universal civilizations choose was mainly to give them a feeling of participation. When the Galactic Society was ready to officially begin the transformation, it would still be up to him. Chapter 1458. Information Form Anchor 1. Chapter 1458 Information Form Anchor 1. Han Xiao teleported back to the office in the Super's Holy Land's main planet. The meeting with the three universal civilizations went much faster than expected, but Ames did not wait. She had already left, and the room was empty. Where did she go? Her Excellency Ames has gone to look for Aurora. Should I inform her to come over? There's no need. I'll look for her later. Han Xiao casually expressed his concern and did not ask further. His expression was not as relaxed as when he was talking to the three universal civilizations rulers, but rather, he had a lot on his mind. He told the leaders of the three universal civilizations that he was worried that the stable interference bridge would be damaged during the conversion. This was not a lie, but a real concern. After this period of testing, he realized that as a medium for conversion, when he officially activated the information form materialization device, he would suffer a large amount of information impact and temporarily form a connection with the universe consciousness. During the process of reverse conversion to the true state, the interface, as a specialty of the dark side universe, would gradually lose its effect, so the character summon cards could not be used continuously during the conversion process. If he wanted to maintain his consciousness and maintain the effect of virtual creation true, he would need to strengthen his information form base and add some information form anchors to prevent himself from being unable to hold on and cause the information interference channel to break. He did not disclose these details, and no one else could help him. It would only add to his troubles. The so-called information form anchor should be my understanding of myself, my connection with the world tree, and my past memories. Han Xiao pondered. This was a rather mysterious perception. If one did not reach the transcendent grade, they would not be able to have such an intuition. Tracing back to the past and commemorating the past might be the way to deepen the information form anchor. The 3 universal civilizations are about to start preparing. I have to start preparing too. Han Xiao then changed into another king and disappeared from the room. Lore. Shattered star ring, planet Aquamarine. The planet that had been abandoned for more than 10 years was rebuilt after the people of planet Aquamarine relocated. The old buildings covered by nature were demolished and rebuilt. The entire planet looked completely new. There was only one place that had not been renovated. The large ruins were already covered in wild green vegetation, and the large number of building wreckage stuck in the ground had already rusted. These were the ruins of the germinal organization. It laid quietly on the wasteland, as silent as ever. Only the traces left behind by time seemed to be telling the past. 3 people were strolling around the ruins, stopping from time to time to observe. Back then, your godfather and I fought side by side and destroyed the germinal organization. He infiltrated this place alone and stole countless key secrets. He even saved Gila and Aurora, who were still young at that time. He fought for thousands of miles before giving the information to us. In the end, the war was decided in one fell swoop, and the 6 nations no longer had anything to worry about. The germinal organization was destroyed with a nuclear explosion. It was also on that day that planet Aquamarine was reborn. Bennett caressed the remains of a huge metal plate. He wiped off the rust on it with his palm, revealing a blurry germinal organization insignia. A complicated look appeared in his eyes, as though he was reminiscing about the war years ago. Nero, who was standing behind him, took a few steps forward and placed his hand on the metal wreckage as well. I've seen these things in my textbooks, but every time I come to the germinal organization ruins, I always feel as though I'm there, as though I've experienced a battle that changed the fate of this planet. Bennett turned to look at him, shook his head, and laughed. He then took back his hand and sighed. Thinking about it carefully, Black Star's appearance when he was young is like a completely different person compared to the current him. Sigh. When one is old, one loves to reminisce about the past. You're not old yet, Mia, who was holding a baby, said with a smile. Bennett laughed out loud and walked to Mia. He bent down and looked at the baby in Mia's arms. At this moment, he was staring at him with his eyes wide open. He chuckled and extended his short arms. Yo, my good grandson. Let Grandpa carry you. Bennett's face was filled with kindness, and his arm, which could easily crush steel, carefully took over his grandson. He held his grandson in his arms and shook him gently. Nero also came over with a face full of envy. Although he was the child's father, the moment he hugged his son, the child would cry non-stop. Instead, his son would only be able to sleep peacefully in his grandfather Bennett's arms. After the war ended, Nero and Mia had a baby, which made Bennett feel very happy. Considering that Nero had become the acting army commander and that planet Aquamarine was on the right track, Bennett decided to give up his position as the leader of the Aquamarine Federation after much consideration. Originally, many of the upper echelons did not agree and wished for Bennett to be re-elected. However, he had already made up his mind and was determined to give up his position. He was no longer in charge of any duties and had retired to enjoy the happiness of a family. Bennett played with the baby for a while before asking Nero, "Have you tested his super gene?" "I did." The report said that his super gene is extremely active and rare. He might be an extremely talented Esper in the future. Nero was overjoyed. "Is that so? That's not too bad. Bennett nodded and stroked the baby's sparse hair. The three of them played with the baby and walked away slowly. Suddenly, the space around the area fluctuated slightly, and Han Zhao's figure walked out. He stood still and watched as the three left. "How beautiful!" Han Xiao muttered to himself and turned to look at the Germinal Organization ruins. His path was already very far, but when he looked back, his past on this planet seemed to be right before his eyes, just yesterday. Old memories flooded in like a tidal wave, and in a daze, images flashed past his eyes. He had transmigrated to the Germinal Organization base, spent half a year in darkness, escaped with great difficulty, drove an off-road vehicle under the moonlight, left Star Dragon and transformed into Black Phantom, walked alone in the wasteland, infiltrated the Germinal Organization to steal intelligence, and was chased for thousands of miles. The headquarters of the Germinal Organization had been reduced to ashes in the dazzling nuclear explosion. Similarly, human figures flashed in his eyes. The young Gila who was determined to enter the abyss but was eventually dragged back by him. The young Aurora who was still optimistic about being saved by him despite being tortured. Bennett who worked hard to end the battle. The Germinal Organization leader who did not regret even after reaching the end of the road. The tragedy of the mutation disaster that followed also appeared before his eyes. The chaotic world, the crazy crowd, the endless beast tide, the spaceships that fell from the sky, the blazing cannons. Everything came from Dark Star. Two full versions of disasters. This place is really full of trouble and misfortune. Han Xiao closed his eyes. The storyline of version 1.0 and version 2.0 flashed through his mind. After a long time, he opened his eyes. He felt that his mind was calm, and there seemed to be some subtle changes in his body. Somehow, the foundation of his information form seemed to have become thicker. It seemed like he had already set the first information form anchor and connected it to Planet Aquamarine. Planet Aquamarine. Han Xiao slowly rose into the air. He looked down at the ruins of the Germinal Organization, then at the bustling city at the end of the horizon. He turned around and disappeared. Chapter 1459, Information Form Anchor, 2. Chapter 1459, Information Form Anchor, 2. The dark and deep universe seemed to be decorated with a curtain of diamonds. A silvery white planet was rotating quietly. The surface of the planet was made of metal, and there were mechanical towers with sharp edges. They were connected to each other in the air, forming matrix-like patterns. The neat layout had an exquisite mechanical aesthetic. This was the new main planet of Han Zhao's machinery civilization. It was located in the Super's Holy Land and was completely created by the mechanical lives. The size of the planet was extremely large, and it was integrated with the matter of several planets. The former planet Apostle was also broken down and integrated into this planet. Originally, Psionic Prime and the other mechanical oracles wanted to name this new main planet Black Star Planet as a sign of respect for the Lord God Black Star, but they were firmly rejected by Han Xiao. In the end, Psionic Prime and the other oracles changed their minds and named this planet Holy Planet. On the bustling alloy path, mechanical lives of all shapes and sizes were bustling about. Some mechanical life's feet clashed with the ground as they walked, and some mechanical life's tires rubbed against the ground as they drove. Some mechanical life's engine tanks were constantly rumbling, and some mechanical life's exhaust pipes would spurt out gas from time to time, forming a strange tune with a strong mechanical feeling. Han Xiao walked among the mechanical army. His entire body was covered in camouflage, and he looked like an ordinary mechanical life form. All the nearby mechanical lives could not detect his presence. This place is becoming more and more prosperous. Han Xiao was glad. After taking in the world tree, he no longer needed the machinery civilization to produce mechanical soldiers all day. Thus, he stopped the basic command of troop production and allowed the machinery civilization to develop on its own. This was the first time he had carefully observed the changes of the machinery civilization after the war. Han Zhao's walking speed was slow, as though he was taking a stroll. His eyes kept looking left and right, sizing up the machines on the street. Although the mechanical lives were produced in batches, and many of them had the same model, there were almost no identical mechanical lives on the streets. Even if they were mechanical lives of the same model, They added all kinds of personalized structures to themselves through self-modification. Some liked guns, some liked sharp blades, some liked heavy equipment, and some liked to run around naked. From the perspective of a normal life, it would be like the difference in clothes, hairstyle, makeup, and accessories. In the shops along the street, Han Xiao also saw all kinds of products. Most of them were modification shops and parts malls. There were all kinds of mechanical parts and even different colored paints. The customer flow was huge, and there were mechanical lives coming in and out every second, trying on clothes. Other than that, he also saw the specialty snack shop. The chef robot inside was cooking oil, lubricant maintenance gel, energy blocks, and other items. It placed them in a large pot to stir and cook, making all kinds of strange foods. Han Xiao took one and tried it. Tasted so bad that it almost broke his defenses. However, the other mechanical lives that came to purchase left in satisfaction and enjoyed their meal. In their eyes, it was a rare delicacy. There were also a few pairs of couple-like mechanical lives feeding each other. Han Xiao also saw the sensory stimulation shop. To mechanical lives, it was like an entertainment venue. Inside, it was connected to all kinds of senses and emotions, directly stimulating the artificial intelligence core. At the cost of a large sum, the mechanical lives could even directly upgrade their own emotion module through the shop's main system. In a small alley at the side, Han Xiao saw a few small robots surrounding the alloy wall and doodling. Seeing that someone was coming, they quickly dispersed and flew away on electromagnetic wheels, like a bunch of rebellious street kids. The doodling on the wall was extremely wild, filled with a large amount of twisted bright colors. One could vaguely see that it was a portrait of the supreme heavenly venerate. In the originally cold and strict mechanical group, there was a strong personalization. A free culture was popular, and Han Xiao could see worldly customs from a group of mechanical bodies. The life of a mechanical life is quite similar. Han Xiao smiled. All along, he had mainly treated the machinery civilization as a weapon factory and did not pay much attention to the changes in the life of the machinery civilization. It was only when he allowed the machinery civilization to reproduce freely that he finally saw the cultural trend. As the creator, he could guide the culture of the machinery civilization, but he did not do so. Instead, he allowed it to take shape naturally. Only now did he feel that the machinery civilization was a little civilized. As he walked, Han Xiao realized that he had arrived at a huge mechanical square. There were two statues standing in the middle of the square, both of which were him. One was his normal self, and the other was his body in the supreme heavenly venerate mechanical body. The mechanical lives in the square were endless, and no one paid any attention to the statues. At most, they would stop and look at them for a second before walking away to continue their own lives. Their respect for Han Xiao was no longer as rigid as before, but rather placed in their hearts. Han Xiao came to the foot of the statue and looked up. Suddenly, he saw a tall mechanical life carrying a small mechanical body that looked similar. He turned around and saw that it seemed to be a harmonious father and son pair. The father let the child ride on his neck and kept teasing him. Han Xiao silently watched this scene. Images of the machinery civilization following him for the past few decades appeared in his mind. Countless mechanical lives were sent to the battlefield under his orders and used as cannon fodder. Countless unique sparks of consciousness were born in the AI chip circuit, disappearing into the cold universe together with the broken body. Although he treated the mechanical lives as tools, due to the restrictions of the basic logic, they did not have any complaints. They buried their hobbies and interests and fought for him with their lives, still respecting him as the creator. I don't need you guys to fight for me anymore. Enjoy your new life. Han Xiao shook his head. He would not cancel the base logic of the mechanical civilization's reverence for him, but he did not plan to order the mechanical civilization to fight either. He had already mastered the world tree and virtual creation tree, so he no longer needed these mechanical lives to work for him. He took one last look at his statues, and memories flowed in his mind. He felt another information form anchor being set up, and only then did he turn around and disappear into the bustling crowd. In the new headquarters of the Black Star Army in Super's Holy Land, Han Xiao strolled around the base and hid himself. No one noticed his presence. The huge base was very lively. Countless members of the Black Star Army were working there. People came and went, and from time to time, there would be people talking and laughing as they walked past Xiao. He strolled around slowly and arrived at the area where the upper echelons were working. He saw Herluz, who was working on the desk, Sylvia, who was still trying to break through to beyond grade, Arosia, who was staring at the starry sky outside the window, Loggy, who was slacking, and Reynold, who had been maintaining the logistics department for decades. Looking at the current state of the Black Star Army, Xiao was a little dazed. The difficult memories from when he first started his force surfaced in his mind. He remembered that he had just entered the galaxy back then, and he was still a country bumpkin who had come from a surface civilization. He was completely broke, and the only thing he could rely on was the cannon in his hand. These old comrades had followed him to build the army's current foundation and grew to where it was today with a third-rate mercenary group. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday, and his memories were still fresh. The scenes of Herluz, Arosia, Sylvia, and the others becoming mercenaries with him appeared in his mind. At that time, everyone was very young and fought with their lives on the line. Now, almost 100 years had passed, and everyone had become important figures in the galaxy. They no longer needed to do things by themselves, and they had already achieved success. They now had a different life. Thinking back, Xiao could not help but sigh at the passing of time. Everyone, including himself, had more or less changed. Perhaps they all missed their old selves even more. At the start, they were always the freshest, and in the future, they would always look at each other with disgust. As their careers progressed, their viewpoints changed, giving them the feeling of if time could stop at the moment when we first started. However, even though he was emotional, he still preferred the spiraling trend of things, allowing the path ahead to continue expanding and welcoming all kinds of changes. Memories of the rise and expansion of the Black Star Army flashed through Xiao's mind. Suddenly, he felt another information form anchor being generated. He nodded and disappeared. At the same time, Herluz, Sylvia, Loggy, and the others who were doing their own things suddenly had a thought. For some reason, Xiao's figure suddenly appeared in their minds, and they could not get rid of it. They subconsciously thought of the dusty memories when they first fought with Xiao, and they stopped what they were doing and remained silent. What's wrong with me? Why do I suddenly miss Black Star so much? Chapter 1460. Information Form Anchor 3. Chapter 1460 Information Form Anchor 3. Holy Accord's Headquarters. Xiao teleported over. Under everyone's surprised gazes, he passed through the complicated corridor and arrived at the confinement room of Destiny's Child. Destiny's Child, who was soaking in the solution, woke up. He leaned closer and placed his hand on the inner wall of the container. Xiao smiled and placed his palm on the container. This time, an experimenter walked over and asked curiously, "Your Excellency Black Star, what are your orders this time?" "Release Destiny's Child." Xiao pursed his mouth. The experimenter was stunned and said with uncertainty, "Are you kidding? If we let it go, it will be very difficult to catch it again." "Let it go." Xiao shook his head. Although you're also the leader of the Holy Accord, it's best if His Excellency Biger gives the order personally. It's all right. I've already told him. Xiao showed Biger's message and patted the researcher's shoulder. I understand. The experimenter did not understand, but he still did as he was told. He terminated the operation of the information stabilization device and put away the storage container, removing all restrictions on Destiny's Child. Destiny's Child was finally exposed to the outside world, but he did not immediately enter the high-dimensional information form to escape. Instead, he floated beside Xiao and looked around curiously, as though surprised that he was released. "You've helped me quite a bit. I believe that freedom is a pretty good reward." Xiao smiled and raised his hand to show the Destiny's Child mark on the back of his hand. "Also, we've already formed a connection. I just hope that you can help me one last time." With a slight exchange of consciousness, Destiny's Child understood what Xiao meant. He nodded lightly, and his body slowly turned into a high-dimensional information form, disappearing without a trace. Will this really not be a problem? If we don't control Destiny's Child and allow him to trigger the information state disturbances again, many more children will be born. the experimenter could not help but say. It's all right. That's what I'm hoping. Han Xiao waved his hands. He had formed a connection with Destiny's Child, and their consciousness could communicate at any time. He hoped to use the information connection between Destiny's Child and many of his children to form a large net, forming a new information anchor point. In addition, he suspected that Destiny's Child was not simple. Ever since he entered the dark side universe, he seemed to have been indirectly entangled with Destiny's Child. He had a feeling that Destiny's Child might not be a pure primal Esper ability entity. If I'm not wrong, Destiny's Child has a special ability mechanism. He might have some kind of special connection with the dark side universal consciousness. He might even be one of the unconscious incarnations of the dark side universal consciousness. Han Xiao thought to himself. He put on the king and disappeared. One day later, in the conference room of the upper echelons of the Super's Holy Land, there were more than 10 beyond grade as in the room, and Aurora sat in the main seat, maintaining her sisterly posture. Her long hair was tied up, and her slightly round and exquisite face tried to maintain a serious expression. I have already reviewed the recent reports. I discovered that the results of your work did not meet the expectations of the previous quarter. Although the Super's Holy Land has a stable position now, we are a force that has been established for just a few years. It is not the time to be lazy. I hope that everyone can take their jobs seriously. Aurora kept a straight face and criticized the people present. This meeting had already been going on for some time. She had initiated this small-scale meeting to encourage some of the upper echelons so that they would not slack off. Black Star had not been in charge recently, and Aurora had been acting as the leader for a long time. Now, she had also built up some prestige. The dozen or so people present gave her face and silently received the criticisms. After talking for a while, Aurora finally stopped and said in a gentler tone, "All right, that's all for today. I hope everyone can go back and supervise their respective departments and relay my message." Meeting dismissed. Everyone nodded and left the room. Only then did Aurora relax her body, no longer maintaining her smart and capable attitude. She grumbled at Han Xiao for not doing anything and left through another door. After everyone left, Han Xiao's virtual figure appeared in the room. He looked in the direction where Aurora had left and smiled with relief. Although Aurora liked to act young in front of him, they were actually around the same age. Han Xiao was quite happy to see Aurora acting dignified and serious. Now, she had more or less the aura of a leader, and she no longer needed someone else to protect her. She's no longer the little girl who needs protection. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled before walking around. A weak song suddenly sounded, and Han Xiao followed the sound to the rooftop. Faiden was holding on to Chun Xing, and the two of them were on a date. They were sticking to each other as though superglued together. The soul swapper had separated their souls a long time ago, but the experience of existing as one had allowed the two of them to know each other's personalities, even if they were separated. They only needed one look to guess what the other was thinking. There was no wall of hearts that could not be understood by the two, only the tacit understanding of soul mates. Han Xiao still remembered the reason Faiden and Chun Xing had coexisted as one. It was as if they had met by fate, and in the end, it became a puzzle that fit into their lives. All these years, his life had been smooth sailing, and it was also because of Faiden's good luck. His military medals, a small part of them was due to Faiden. TSK, a winner in life. Han Xiao looked at them from afar and left the rooftop quietly. He could not help but think of Gila. Speaking of which, he and Gila had met each other by fate as well. On the first day he came to the dark side of the universe, he had already formed a bond with Gila. Back then, they were still enemies. He did not expect that they would support each other and travel together to this day. With a thought, Han Xiao arrived at Gila's residence. She had built the house beside the advanced cultivation room. Even though it was peaceful now, she did not slack off. Gila had just finished her first round of training, so she left the training room. She returned to her room and a strange skeleton beast resembling a dog and a cat pounced on her. Gila's usually indifferent face revealed a doting smile. She bent down and picked up the little skeleton beast, stroking its smooth and white bones. The little beast stretched comfortably in her arms. Han Xiao tilted his head, surprised. This was the first time he had seen Gila raise a pet. Although this pet looked a little scary in the eyes of Gila, who controlled the power of death, this little skeleton beast was probably quite cute. As the saying went, beauty lay in the eyes of the beholder. Seeing Gila slowly play with her pet, Han Xiao felt a little strange. Raising a pet doesn't seem like something she would do. In his eyes, Gila's personality had always been strong and cold. She pursued greater strength and would not waste her energy on unnecessary things, making people stay away from her. Now that she had a hobby, well, having a hobby made her more of a normal person. This is good. She finally found some interest in life. Han Xiao turned around and left. He strolled around the Super's Holy Land and observed the lives of the various Beyond Grade as he saw many Beyond Grade as who no longer needed to fight with others and focused on their careers. It was as if most of them had found the peace and quiet that they had not felt in a long time. Very soon, Han Xiao arrived at the business department and saw it bustling. In the office, a group of executives was queuing up to receive Sorokin's instructions. He took a closer look and saw that Sorokin's body was emitting a faint light, and he was in the revival state. His face was full of energy, and he was in high spirits as he arranged the business plans in an orderly manner. Under Sorokin's leadership, the economic development of the Super's Holy Land had been booming. Sorokin felt as though he had met a second spring in his career, and he had finally found a stage to showcase his strength. Not long after, Han Xiao walked past all the departments and finally arrived at the square. There were statues of all the Beyond Grade as there. His gaze swept across everyone's statues, and the experiences he had with the Beyond Grade as over the past few decades surfaced in his mind. Under the hard work of himself and a few pinnacle Beyond Grade as the Beyond Grade as had gone from a pile of loose sand to a tightly knit collective of benefits. The creation of the Super's Holy Land gave everyone a place of refuge, bearing witness to the fruits of their decades of hard work. Although there was some animosity between them, in the end, these hundreds of statues represented the Beyond Grade as who had fought alongside him for decades. They could be considered comrades who had fought together. We can be considered partners. Han Xiao closed his eyes and vaguely felt a new information anchor being generated. He then turned around and left. At the same time, all the Beyond Grade, as in the Super's Holy Land, suddenly felt something and looked up in the direction where Han Xiao had disappeared. Half a day later, Han Xiao, as an uninvited guest, arrived in the mechanical race territory. The mechanical race was no stranger to a big shot like Han Xiao, and they welcomed him. A young mechanic came out to receive them and brought Han Xiao to the guest room. "Your Excellency Black Star, may I ask why you're here?" As soon as he sat down, the young mechanic asked curiously. "I want to meet Manison and catch up with him." Han Xiao smiled. Among the many Beyond Grade A comrades, Manison was the most special one. The two of them had been in love for decades, and Han Xiao had even inherited many of Manison's abilities. Therefore, Manison had a special position in Han Xiao's heart. He felt that Manison might be able to bring him a new information form anchor, so he came to visit. However, this young mechanic shook his head and rejected his request. "I'm sorry, Your Excellency Black Star. His Excellency Mechanic Emperor is going to conduct a long period of closed-door research. No visitor is to be allowed." "Me too. My teacher has already instructed me, especially you," the young mechanic replied carefully. "Hey, this guy really doesn't hide it at all. I thought our relationship had eased up a lot." Han Xiao then sized up the young man before him and asked, "You're Manison's student? What's your name?" "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am a new student that my teacher accepted 2 years ago. My name is Marigo Morgan, and I am temporarily in charge of the mechanical race's affairs for him." "Greetings, Your Excellency Black Star." This person nodded politely. "He actually accepted a new student and didn't even inform me." Han Xiao was amazed. Seeing that Manison was not willing to reminisce, Han Xiao did not hesitate and expressed his intention to leave. Arriving at the moon platform, Han Xiao was about to board the ship and leave when he suddenly realized that a new information form anchor had been created. He looked back at the depths of the mechanical race territory and smiled mysteriously. He then closed the hatch, activated the spaceship, and escaped into space. At the same time, deep within the mechanical race's territory. Freebnovel.com. Manison, who was in seclusion studying the technology, raised his head and looked in the direction that Han Xiao left through the wall. He did not say much and lowered his head to continue his research. Humph, annoying fellow. Chapter 1461. Information Form Anchor. 4. Chapter 1461. Information Form Anchor. 4. Ancient star desert, a certain dead planet. Green moonlight hung in the sky, and the cracked black earth was in perpetual silence. Not a single blade of grass could be seen, and there was not even a hint of green. Occasionally, broken buildings could be seen stuck in the ground, and the parts that emerged were filled with mottled traces of wind erosion. The exquisite carvings were already blurry, and there were also shattered statues of people lying on the ground. Some only had half a head, while others only had half a body. This area seemed to be the ruins of some abandoned city buried by time. A small spaceship was hovering 1 meter above the ground, emitting a light blue field that covered dozens of kilometers, providing remote energy and life support functions. The silver-gold spaceship had a narrow front and wide back, forming a triangular shape. Its exterior armor was also engraved with the insignias of the Super's Holy Land, Black Star Army, and Floating Dragon Island. This was a special high-end spaceship that had yet to be mass-produced by the Army's logistics department. It was equipped with all kinds of cutting-edge technology and could break through the speed limit of level 5 warp speed to reach level 17.7. It was quite expensive. At this moment, under the spaceship's life support field, about 500 meters underground, 2 figures were slowly trekking through a maze-like ruin. These are the ruins of the capital of the 5th dynasty, and also the last remains of the people of Tersrand. Their civilization perished at the end of the exploration era, and the scavengers later dug out some ancient objects, which allowed the ruins of this civilization to see the light of day again. Speaking of which, they were unlucky. Who would have thought that their mother planet was once the resting place of a group of giant galactic beasts countless years ago? The awakening of the ancient beasts brought about a disaster to their civilization. Harrison stroked the blurry engravings on the wall of the underground palace as he spoke. Jenny hugged the child and listened with interest. Jenny had already given birth to a child. After recuperating on Floating Dragon for a few months, Harrison's desire for adventure grew, and Jenny could not stay idle either. The two of them set off immediately. Using their connections, they took a cutting-edge spaceship from the Army Logistics Department for free and explored everywhere. Because they were carrying a child, it was not suitable for them to go to places that were too dangerous. Thus, Harrison decided to take Jenny to tour archaeological sites. For this reason, he specially joined the Spacetime Research Council and read the records of a large number of lost civilizations. He was determined to be a good tour guide. The 3 of them were currently wearing the new generation interstellar exploration mechanical suits produced by the Army. It could withstand all kinds of extreme environments, and the baby's mechanical suit was specially made, and even had a series of functions such as mental stability, sleeping, and automatic diaper changing. Harrison stopped in front of a row of broken statues, pointed at them, and smiled. This is the underground palace that the last king of Tersrand built for the past kings when he was young. In the eyes of ordinary people, he built it to honor the previous kings, but in fact, according to the records in some books, he built this underground palace to cover up a natural tunnel that goes deep underground. There was a young ancient beast inside, and he wanted to tame it secretly. He wanted to use this external force to break the grip that the Prince Regent had on his authority. It sounds boring, right? There's also a boring political struggle in the palace, but you definitely won't be able to guess what happened. He accidentally awakened more ancient beasts and destroyed the civilization? Jenny was curious. Haha, you guessed wrong. He awakened this ancient beast, but he fell in love with it. Due to the special genes of the ancient beast, the closer the last Tersrand king got to the ancient beast, the more his bloodline mutated. In the end, he transformed into a new ancient beast at the court assembly and personally led the ancient beast to destroy the capital. Is this love that transcends species? Or is this a mental hint from the ancient beast? Jenny's eyes widened. Although interspecies dating was very common, it was still quite impactful to hear of it. Harrison shook his head. I'm not sure. Only the person involved knows. What happened then? After that, the slumbering ancient beasts woke up one after another and escaped into the starry sky. The last Tersrand king was nowhere to be found. Some said that he disappeared into the starry sky with the ancient beasts. Some said that he stayed with his partner in the ruins of his mother planet and wandered in this dead land forever. Sounds a little romantic, Jenny said. Haha, we might even be able to find their corpses here. This is the purpose of our exploration. Harrison laughed. The two of them chatted casually as they went deeper into the underground palace. Most of the time, Harrison was the one talking, while Jenny was the one listening. Not long after, they finally arrived at the end of the underground palace. There was a tunnel blocked by rocks. Harrison casually shattered the rocks with a punch, revealing a broken staircase that descended diagonally. He walked in with Jenny, and after walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the end. It was a cave-like space. Two beast skeletons were hugging each other as if they were lying dead in each other's arms. Could this be the last Tersrand king and his partner? Jenny was curious. I think so. Looks like they decided to stay here to accompany each other and sleep together forever. Harrison's eyes sparkled. He recorded a series of videos, picked up a few bones, and stored them. He planned to bring them back for research. However, right at this moment the ground suddenly shook. The two of them felt the cave shaking, and the tremors gradually grew larger. Soon the ground began to shake. Boom! The sound of the earth veins moving could be heard. It was getting louder and louder, like the earth was roaring. Is it collapsing? Harrison's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately flew back with Jenny. However, halfway through, the entire underground palace collapsed. Long countless rocks fell, filling up all the gaps. Looking down from above, the ground had instantly collapsed, turning into a huge crater. However, right at this moment, a force field with a faint green glow suddenly descended from the sky, tearing the surface of the planet apart. Under the guidance of the force field, a round ball of soil broke out from the ground and flew for a distance before finally landing beside the spaceship. The ball shook, and the dirt and rocks on it fell off, revealing a round blue shield. The armors of Harrison and the other two could sense the impact of the outside world, so they automatically opened their shields. This small scene could not cause any damage to them, and the three of them were completely unharmed. This time, Ames, who was wearing a black dress, landed from the sky and floated in front of the three of them. With a helpless expression, she said with dissatisfaction, "How could you be so careless? I saw that you were buried alive the moment I arrived. Since you're carrying a child, don't go to such a dangerous place." Ahem. An accident. An accident. Harrison was embarrassed. Although they would not be injured in the collapse, it would still take some time for them to climb out. He did not expect Ames to see them, which made him very embarrassed. Jenny, on the other hand, did not have much of a reaction. She had been out with Harrison for more than a year, and they had been buried alive 7 or 8 times. Anyway, she would not get hurt and she was used to it. With extraordinary strength, her definition of danger was definitely different from ordinary people. Jenny was not afraid of taking a small risk with her child, so she asked curiously, "Sis, how did you find us?" Philip suddenly appeared and sat on Ames' shoulder, giving her a thumbs up. "Of course it's because of me, I can locate all the spaceships produced by the army, Alright, I almost forgot that Black Star gave you the authority to mobilize the army's artificial intelligence. Then why are you looking for us personally? Can't we talk through the communicator? Why are you disturbing our time together?" Jenny curled her lips. Ames turned to look at the sleeping child in Jenny's arms, a gentle smile on her face. "I missed my nephew. Can't I come and take a look? Quick, let me play with the child." "Don't even think about it. Don't you know how heavy your hand is? Every time I give him to you, you don't know how to cherish him at all. You don't care if it's not your child, right?" Jenny immediately objected and turned around to protect the child in her arms. However, Ames did not listen to her. Ignoring her objections, She controlled her force field and took the child from her arms. Then, she opened the mechanical suit and used her fingers to rub the child's chubby face, waking the child up. "Hey, be gentler." Jenny grabbed Ames' arm and yelled at Harrison, "What are you still doing there? Come and help." Harrison smiled bitterly. The sisters were having a fight, so he did not dare to meddle. "What do you know? I'm using my energy to clear his body and build a good foundation for him." Ames ignored Jenny and continued to rub the baby's face. Although she controlled her strength, she did not have any parenting knowledge, so she still made the baby cry. Jenny could not win against Ames' strength, so she had no choice but to coax the child. "Don't you dislike children? Why are you always pestering me? Just because I didn't like them before doesn't mean I still don't like them." Ames did not even turn around and continued to tease the child, finally making him laugh. Jenny said unhappily, "If you like them, you can have them yourself. Why are you always playing with my child? What's the point of spending so much effort? Don't you have one here?" Ames blinked. Jenny's mouth twitched. Sometimes, she really could not stand Ames' straightforward style. She was speechless for a while before asking curiously, "Speaking of which, have you thought about whether or not you want to have a child with Black Star? He mentioned it more than once, but you never responded to him." "I haven't thought about it yet. Let's think about it again." Ames was a little hesitant. "My good sister, how long have you been thinking about this?" Jenny was speechless. Although you guys have a long lifespan, there still has to be a result from all the thinking about, right? Only Black Star spoils you. If it were someone else, they might have even created a race at this age. Hearing this, Ames glanced at her and clicked her tongue in wonder. "Weren't you always unhappy about me accepting Black Star? Why are you now urging me to reproduce with him?" Jenny pursed her lips and did not speak. In the past, she was indeed unhappy that Xiao was together with Ames. But now that she had a child, she wished that Xiao could make Ames unable to get out of bed every day so that she could have a happy life. This way, she and her child would not be harassed by Ames. Buzz. Space rippled slightly, and Xiao stepped out from the void. Why are you here too?" Ames looked over and was surprised. "You borrowed Philip's authority." "Of course, I received the news." Xiao shrugged. "Then what are you doing here?" Ames narrowed her eyes and said with a strange tone. She still remembered what happened the last time and still had some emotions in her heart. "My business is done for the time being. I came to accompany you." Xiao smiled. "Do you think I need you to accompany me now?" Ames raised Jenny's child and snorted. Xiao looked down at the child and saw Jenny giving him a look. He immediately walked forward, grabbed the child's clothes, and placed him in Jenny's hands. He smiled and said, "Since you like children so much, let's have one too." "You are on that again?" Ames looked around. "Didn't I reject you?" Xiao hugged Ames' waist as though there was no one else around. He smiled and said, "No matter how many times you reject, I will ask you again and again until you agree." Shameless. "I thought a big shot like you wouldn't have any obsession with your descendants. I didn't expect you to still be so vulgar." Ames did not break free from Xiao's embrace. She only placed her hands on Xiao's chest and leaned back slightly, not letting him get close. Xiao pondered for a few seconds before speaking from the bottom of his heart. "The world is filled with ups and downs. No matter who we are, we need something to anchor our existence, be it ideals, beliefs, or feelings. I have already made a choice. Let everything enter a new era, turning us into unique existences. There will no longer be a cycle, so I don't know what will happen in the future. I just hope that I have another place in this world that I will never forget." "Oh, how rare. You actually know how to coax me. Don't you remember me well enough? Isn't it better to go deeper? Are you teasing me? What else? What do you think my hand is doing?" The two of them had been intimate with each other countless times, so they were not shy at all. As they exchanged glances, their words became more and more explicit. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, Harrison and Jenny quietly boarded the spaceship. They quickly started the engine, and the thrusters shot out flames as they quickly took off. Very soon, the spaceship left outer space and the planet became further and further away. However, before Harrison could catch his breath, the planet behind him suddenly shook violently, and the surface of the planet shattered. A huge crater that could be seen from outer space exploded, and the shockwave swept out, sending countless sand and stones flying. It was as if the planet had suffered an unbearable impact. Immediately after, the planet seemed to have suffered an invisible blow. The surface of the planet caved in, and the entire crust shattered like an eggshell. All the matter caved in at the center, and the surface became riddled with holes. These two adulterers really think we don't exist. Jenny was both angry and excited, as though she wanted to see the world burn. Her face was red, and she cheered them on in her heart. The next moment, a blinding light burst forth, and the planet exploded. Boom! An intense wave of energy spread out and caught up to the tail of the spaceship. It even activated the protective shield and sent the spaceship flying. After a while, the spaceship stabilized. Harrison wiped off his cold sweat and looked back at the scene of the planet's explosion. He swallowed his saliva with a complicated expression. Luckily, we ran fast enough. It's a pity that these ruins. Chapter 1462. Information Form Anchor. 5. Chapter 1462 Information Form Anchor. 5. A few days later, on a residential planet in the ancient star desert. Gasp! This woman. Han Xiao walked on the bustling streets and passed through the crowd. He activated the invisibility function and was not discovered by the passers-by. He rubbed his waist from time to time and mumbled softly. It was not easy for him to appease Ames and leave an information form anchor. He was finally able to leave the crime scene and go to the other metropolitan planets. He planned to take a stroll and find a new information form anchor. I already have quite a few information form anchors on me. I can feel that my information form base has become much stronger, but I feel like I'm still lacking something. Han Xiao looked around as he pondered. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped and looked ahead. Not far in front was a Wayne card store. There was a huge crowd at the entrance, and there was a long queue. On the side was a poster of himself, on which were written the names of various stores and offers. Today was the day of the release of the Black Star series. In front of the shop, a shop assistant was shouting. This set of Black Star series has a total of 24 cards, including the Black Star cards from different time periods. There are also 13 new cards, all equipped with holographic effects. The appearance, attack, defense, and activation of special effects all have different holographic images. The collection value is extremely high, and this is a new product that Wayne Cards fanatics absolutely cannot miss. There are only 8,000 sets in our store, and each person can only buy 2 at most. It's a limited sale. In front of the shop, a long line of people was rubbing their fists and palms. Their faces were full of anticipation, like a group of lively leeks waiting to be harvested. This is a single-player set for me? Han Xiao blinked and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although Wayne Cards included most of the famous people in the galaxy, there was only a handful of them who had a whole set for themselves, which showed how shocking his popularity was in the galactic society. Speaking of which, shouldn't his portrait usage fees be increased this year? Right at this moment, Han Xiao suddenly felt a jolt in his intuition. He sensed a new information form anchor, and his expression changed slightly. Wait, could Wayne Cards also be an information form anchor? He quickly narrowed his eyes and sensed for a while before heaving a sigh of relief. The next moment, he opened his virtual vision and instantly covered the entire planet. The lives of the galactic residents jumped into his eyes. Han Xiao saw that some people had posted his posters at home, some had bought his figurines, some were watching movies and series based on him. All the galactic residents who were related to him were marked and lit up in his vision. This information form anchor is from the Galactic Society itself. Han Xiao pondered. He had brought countless changes to the Galactic Society which deviated from the trajectory of his previous life. These were all signs that he had been there. The changes he brought to this world were all information form anchors. After experiencing all kinds of storms, the Galactic Society finally had the long-lost peace. Behind every galactic citizen's peaceful and happy life was his image. The respect and memories of everyone in the Galactic Society were the biggest information form anchor. As the galactic residents lit up one after another in his virtual vision, Han Xiao felt that this information form anchor was getting stronger and stronger along with his information form base. Han Xiao understood. Perhaps this was the most important information form anchor, to personally witness the changes he had brought to this world, to see the new life he had brought to countless people, to walk through the mortal world, to see all living things, to anchor himself to the entire world. Come to think of it, is this the scene of immortal cultivation or Cthulhu? Han Xiao laughed to himself before retracting his smile. He stood still and fully activated his virtual ability. The next moment, countless virtual souls split up and spread out along the quantum network, taking in the lives of countless people. Feebnovel.com. The citizens of the planets were lit up one after another, and the virtual vision seemed to see a bright galaxy. The information form anchor seemed to have absorbed endless nutrients and was continuously growing. Central Galaxy, 3 Universal Civilizations Conference Room. The remote projections of Marbruce and the other two sat behind the table, whispering to each other from time to time, their eyes fixed on the door. Strange. Why isn't Black Star here yet? I've already sent him a message, but he hasn't replied. I wonder if he received any news from today's meeting. He must have received it. He probably just can't be bothered to reply. Recently, he's been busy preparing for the information form conversion. Speaking of which, what does he need to prepare? I saw that the Intelligence Department recently reported that Black Star has been visiting various civilizations and constantly releasing and receiving data on the quantum network. I wonder what use this has for our plan. See, I don't understand, but he's the user of the information form materialization device. He definitely knows what he's doing. The three of them discussed softly. During this period, they had also been preparing for the conversion and had completed a series of preparations. Although Han Xiao was in control of the information form materialization device, it was not something that could be activated immediately. According to the messages in the sanctum, there were many more supporting facilities required to transform the entire dark side universe. What the 3 universal civilizations were doing was creating a large number of supporting facilities for the information form materialization device and installing them in different areas. The blueprints were provided by Han Xiao, and they were all supplementary devices used to enhance the transformation of the information form state. The 3 universal civilizations had spent a lot of manpower and resources to install these parts, and the hardware had already been settled. Now, they only had the problem of overall planning, which could only be carried out after the official implementation of the conversion was finalized. Many of these were trivial matters, but the 3 universal civilizations handled them well, so Han Xiao gave them all these miscellaneous tasks. While the 3 of them were chatting, the door suddenly opened, and the secretary led Han Xiao in. He then left and closed the door, leaving the room for a few big shots. Black Star, you're late. We thought you wouldn't be coming today. Marbruce heaved a sigh of relief. I was preparing for the conversion and was delayed. Han Xiao casually explained. The 3 of them wanted to say something, but suddenly, their expressions became strange. Although Han Xiao's appearance did not change, for some reason, they felt that the feeling Han Xiao gave them was completely different from the last time they met. Black Star's aura gave them an indescribable feeling, as though they were staring at a black hole. You seem a little different, Marbruce said hesitantly, suspecting that it was his imagination. I've deepened my connection with the dark side universe. This is normal. Han Xiao waved his hands casually. During this period of time, he had visited most of the civilizations in the Galactic Society and integrated all beings into his heart, perfecting the last information form anchor. At this point, his information form base had become extremely solid, making him give off the presence of everything returning to one. Han Xiao did not elaborate further. He paused for a moment before asking, I'm almost done preparing. What about you? Guys? We're more inclined to spend some time to verify all the information in the sanctum. But in principle, we're all willing to cooperate with your actions to carry out the conversion plan. We're just short of time. Alright, the transformation won't happen overnight. It might take a few years, or it might take dozens or even hundreds of years. Therefore, the earlier we start, the better. Yes, we're having a meeting with you now to discuss the exact date. The three of them nodded. All right, let's have a chat. After Han Xiao finished speaking, he exhaled lightly. I finally come this far. Chapter 1463, END. Final Relay, Destination Point, End. Chapter 1463, Final Relay, Destination Point, End. The meeting between the two parties did not last long. In the end, the date was set to be after 9 years. Without the entire Galactic Society knowing, the fate of the dark universe they were in was decided. Countless galactic residents were still immersed in a peaceful and happy life. In places that they could not see, the three universal civilizations and Han Xiao were silently preparing for the transformation of the dark side universe into the true universe. The days were approaching the official implementation of the plan. In the long-lost era of peace, the days flew by. The sun rose and the moon set, and time flowed like water, never to return. 9 years passed quietly as the various large organizations rested. The affairs of the Galactic Society had changed, and a new generation of young people had grown up, but nothing seemed to have changed. The three universal civilizations, the Super's Holy Land, and the Superstar Cluster Alliance still occupied one side of the explored universe. Today was the appointed date, and also the starting point for the fate of the dark side universe. In the central galaxy, the military forbidden zone that the three universal civilizations had specially built for this day. Countless information form reaction strengthening devices formed a dense and neat formation in the galaxy. They were distributed layer by layer and formed a spherical shape. Han Xiao was at the center of all the support device formations, floating alone in space. Far away, the fleets of the three universal civilizations were surrounded by layers of guards to prevent any accidents from disturbing Han Xiao's transformation. In the main ship, the remote projections of the three rulers looked at Han Xiao outside the porthole with a solemn expression. Your Excellency Black Star, we are all prepared. Please. Marbruce paused, took a deep breath, and spoke in the communication channel. Begin. Okay. Han Xiao replied with a calm expression. A complicated look was seen in his eyes. Although he had rehearsed for this day more than once in the past 9 years, he could not help but feel emotional when it actually happened. The plan for the conversion of the dark universe was still a top secret of the upper echelons. The three universal civilizations hoped to quietly solve this ultimate problem that involved the truth of the universe when countless galactic residents were asleep. It would be best if the dark universe could be merged with the real universe without anyone noticing. Therefore, Han Xiao only told Ames and a few other trustworthy people about this information. The others continued to live their normal lives up to this day. Han Xiao sank his consciousness into his body, and his chest slowly lit up. It was as if he had turned into a white spatial tunnel, where space folded and contracted. Very soon, in dazzling white light, the world tree that was rooted in his inner space appeared in the outside world, emitting a green light that was full of vitality. Han Xiao lowered his head and looked at the miniature world tree. His mind was already connected, and he could activate the information form solidification function at any time. However, at this moment he stopped, and his eyes turned dreamy. Information form anchors flashed in his mind one after another, and his eyes seemed to be filled with a rippling illusion. It was as if he was using the perspective of a third party to relive his hundreds of years of strange and magnificent life. The final scene was fixed on countless familiar figures. There were old acquaintances, deceased enemies, present friends. I hope that everything that happened here will be able to anchor my existence. Don't let me forget. I've been here before. The next moment, Han Xiao no longer hesitated and activated the information form solidification function of the world tree. Buzz! Han Xiao's figure was instantly drowned by the light akin to the Big Bang of the universe. It was as if endless light was spraying out, filling everyone's vision. At this moment, everyone in the Galactic Society felt something and subconsciously thought of Black Star. Floating Dragon Island, top floor of the palace. Ames stood on the balcony with her hands behind her back, looking up at the bright galaxy. Her long hair and black dress fluttered in the wind like black flames. Mom, I just thought of Dad. A childish voice sounded behind her. and a little girl in a dress ran out of the room. She tripped and almost fell along the way. This little girl was about 7 or 8 years old. She looked like she was carved from jade, and her face was a little chubby. Her eyes were as black as gems, and she looked lively. She looked very cute and festive. She was the only offspring that Ames and Han Xiao had. Ames turned around with a doting expression. She hugged her daughter and rubbed her nose. "I miss Daddy too." The little girl hugged Ames' arm and stayed comfortably in her embrace. She blinked her big eyes and said with a little grievance, "Daddy hasn't come to see me for a long time. Where did he go?" "He's doing a huge job outside right now." Ames smiled. "When will Daddy be back?" The little girl's eyes widened with curiosity. "I don't know either." Ames shook her head. She hugged her daughter with one hand and pointed at the deep starry sky with the other. "However, no matter where he is, he will definitely watch over you. When you grow up, he will return." The real universe, the solar system behind Neptune. A small exploration space station covered in black and blue paint floated quietly in outer space, disguised as a meteorite. It looked inconspicuous. At this moment, in the observation room of the space station, a few intelligent creatures wearing heavy spacesuits were adjusting their equipment. Their bodies were shaped like humans, but they had hard skin covered in spikes. They were short, about 1.3 meters on average. Most of these instruments were remote observation devices. Above the instruments was a dense screen showing scenes of cities on Earth. At this time, one of the spiked humanoids in the room turned on the video recorder, cleared his throat, and spoke in his unique language. "The 27,081st planetary year information record. The observed target's behavior is the same as before. There are no abnormalities. We have yet to be discovered. Over." "Another boring day." A thin, spiked humanoid beside him interrupted and stretched lazily in his seat. The hard shell and bones in his body made crackling sounds. The person recording the video seemed to be the captain. Without turning his head, he replied seriously, "The best news is that there are no abnormalities. Our job is to ensure that there is no technological boom on the observation target before the main force arrives. In the event that they develop a galactic weapon that can threaten us." Yes. I'm just complaining. I really hope that the next shift will come soon. I'd rather freeze and sleep than stare at this weak surface civilization every day. Sigh. I really want to go home." The thin humanoid who had spoken earlier sounded helpless. This group of intelligent creatures did not belong to this region. They were distant visitors from another star system, from the Kabang civilization. In order to find any extraterrestrial civilizations, the Kabang civilization sent out exploration squads to the galaxy. They took the exploration spaceships with the stealth function constantly activated and drifted in the universe for a long period of time. All the crew members were put in cryostasis. When the traces of civilization were discovered, the artificial intelligence system of the spaceships would automatically wake up the dormant crew members. This group of Kabangs was one of the galactic explorers. Many years ago, when they came to the solar system, the spaceship discovered the detector that the Earth civilization had sent out into outer space, thus awakening the team. This team locked onto the Earth civilization through the detection equipment of the spaceship, then chose a remote location, expanded their spaceship into a small space station, completed their disguise, and hid there. This Kabang exploration team held the principle of not interfering, not communicating, and not exposing themselves. They quietly waited in the solar system and used the galactic observation equipment provided by the spaceship to monitor Earth for a long time without being discovered. "Stop complaining and pay more attention to your mission." The captain of the Kabang explorer turned off the video recorder, paused, and said, "The main force is only 580 planetary years away from us. We won't need to monitor them for too long and we'll be free." "That's true. I really want to end the mission as soon as possible. I really can't stand eating these nutrition ointments every day. I really want to go back and eat something good," the skinny Kabang member said with longing. This team of explorers had long sent the news of the existence of Earth civilization back to their mother planet. The large fleet of the Kabang civilization had already set off from their hometown, but they had not developed to the level of the Stargate technology. The large fleet had been traveling in the universe near the speed of light for a very long time, and they were not far from them now. The many explorers present had been hiding in the solar system for many years and were only outposts. Although their technology was far ahead, they still did not dare to rashly come into contact with the Earth civilization. Their mission was to monitor the Earth civilization all day long and guide the subsequent main force. Only when their main forces arrived would they have sufficient confidence. Whether it was invading the colonies or destroying them, it would be a piece of cake. They would then think about how to deal with this surface civilization. The Kabang Explorer captain was about to say something, but at that moment, the space station's surveillance radar suddenly sounded with an urgent notification. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone was stunned. They quickly moved closer to the screen and were shocked. They saw that the readings on the screen were all messed up. What's going on? This group of Kabang explorers quickly adjusted the instrument, but there were no problems with it. The various parameters of the outside world were showing more and more abnormalities, especially the curvature of space. At the same time, with the Earth civilization as the center, a large number of spatial folds appeared, spreading outward at an astonishing speed. What is this? There are no similar events in the database. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. At this time, an invisible energy wave suddenly erupted and spread toward the universe. It instantly swept across the various planets and the space station they were in. The energy reading instantly exceeded the power limit of the radar and caused it to burn. Everyone was shocked and quickly touched their bodies, but they did not suffer any damage from this energy. This level of energy surge is unprecedented. What happened? Just as the group of them was feeling extremely surprised, the spatial folds had already spread to the vicinity of the space station. Through the porthole, they discovered that all the space within their sights was in ripples, like that of blanket folds. From their point of view, it was as if the entire universe had turned into a quagmire. The torrent formed by starlight and dark matter was constantly spinning. Amidst the layers of wrinkles, they seemed to see a strange illusion. Countless civilizations and planets that they had never seen before were floating and vanishing. Suddenly, they had a sort of premonition. This universe seemed to be changing. Attention, everyone. The new version will be released in 5 minutes. Everyone work overtime today and log in immediately. I'm gonna check on you. Do you hear me? Zhu Xiaohua ordered loudly. Seeing that the dozens of employees in the workshop all responded, he nodded with satisfaction, turned around, walked into his private office, closed the door, and looked at the new Galaxy game cabin in the middle of the room. He rubbed his hands excitedly. Ever since the Black Star Army video series made with the ID Bun Hit Dog became popular, Zhu Xiaohua's career was on track. He rented a floor to use as a studio and expanded his business, making a brand. Currently, Galaxy's popularity had reached its peak in history, and he was paying more attention to this main business. Galaxy had entered the version update 2 days ago, and today was the day the update would be completed. Version 6.0 would be officially released, so he took it very seriously and was prepared to log in as soon as possible. The thought of the new version unlocking a higher level made Zhu Xiaohua's heart itch. Although the storyline of Galaxy seemed to be heading toward peace, and it would be very difficult to find any more explosive points, he believed that the players would be the main characters of the stage after Galaxy. Now that they had been unlocked to the Calamity grade, as their level continued to increase, the players who wished for the world to be in chaos would definitely not be able to hold themselves back. They would definitely cause chaos in the game, which would lead to countless conflicts and interesting, exciting stories. This way, there would definitely be no lack of materials to make videos. Zhu Xiaohua already had an idea, and he planned to adjust the focus of the video. He would no longer focus on the Black Star Army but on the various experiences of the players and NPC organizations, making it into various series and interview records. Just thinking about the endless supply of materials and the possibility of a huge sale made him extremely excited. I'm going to be rich again. Zhu Xiaohua was in an excited mood as he skillfully lay down in the game cabin. The hatch closed, and the countdown timer for the update was displayed on the screen. He stared with his eyes wide open at the time passing by in seconds. He could not help but shake his legs as he felt that time was passing too slowly. There are only a few seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright. At the last second, the countdown on the built-in screen turned into a login interface, and it finally became version 6.0. Zhu Xiaohua was overjoyed and could not wait to start the game cabin. He quickly closed his eyes and prepared to enter the game. However, after waiting for more than a minute with his eyes closed, he did not enter the galaxy like before. Zhu Xiaohua could not help but open his eyes. Strange. Why can't I log in? Is the game cabin malfunctioning? Can't be, this was changed 2 days ago. Zhu Xiaohua opened the game cabin in confusion and climbed out again. He squatted down to see if there was a problem with the lid of the game cabin. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. A few employees walked in with helpless expressions. Boss, there's a problem. None of us can log in. So I'm not the only one. Looks like it's not about the game cabin. Have you seen the official website? I did. It seems like no one can log in. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaohua was stunned for a moment. He walked to the computer, opened the Galaxy official website, and entered the forums. He realized that there were a lot of players posting, but none of them could log in. It seems like there's a bug in the new version. Maybe the photon processor itself is malfunctioning. But that's strange too. No one can log in. The officials will probably send a notice to explain such a huge matter. Why is there no response? Zhu Xiaohua browsed through the post, puzzled. Why don't you ask? An employee suggested. Okay, I'll ask the officials. Zhu Xiaohua nodded. He had been invited to attend a few Pro League seasons as a guest, so he had an internal channel to contact the officials and ask about the situation. Zhu Xiaohua picked up his phone from the table and opened his social media app. He found an official he knew and was about to send a message to ask. However, at this moment, there was a commotion outside the office. What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Zhu Xiaohua frowned, paused his message, and walked out of the office. He saw all the employees gathered by the window, looking up as though they were looking at something. What are you guys looking at? Go back to your posts. Zhu Xiaohua was a little dissatisfied. He walked over with large strides and also leaned close to the window. He subconsciously looked outside and suddenly paused. On the road outside the window, all the pedestrians stopped and looked up at the sky. All the balconies and windows of the surrounding buildings had people sticking their heads out, looking up at the sky, their faces filled with shock. Seeing this strange scene, Zhu Xiaohua's heart tightened. He slowly looked up at the sky. The evening had just passed, and night had just fallen. A bright galaxy had already appeared in the sky, and more stars were shining in the night sky. The stars were like waterfalls, hanging upside down in the Milky Way, swaying and spinning. The sky seemed to have become a whirlpool, completely distorted as if someone was stirring the sky. This is... Zhu Xiaohua stared blankly at this scene, completely unaware that his mouth was wide open. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared in the sky, and galactic fleets appeared out of thin air, attracting everyone's attention. Zhu Xiaohua also looked over, but his eyes suddenly widened. He stared blankly at the identical emblems on the exterior armor of these battleships. This emblem was too familiar, he recognized it at a glance. Before the crowd could react, an even more familiar figure suddenly appeared in the air. It was as if he had woken up from a deep sleep, as he opened his eyes blearily. The expression of this figure slowly turned from a blank look to pleasant surprise before finally turning into nostalgia. My hometown, I'm back. Although he was far away, for some reason, his voice seemed to ignore the distance and sounded in everyone's hearts. At this moment, Zhu Xiaohua, like all the employees around him, felt like he had fallen into an icehouse. Their faces were filled with confusion, and their minds blank. At this moment, the figure in the sky seemed to have sensed the presence of someone familiar. He looked down and looked at Zhu Xiaohua from afar. Zhu Xiaohua seemed to have woken up from a dream. He took a few steps back in disbelief, tripped over a table, and fell to the ground. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and his face was filled with disbelief. His mouth trembled, and his voice involuntarily rose. Black, 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 black. Black star? On this day, the world experienced a huge change. Countless phantoms that should have disappeared long ago reappeared. Some called it an invasion of the realms, while others called it a turning point of fate. Some felt that this was a case of a dove occupying a magpie's nest, while others felt that this was a case of a tree spreading its branches. Some believed that this was the beginning of the end, while others believed that this was the continuation of life. But no matter what they thought, everything that happened on this day was remembered by countless people, and a new era was born. End. Translator's thoughts. Hi guys, Train here. I took over as the translator midway in the novel, CH400. It feels pretty surreal that this book is now completed, considering that the author was still writing it even when I took over. I hope you enjoyed this journey with our thick-skinned, figuratively and literally, MC, the great mechanic Han, and hope that my translations were bearable for you guys. If they aren't, just pretend that they are. Tongue sticking out. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.